And here it is. It is here. Ding dong. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. It is here. Ding dong. So the session has commenced and your company is required. That thing that we do round about this time is being done exactly right now. So if you are available, then just surrender yourself to the session for however long it lasts. You know what we do and you know how we do it. So come, let's do it together. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Only water, water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùyé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chifu fáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Òtúnyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe o.
And there you heard it. The Kegites, they are back. Iku koniriwa gbeshe. You know the potency of that prayer. May death never have anything to do with us. A powerful prayer, if ever there was one. So Iku koniriwa gbeshe. As guys, I bring you this. AREGBESOLA approached OONI to help him settle rift with TINUBU. So it's not taking very long for him to adopt the Dobale position, mocking and pointing in the direction of TINUBU not quite a week ago, speculating and just ridiculing this guy as he tries to become a president. The fight was for the Osun State, the APC governorship nomination. So AREGBESOLA, as you know, had his candidate. TINUBU, of course, he is causing the incumbent governor of that state. TINUBU won because TINUBU will always win over AREGBESOLA. So Oga Namasta re-established and Akeredolu in the Idobale position. Again, no, I keep saying Akeredolu. Whenever I say Akeredolu, do understand that I mean AREGBESOLA. I'm not quite sure why I've been conflating those two names over the last 2 days. So, yeah, AREGBESOLA essentially acknowledges Oga Namasta as again, AREGBESOLA approached OONI to help him settle rift with TINUBU. So that's we contend with. Pardon me. This we'll contend with as well. Muslims insist our next president must be southerner of Islamic extraction. So this is a thing now that we've been contending with for quite a while now. And it's something that is now increasing within the Nigerian, especially presidency space, where they want to carpet blanket that space for a particular faith. They will not countenance anything other than a Muslim sitting on that seat. And that seems to be the language that we are hearing again in the thrust towards 2023. 2023, Muslims insist next president must be Southern of Islamic extraction. So quite how many Igbo Muslims there are, we'll find out just shortly. Nigeria in process of total collapse. JEGA demand that gifted Buhari the presidency in 2015. The next headline, Nigeria police fume, summoned constable turned into errand boy by Buhari's appointee, Nomita Akanbi, at Kwara event. So you've all seen that viral image, of course. There were actually two policemen carrying jollof rice, no less, behind Madam. We have now used to mocking policemen carrying handbags for Madam, but they've now scaled it up, or should we say more appropriately, scaled it down, that the Nigerian police force are to protect and to serve, and they are literally serving jollof rice for Madam. So this is what we're contending with now. The image is on your screens, and I'll show the image when I come to the reading of it, so that you can see the fullness of it. Nigeria police fume, someone constable turned into errand boy by Buhari's appointee, Nomita Akanbi, at Kwara event. So there it is right there, from handbag carrying to jollof rice serving. 2.55 trillion naira fuel subsidy. Lawan urges Buhari to transmit bill to amend PIA. So Buhari, of course, told us categorically that there was no such thing as fuel subsidy, and he's gone further to attempt to remove that fuel subsidy from the Nigerian budget in this last budget now that his administration will have, unless, of course, he seeks to self-perpetuate. But now he has inserted $3 billion as an emergency amendment appendage to that budget, under that cover of fuel subsidy, which Buhari himself told us that it doesn't exist. So I have been telling you all the way through that you'll be seeing all manners of trickery, essentially for looting. We were just discussing yesterday how they were building, they were trying to, promising Nigerian Airways or Air Nigeria before the end of this administration. So that's a looting portal right there. The traditional looting portal, of course, fuel subsidy, 2.55 trillion naira fuel subsidy. Lawan urges Buhari to transmit bill to amend PIA. So quite what is in play there, we'll find out shortly. So to the east, we spent a lot of time on the east yesterday discussing business or not and why investments not taking place there. And one of the names that they conjured up was INNOSON Motors, which might not be in situation in the east for much longer. 32 billion naira debt. INNOSON Motors accused EFCC of taking sides with GT Bank. So there it is. Obviously, from the headline, you can already form some thoughts, but the fullness of it, of course, I'll bring you shortly. But before I bring you the fullness of it, be teased with the headline again. 32 billion naira debt. INNOSON Motors accuse EFCC of taking sides with GT Bank. So that is the diet, that is the menu. So kick back, lean back, take it easy, and click on the like button. I do need a gulp of water. I do beg your pardon. You see, all this endless talking, it dehydrates you, as you know. So that's just, I just need copious amounts of fluid just to, keep myself hydrated. So yes, kick back, lean back, as I said. Click on the subscribe button, first of all. Turn that gray, because if you are following these platforms, and a lot of you are, then there's no reason and no excuse for you not to be subscribed. It's almost like you're robbing if you are not subscribed already, and you're certainly a thief if you have not clicked on the like button, because it doesn't cost you anything. So anyway, just do those two things. And whilst you are doing those two things, let me provide a little bit of a musical intermission to encourage you along the way, and we go then to discover who the Savior is, in the East. Holy, holy.
Another Savior, holy, 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 AREGBESOLA, another Savior, holy, 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 AREGBESOLA, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and moving faster. Never freedom is another Savior. Never freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 AREGBESOLA, another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 AREGBESOLA, another Savior. Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there you heard it. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another savior. So the sons of the East are Amomo Yibo. So holy, 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 holy Nnamdi Kanu is their other savior. As guys, I bring you this. AREGBESOLA approached OONI to help him settle rift with TINUBU, a headline attributed to sources. The Ooni of Ife, Oba Enitan Ogunwusi, and the Aláàfin of Ọ̀yọ́, Oba Lamidi Adeyemi III, on Tuesday, held a closed-door meeting in Ibadan with the Minister of Interior, Rauf AREGBESOLA, regarding his rift with APC national leader Bola Tinubu. The meeting was held to resolve the strained relationship between the duo. It was held at the private residence of the Aláàfin of Ọ̀yọ́ in Ibadan, lasting 2 hours. The meeting was said to be a first step to reconciling AREGBESOLA with Mr. Tinubu. After consultations, the leaders agreed to move the next stage of the meeting, which will be held at a later date, a source disclosed. Mr. AREGBESOLA had, in the build-up to February 2022 Osun APC governorship primary, had let me start that entirely all over again. That didn't quite flow the way I wanted it to. The Ooni of Ife, Oba Enitan Ogunwusi, and the Aláàfin of Ọ̀yọ́, Oba Lamidi Adeyemi III, on Tuesday held a closed-door meeting in Ibadan with the Minister of Interior Rauf AREGBESOLA regarding his rift with APC national leader Bola Tinubu. The meeting was held to resolve the strained relationship between the duo. It was held at the private residence of the Aláàfin of Ọ̀yọ́ in Ibadan, lasting 2 hours. The meeting was said to be a first step to reconciling Mr. AREGBESOLA with Mr. Tinubu. After consultations, the leaders agreed to move the next stage of the meeting, which will be held at a later date, said a source. Mr. AREGBESOLA had, in the build-up to February 2022 Osun APC governorship primary, had disparaged Mr. Tinubu for taking sides with Governor Gboyega Oyetola. According to sources, Mr. AREGBESOLA had asked the traditional rulers to resolve his feud with Mr. Tinubu, who is eyeing the presidential ticket of the APC in 2023 election. Mr. AREGBESOLA came before the Ooni. After he entered, Oba Adeyeye Ogunwusi joined shortly. Nobody was allowed to enter. Nobody was briefed. They later finished and entered their cars. All those photos you see online were taken by their aides, he stated. However, details of the meeting were still unknown as of the time of filing this report. It was also gathered that the Nigerian Supreme Council of Islamic Affairs had waded into the rift. This is with a view to finding amicable solutions to the feud between AREGBESOLA and his political mentor, Tinubu, added the source. So there you have it. Tinubu essentially asserting his dominion over AREGBESOLA. You know, there has to be a minimum bar below which you must not fall. And AREGBESOLA is that minimum bar below which Tinubu would not allow himself to fall. Organa Master, I am your daddy, and this is what Tinubu has reaffirmed against. Has reaffirmed rather again against the Alpha from Osun State. So Alpha, Rauf, Ogbeni AREGBESOLA, Oga is still your master. That is just what that establishes. So on to the next, and on to a more worrisome next. 2023, Muslims insist next president must be southerner of Islamic extraction. So immediately the Easterners excluded. Muslim community in Oyo State has resolved to mobilize members to ensure that a Muslim from South emerges as president of Nigeria in 2023. They claim it is the turn of a Muslim from the southern region to be president of Nigeria. The organization made this disclosure in a communique issued at the end of its executive and stakeholders meeting in Ibadan. The organization, in the communique signed by the duo of Ishaq, Kunle Sani, chairman, and Muri Seku, Abidemi, Secretary General, vowed to mobilize any Muslim from the southern part of the country who indicated interest to be president in 2023. The duo explained that since Nigeria got independence in 1960, no southern Muslim has ever occupied the number one position in Nigeria and not even the number two seat. They said for this reason, they would support only Muslim candidates from southern Nigeria to be president in 2023. The duo, in the statement made available to correspondents on Wednesday, said they will mobilize Muslims in the country towards the emergence of a southern Muslim president. They maintained that they will do this through physical efforts and supplications to Almighty Allah. From the foregoing list of past presidents slash head of state and vice presidents slash chief of general staff of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, not a single Muslim from southern Nigeria has ever occupied the position of president, nor that of vice president. The meeting resolved to mobilize Muslims in Oyo State to ensure that a Muslim from the south emerges as president, commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in 2023. He who must come to equity, let him come with clean hands. We hereby plead with PFN, CAN, and other Christian groups to join hands with us in the spirit of equity, justice, and fear of God in ensuring that a southern Muslim become the president of Nigeria. On our own, we will mobilize Muslims in Oyo State and beyond towards the emergence of a southern Muslim president through physical effort and supplications to Allah, Rabbul Alamin, the Lord of all worlds. That is what that means. So there it is right there. The politics of ethnicity and religion all encapsulated in that little cameo right there. So that's ethnic political, that's ethnic religious politics in play right there. That is just the full definition of it. They want a southern president of a Muslim extraction. So what does that tell you? How many Muslims do you have in the southeast? I make to say very little. I make bold to say very little. I doubt if 10 or even 5% of indigenous Southeasterners are of the Muslim faith. So automatically, just a sweeping exclusion of the Southeast. So if you go to the South, they do have a population of Muslims, but the predominant religion is Christianity and, of course, native practice as well. But they do have a body of Muslims. But the overwhelming Muslim presence in the southern region is essentially in the southwest. So by this declaration, saying that they want a Muslim president, that tells you that they are saying they want a Yoruba president. That is what that means. You have to learn to read between the lines. So, but what will that president inherit is the question. Nigeria in process of total collapse, JEGA insists. A former chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Atehiru Jega, has said that Nigeria is in the process of total collapse. The former INEC boss stated this on Wednesday in Abuja at the 2022 Workers' Political Conference organized by the Nigeria Labour Congress. He described the 2023 general election as critical for Nigeria's unity. He said, the sorry state of the socio-economic conditions under which the Nigerian working people, indeed the overwhelming majority of all citizens live and work, the reckless misrule and misgovernance by a tiny, rabid and reckless band of elite, and the manner by which these myopic elected so-called leaders and their collaborators have devastated the Nigerian economy, have devastated the Nigerian economy, heightened insecurity, and virtually destroyed the basis for national cohesion and integration, Nigeria, as a potential great nation, is crying for a rescue mission before it is too late. Such a rescue mission cannot be serious, positive, and successful without the active engagement and involvement of Nigerian workers through their genuine representatives in working class organizations and movements in alliance with other progressive and patriotic Nigerians. Whilst Nigeria may not have totally collapsed, it is in the process of collapsing as reckless elites in control of the governance process are blindly running the country aground. And the 2023 general election may be the make or break epical moment. Given this, all hands of progressive forces must be on deck to prevent our country from imminent collapse and to turn it around to a trajectory of good democratic governance for beneficial democratic socio-economic development and human security for Nigerians. A broad alliance of progressive forces for national rescue and emancipation is absolutely required to get Nigeria out of the current unwholesomeness predicament in which it finds itself. The deliberations at this conference, guided by the lead paper presentation and panel discussion, should help us chart a course for a reinforced commitment to national emancipation and more active engagement participation of Nigerian workers in our current and future political processes. So those long-winded words essentially just to tell you that Nigeria is on the verge of collapse. I wonder how many people will actually disagree with that. Nigeria police, sorry, let me just take a gulp of water. Nigeria police fume, summon constable turned errand boy by Buhari's appointee, Nimota Akanbi, so not Nimota, but Nimota Akanbi at Kwara event. The Inspector General of Police, Usman Baba, has summoned to Abuja Yahaya Abubakar, the police orderly in the viral video, holding a plate of food for his madam, Ambassador Nimota Akanbi. He is to report to the force headquarters Abuja. Acting Force Public Relations Officer Muyiwa Adejobi disclosed this on Wednesday. Adejobi warned police officers attached to two very important persons all over the country to stop serving purposes other than protecting them from security threats. We have seen the policeman. We will investigate the scene and act accordingly. Such an act is condemned. However, the policeman will be in Abuja for us to get more facts about the ugly incident as we are determined to curb such. We will update you as at when due, Adejobi said. A viral video has shown Abubakar, a constable, carrying a plate of food behind Akanbi, who is the chairman of the National Senior Secondary Education Commission and former Nigeria's ambassador to the Netherlands. The event was at a society function in Kwara State where guests were treated to lavish buffet of dishes. Many Nigerians on social media expressed disgust at the manner police officers willingly offer themselves to be used by the rich, whilst remarking that such a scenario brings disrespect to the force. They also faulted the top echelon of the force for prioritizing the security of a few wealthy people, whilst poor masses who are in need of protection from robbers and criminals are left unattended. Last week, a policeman, Sergeant Adeleke Ogunshola, died after being hit by an unnamed driver of a former Ogun State governor, Benga Daniel. The incident happened at Daniel's residence at Shagamu in Ogun State. Many cops also expressed sadness that Ogunshola and orderly was turned to a gate man at the house. So there you have it. It's unbelievable, but this is it. I'll go and look for the video in the course of this session, and then we'll see if we can play it, because we must see that video. 2.55 trillion naira fuel subsidy. Lawan urges Buhari to transmit bill to amend PIA. Senate President Ahmed Lawan has appealed to President Mohamed Buhari to transmit a bill to the National Assembly to amend the Petroleum Industry Act. Mr. Lawan made the call in his remarks before referring the president's request to amend the 2022 Appropriation Act to the Committee on Appropriation after the bill scaled second reading. He said a request seeking an amendment to the PIA would enable the National Assembly to extend the subsidy regime in the Petroleum Industry Act. This, he said, will be in line with the President's request for an additional 2.557 trillion naira to cover fuel subsidy in the 2022 budget from July this year. The present subsidy regime is expected to elapse in June 2022 under the provisions of the Petroleum Industry Act. Mr. Buhari, in a letter to the National Assembly on February the 10th, requested for an additional provision for 2.557 trillion naira to fund petrol subsidy in the 2022 budget framework from July this year. Mr. Lawan therefore mandated the relevant oil and gas committees of the National Assembly to engage the executive on a bill to amend the PIA to align with the president's request. This is an opportunity for me to speak to the issue of the executive sending a request for the amendment of the Petroleum Industry Act to extend the provision of the fuel subsidy, which is also requested in the amendment of the 2022 Appropriation Act. The Act itself says something else, that there will be no subsidy. If we approve fuel subsidy in the 2022 Appropriation Act Amendment Bill to us, then it means we have to extend the period in which the government will provide subsidy up to the point this subsidy we approve would last. So there is a need to come up with a request for amendment. Our gas and oil related committees should work with the executive side of government to get that sorted out as soon as possible, so that what we do is appropriate and is lawful and legal. So there you have it. They are kicking the can down the road, as I don't know what is going on there. He told us there was no oil subsidy. Now he told us he's removing the subsidy in June. Now he's no longer removing it, even though the Petroleum Industry Act only facilitates for subsidy up to June. So they're now amending that act so that they can take an additional $2 or $3 billion from the coffers, essentially looting. That's just the sum total of it. So Buhari strikes again. Pardon me. $32 billion naira debt. Innocent Motors accuses EFCC of taking sides with GT Bank. Innocent Nigeria Limited, a Nigerian manufacturer of vehicles, has accused anti-graft agency EFCC of taking sides with Guarantee Trust Bank in an ongoing legal tussle between the car manufacturing company and the bank. In a statement made available to correspondents on Wednesday, Innocent alleged that the anti-graft agency was interfering in the legal matter to favor GTB. The car manufacturing company said the anti-graft agency was being used by the bank to illegally revisit a case that had already been concluded in court. The motive behind the renewed interest by the EFCC to launch an investigation in a matter already decided by the courts can only be explained by GTB. This is not the first time that EFCC has chosen to take sides with GTB and allow itself to be involved, invulged into matters that are not matters of crime for reasons best known to them in an issue EFCC to stand as an unbiased umpire. EFCC has constantly taken GTB's affairs as if it is a national affair. Statement by Cornel Osagi, head of corporate communications and affairs of Innocent Motor reads. Innocent Motor had last year asked the Lagos Division of the Federal High Court to set aside an order permitting Guarantee Trust Bank to transmute into Guarantee Trust Holding Company amidst debt owed the company. This followed the bank's failure to pay the sum of 8.2 billion naira directed by the court in 2014, which has since accumulated over the years, with interest amounting to the sum of 32.8 billion naira. GTB PLC had sought to change its legal status from a public limited liability company to a holding company and had been granted approval by the Central Bank of Nigeria after obtaining an ex parte order from another court to proceed with the registration on June the 16th, 2021. When contacted, Wilson Uwejaren, spokesman for the EFCC, promised to get back to correspondents on the matter, saying he needed time to get himself acquainted with allegations made by the vehicle manufacturing company before responding. He is yet to respond as at the time of press. In a similar vein, Onyinade Adegbiti, spokesperson of GTB, did not immediately provide comment to correspondents, saying she was not yet aware of the allegations made by Innocent Motors. So that's just a back and forth essentially between those two. So this now to a story that we covered endlessly yesterday, the abandoned Nigerian students in the Ukraine. Abandoned no more though. Russia-Ukraine war. Federal government begins evacuation of stranded Nigerians. President Mohamed Buhari's regime says it has begun evacuating stranded Nigerians fleeing Ukraine to neighboring countries amidst Russian invasion. Gabriel Aduda, the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, disclosed this in a statement in Abuja. Mr. Aduda stated that the stranded Nigerians will be evacuated from Romania, Poland, and Hungary via Max Air and Air Peace flights. Furtherance to our efforts to evacuate Nigerians from neighboring countries surrounding Ukraine, we can confirm that chartered flights will depart on Wednesday, March the 2nd, 2022, to pick up Nigerian evacuees home, disclosed the statement. It added, so far we have been following records of evacuees received by the Nigerian embassies in Hungary, that is 650 persons, Poland, 350 persons, Romania, 940 persons, and Slovakia, 150 persons. According to the ministry statement, the capacity and routes of the airlines are Max Air to Romania, 560 persons, Air Peace to Poland, 365 persons, and Air Peace to Hungary, 360 persons. The first batch of evacuees are expected to arrive Nigeria on March the 3rd. Once again, we assure Nigerians that we are working round the clock to see that our citizens are brought back home. So well done. The well done actually goes to Femi Gbadabiamila, who is the one pushing this against, I'm sure, left to MALLAM Buhari. He will just abandon them there. There are many Yoruba people anyway, and a lot of Igbo. So what does he care? But I think Femi Gbadabiamila especially pushed that space and is getting some results. So well done, Femi, for doing the right thing. So that is the rare occasion of a pat on the back for the Nigerian government. But in this case, in this instance, we have to narrow it down to Femi Gbadabiamila, who pushed the narrative. So now this is now the last story. 2023, ex-bank CEO joins PDP presidential race. A former managing director and chief executive officer of FSB International Bank, Alhaji Mohammed Dean, has declared his intention to contest the 2023 presidential race on the platform of the People's Democratic Party (PDP). So I don't quite know who this is, so we just leave it with his name. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. Ajale Koko, I see you. UK, I see you. And Thomas, I see you. So good to see you all, gentlemen. Ajale Koko, did you want to go first?
Hey, okay, woman, how are you?
I'm good. Or I can go to Thomas if you're not quite ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, so let's start with AREGBESOLA then, who now very quickly adopts the Dobale position. Oga Namaster always has been, always will be. So AREGBESOLA now scoring round Yoruba land, going to the great and the good to come and help him prostrate in Bodilion. What are you then making of this quick turnaround and drop to his knee by the Alpha from Osun State?
What happened? I mean, what really happened? I didn't listen to the story.
Well, you remember the fight between AREGBESOLA and TINUBU over the Osun State primary ticket when he wanted a candidate, but Oyetola was TINUBU's candidate. Do you remember that? We discussed that here endlessly. When
Yes.
he then went out mocking him. So
Yes.
he lost out in that instance, but what he has now done, AREGBESOLA, is now going to the OONI and to the Alaafin of Oyo to beg their indulgence to help him settle his rift with TINUBU. So very quickly he's dropping to his knees. So he's now going to the seniors. They're laughing, and they held a meeting just yesterday for 2-3 hours, discussing now how they're going to go and beg TINUBU.
I don't want to believe that story.
Well, you don't have to believe it, but it was captured in video, so I don't know. Not the discussion itself, but the going scene. They met in Ibadan at the private residence of the Alaafin of Oyo. So there it is. Idobale.
Yeah.
Just it.
Yeah, since we didn't hear the audio, so we cannot conclude that this time around that we have politics at its height. A lot of video and a lot of propaganda will be posted out there, to ridicule some people. So I don't think he has to go to OONI or Alaafin to beg TINUBU for what? There's no reason for that. I mean, they have been friends for a long time, and two friends can.
You don't feel that lines have been crossed sufficiently enough for him to have to beg?
No. He could call him. He could call him directly and apologize if he feel he has done something wrong. He didn't kill. What do you call it? He didn't kill TINUBU's son, and he didn't kill anybody in his family, and neither did he do anything wrong to the wife. You know what I'm talking about. So, he could call TINUBU by himself and settle the rift between both of them. So I'm not going to Oba or this. So I don't want to believe that story. I think it's just a propaganda to ridicule AREGBESOLA. AREGBESOLA is
all right, but it's very peculiar, because the one thing that we do know categorically was that AREGBESOLA was in a meeting with the OONI of Ife and the Alaafin of Oyo at the Alafin's residence. So quite what they were discussing, that is what the speculations are. But you have chosen not to believe it. But
Yeah, he's a minister. You know his position. He's a minister for internal affairs.
yeah, no, he's been a minister. No, he's an outgoing minister now.
No, hold on. He's still in the office. Whether it's outgoing, at least he will still spend another 2 years.
Well, he's spending another 1 year, no more. But the only thing that facilitates that meeting, for him to be meeting Alafin and OONI, will be the Yoruba narrative, which is the TINUBU narrative. There's nothing else they will be discussing.
No.
What else will they be discussing?
Yeah, they could be discussing about state of security and.
The state of security has been what it is for a long time now.
No, he's still the Minister of Internal Affairs.
But the story that
I said it's a propaganda woman, and you will know.
No, it's not really.
Because it's a propaganda. That's a propaganda by TINUBU people to ridicule him. You know how they play the game, you know.
All right. Okay, that is a propaganda. Yeah. Okay, this one now you are going to see the video for yourself. So you cannot escape this one, Ajanle Koko. So watch this video and react to it. So there it is, Ajale Koko. When they told me that the Nigerian police was there to protect and to serve, I did not know that they meant to serve jollof rice. So that is the Nigerian police then at duty. They once noted for carrying handbag, now noted for serving jollof rice. So that is the Nigerian police force for you, Ajale Koko, to protect and to serve.
Man, this is pathetic. Oh my goodness!
Look at that.
Oh my goodness. Is Ajale Koko there?
Yeah. So when that guy signed up for police service, did you think that was one of the duties that he envisaged he will be called upon to carry out, to serve jollof rice for Madam?
Well, one man, this is what the politician has turned them to. If that man did not do according to their wishes while he's around them, they will send him back to base, and the little favor and the little favor that he's getting from there, he will lose it. So he doesn't want to lose that, and he knows that his colleagues as well that are attached to politicians and their family, that's the benefit they get when they are with them. So that is what the politician has turned them to, and that is what the politician has turned everybody in that country to. They have ridiculed everybody.
Is the woman disabled in some form? Perhaps she has lost the use of her hand or something. Why does she need? It's a buffet now. Even Barack Obama, he would carry his own plate. Barack Obama, he would not let some... he's entitled to have a functionary hold an umbrella over him. He will hold his own umbrella, Barack Obama. This woman cannot even carry plate to a buffet and dish out what she wants. She's not even looking at the guy. She's talking to somebody else. The guy is so insignificant. A police officer. In uniform. Yeah. In uniform.
Yeah, that is... how Nigerians, powerful people, that is how arrogant they are, and that is how they mistreat people. When you work with them, they don't respect you as human being, and that is what they are doing to other people in uniform as well. So if he doesn't do that, as I told you earlier, they will report him to the boss, and they will return him to base, where he will suffer. So doing that, serving jollof rice, is to protect his job. Yeah, is to protect his job. And that's so shameful. And that is what these people have turned that country to. They have...
Look at that. She's not even paying attention to him. Or
he's a servant. He's a servant.
And look at him. He's giving up. Look at just how meek and contrite he looks. Just total. Look at that.
Like a donkey.
Look at that. And then they will send him with one little plate to go and eat it in the car. You know, then they will get some. Go and eat in the car.
One man. Balele,
Sule, go and eat in the car. Look at that. Yeah. But as you said, because I've seen that thing in action. I used to have like a relative that was high up, and he had an orderly. When this guy is going home, when he's feeling flush, you give him 5K, sometimes 10K, sometimes there's no, so that job, it will wipe madam's bottom if madam wants her bottom wiped, because that one now it guaranteed 10K every single day. And when madam has a good day, 50K. You know, it will tell him not to carry a plate. It will wipe bottom if madam wants her bottom wiped.
So that is it, one man. So we cannot really blame that guy. That guy is just doing that to protect his job. Even to the Inspector General of Police. Will he not do that to Madam of Inspector General of Police? He will do the same thing. But officially he's not supposed to do so. But he will do it to protect his job. Because he knows...
Actually, he's been summoned.
It's been summoned to Abuja now. So now he's going to... I feel sorry for the guy, you know.
Look, let me tell you that they're just trying to show that they are disciplined police service, or how do I call them, or police force. They know that all their officers are
wiping bottoms.
They wipe bottoms, they serve rice, they do gate man. They know that. So it is because Sahara has brought this to the public, has exposed them, that the way you are exposing our men in uniform, we got to expose you people too. You see? So that is why they are taking that action to show that, we are not going to tolerate it. They know what is going on.
They had no choice, though. They had no choice. But
yes, they have no choice. Yeah. They have to show that they are doing. Look, these people, Nigerian, at the top, they see themselves as God.
But just to stay with the narrative of that constable, Abubakar, his name is. What do you think is playing out there? It is not my belief, and I don't want to believe that it is the woman that would have told him to come and carry plates. I think it is more him want to show her that he is fully contrite and loyal. They'll say, no, madam, now I'm here now. You know, just want to is all right, sir. Now, do you imagine it will be the woman that will order him to come and carry plate, or do you think he's just want to show contrition as to say, all right, sir, he wants to do all right, sir?
Well, let me tell you, that is not the first time he's been doing it. And maybe at the beginning of his service with them, he wouldn't do that, but they compel him, they tell him, hey, this is what you have to be doing when you are with us. And the guy doesn't want to lose his job. Or maybe somebody that he took over told him, this is what you have to do. This is the way you have to go extra length to do your job well so that you can keep this position. So it's the way that they, compel that guy to do his job. That guy is a powerless person. There's nothing he could do. If he tried to resist or try to say no, officially, I'm not supposed to do this. This is what I'm supposed. When you are in the party, I'm not supposed to be around serving food or this thing. That guy will be taken away that very day. They will said he is not protecting that woman well. or he's not doing his job well, and they will kick him. They will even punish him. That, you know, he insulted your guy's wife, or millionaire, or you know the way they are now. They are connected, and they will feel, oh, look at the way this guy insulted madam, and that man, the husband, we go crazy high, and we have to call maybe Inspector General and said, your boy that is working with me insulted my wife. That is the only thing he will just say. He say insulted. He will not even go into detail. Insulted. My wife was telling him to follow him to the this thing. What job is he doing? And he just refused.
Ajale Koko, I want to show you something else, and I want you to tell me which one is worse. That thing that you just saw, or this one here, or this one here. Yeah. Hopefully I don't get kicked off by this silly thing. Watch this. Do you see that? Somebody is opening the door for the person who is going to open the door for El-Rufai.
For El-Rufai, can you see?
Who has two hands? Look at it. It's not me making it up. Look at it.
Oh, yes.
Somebody is opening the door for the person who is going to open the door.
Yes.
What a country. What a country.
Yes.
So yes. Yes. Look at that. Look at that.
That is the right person that has to.
Bowing his head.
Yes. That is, yes. Look at it.
You know, like he can't even breathe. Look at it. Oh God.
Look at it. Look at it. Look at this little. Look at that little man. Don't she let him? Look at it.
Somebody is opening the door for the person.
Look at somebody will go and open that main door for him again.
Oh God.
I mean, to me, this thing looks so sheepishly. I'm very dumb people, you know. It's very, very dumb.
But I would still say the worst one is that constable carrying rice behind Madame.
That's the worst one, but there is one again that was carrying purse. It was carrying Madame's purse.
It's just that's too low.
And the sad thing, Ajale Koko, is not even direct from the IGP. You can actually get a police orderly if you have money in Nigeria. You don't even have to know anybody, you just have to have money. I know young boys in Nigeria going about with escorts with a truck that mobile police will be in front. So it's not about the IGP. The IGP might not even know this guy. That guy has just been sent maybe from the DPO or something to go and do that job. And he just sought the DPO and sought the guy after. So there are a lot of people in Nigeria now, non-entity, people that just have money, people that are nobody, with escorts, police escorts everywhere because they just have money.
Okay, so Ajale Koko, you've seen those okay, carry on.
Okay. You want to show us another one?
I wanted to show you another one, which is a third one, but I just what DOG was saying that all these
the one carrying bag, Madame bag.
Yeah, all these young boys that they can even commission police officers, because you see them with Obi Kobana and the rest of them, you know. So this is something that is a real bother within the country.
One man, can I say something?
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
If police officer can be carry bag for Bob Whiskey, open door, Bob Whiskey have a convoy, escort of police, Bob Whiskey.
That's the jaga man.
Bobrisky, one man. How the escort convoy? One man. So if you are talking about politicians, they are still VIP.
MPF just lacked professionalism.
E-money.
There was a day we were going to Abuja by road, and there was a checking point. So my uncle gave them a bottle of champagne. Do you know when you pop the champagne bottle, when they do pop and they pop, do you know one of them fired 3 gunshots into the air My uncle said, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Yeah.
These people are crazy
Is
because
that in celebration or in
imagine that.
confusion?
Wouldn't you have to account for that 3 bullets that you just fired?
You know that's the thing. They don't account for bullets, which is the one thing
No,
that I feel they
Let me
should be.
tell you the way it works. Let me tell you the way it works. You see, those officers you see carrying gun around, the bullet in those guns, they pay for it. It's at their own cost. They pay for the bullet. So when they use the bullets, it's at their own cost. It's not at the cost of the state. So that is why those guys shot to the air.
But sir, is that not even wrong? Is it meant to be at their own cost?
No, it's not meant to be like that.
And why would it be? Because why should they be paying for it?
Because that means they can even kill people and you won't know they've killed anybody.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Ajale Koko, so you've seen the officer carrying a plate of food for Madame. You've seen the door opener of the door opener to the door opener of the governor. But so you've seen those two, but let me play you a third one. And then I want you to rate them in hierarchy. But before I play the third one, which birthdays in life do people celebrate, Ajane Koko, as far as you are concerned? Which birthdays in life do people celebrate?
People celebrate
Let me run you through it and then see if you agree. So you celebrate your first birthday when you turn 1, and then you probably celebrate when you turn 13 because that's when you become a teenager, and then you celebrate when you turn 21 because that's when you turn adulthood, and then maybe from there you celebrate 30, 35, 40, and then from 30 maybe the landmark ages are every 5 years. So, and then of course, when you turn 50, you celebrate this. So this person turned 51, but this is how they celebrated it. So hopefully I don't get kicked off. Watch this. So what you saw on your screen, Ajale Koko, were all the state governors, especially the APC ones in Nigeria. But do you know where you are seeing them? You are seeing them in Dubai. And what have they gone to do? They've flown out a birthday cake for Aisha Buhari, who is now resident in Dubai, to celebrate her 51st birthday. So which one this was? Police carrying jollof rice, door opener for door opener, or flying cake from Nigeria to celebrate Madam's birthday in Dubai? We are done in that country. You know, what
one man.
Gosh, Ajale Koko, are you dumbfounded? What are you making of that?
The birthday cake is the worst among them all. Because why is the worst is that these people flew out of Nigeria. I believe they flew with a chartered flight, paid for by our money, and all the expenses, the hotel and everything, the expenses while they are in Dubai is at the cost of the state. That's the worst of the worst corrupt practices that you can see. I mean, why can't they do, at this age of technology, why can't they do video conference with her? Is it not possible to do video conference with her? They all meet on via, what do you call this, Zoom. What do you call this thing?
Zoom.
What do you call this thing? You call
Zoom.
Hold on,
yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Use Zoom, and they all gathered and say happy birthday, and they will cut the cake, you know, for her, and they all share the cake in her present. And they wait for her anytime she come back to Nigeria. If they have gifts for her, they can present her with gifts.
Ajande Koko, who celebrates a 51st birthday?
I have never seen that one man.
Because people celebrate the 50th, and you spend the next 5 years recovering from all the money that you spent, and all the, you recover. You don't. I've never heard anybody celebrating a 51st birthday. That even has no meaning.
Even after golden age, I think it's 68 at that age.
Because you are too depressed. You are too depressed that you've turned 50 to be celebrating anything for the next 5 years. So, but they fly to Dubai with the cake.
If Adaleko said is helping them, all those Zoom is unnecessary. All those cutting of cake on Zoom is so unnecessary. Everybody can send text message, happy birthday, ma. If you have maybe a First Ladies Forum, and just send a text message. Then whenever she comes, you can send your gift or whatever. Was all those ceremonies, and there are people stranded in Ukraine there. Nobody is thinking about them. Nobody is sending private jet. But people can get money and travel to Dubai to go and wish somebody 58th birthday, 51st birthday. It's just sad, man.
It's unbelievable,
You know why I said let's even assume that they are desperate to do it. That's why I was suggesting that they should have done it by Zoom. You understand what I'm saying? So, but these people, they don't care. It's my money and your money that they are spending to take a chartered flight and travel there. And I believe they're going to have some extra code with them, or what do you call it? Some big dollars. They have to carry some maybe minimum of 5,000 or 10,000.
They are not lodging in travel lodge, Joe.
No,
they're not lodging in Airbnb, nothing like that.
5-star.
5-star.
The one that is more than 5-star hotel. That is the presidential hotel, presidential suite.
They have a 7-star hotel.
What I even thought about when I saw that video was how that woman will be spending Nigeria's money in Dubai, living in Dubai now. Because look at that apartment alone.
That is why we the people have to vote these people out of power. They don't fit for the purpose of being at the corridor of power at all. They don't care. They don't care about the people. They believe they can get away with anything, and that impunity is of the highest order. They never care. I mean, it's just what we have never seen before is what we have seen in Nigeria. The people in power demonstrate that power show, demonstrate that.
Do you think it's beyond redemption? Because the reason why I'm saying it is these people, they've lived this life for so long and they hold so much power that they are not going to allow anything to stop them from it. They would rather that the country, they would rather you starve to death than them miss a bit in the lifestyle that they are living. So they park themselves, they hire the whole 3 floors of the most expensive hotel because they are first ladies, Esther codes. They don't travel alone, no, they travel with assistants. So all of them with at least 3-4 people. They are PA, the PA to
makeup
their PA,
artist,
the makeup people, all of them. Hotel after hotel, Esther code, because they are on state duty.
Something just crossed my mind now, woman. I'm thinking, how lovely would it have been for us to hear that governor's wife contributed money to charter a flight to go to Poland to pick the Nigerian students.
That would never happen. Let them die. Let them. We know what Marie Antoinette said. Let them eat cake. Let them eat cake. So
madness.
So Ajale Koko, so there it is right there. We could go on and on and on. I could bring 10 videos and you would just continue to say it's worse and worse. But you know the situation as much as I do. We are doomed. But that doomnation, it's going to take a different coloration in 2023. Muslims insist next president must be a southerner of Islamic extraction. So this is a clever play on word, and you can see where they are pointing to with that. So they are insisting on a southern Muslim for the next president. So we know that the APC are coming to the south, but they are insisting on a Muslim. And their argument is that we have never had a southern Muslim or vice president in the history of Nigeria. So they are speaking to a language of marginalization. So what percentage then in the southeast would you say is Muslim? I would say very little. So you can interpret that, or I am interpreting that to mean that they're essentially insisting on a Yoruba Muslim ticket. What are you making of that reading from the Islamic organizations, Ajanle Koko?
One man, those people, in the first place, we have to condemn them that they don't represent us in the Southwest or in the South. Nigeria is a secular state, and everybody, either Christian or Muslim, have the constitutional right to contest for elective office, and whoever that wins will be declared the president of Nigeria, or if not for the president of any other elective position, whoever that wins will be declared the president of Nigeria. That is what the Constitution states. The Constitution does not say we should share position along our religious line. No. So this act of stupidity should be condemned. And I read those people, you mentioned the name of those people behind it, they are Yoruba people. And they don't rent us. We are not like that. We Yorubas are not like that. We don't use religion. We don't use the religion, to scout for political position. It's just act of stupidity. And what they are, the direction they are pointing at, 1 mile, according to you, is TINUBU.
Is that not what it looks like?
Yeah, that is what it is. It's not what it looks like. That is what it is.
Yeah, you look at that.
Yeah, that is what it is. It's just an act of stupidity. It's a total stupidity.
Because with that insistence, they've excluded the whole of the East. Because I'm sure there are Muslims there, but not at the senior level.
Who among them? Who among the people contesting in the East that is a Muslim?
Yes. So
none now.
Yes.
And the only person from the West that we know is TINUBU, who is a Muslim. So I think
that also excludes Yemi Oshibanjo, by the way.
He excluded Yemi Oshibanjo.
Yeah.
So it's just an act of stupidity, and it should be condemned. I don't think we don't represent that. So they represent themselves, and they know why they are doing it. And I mean, it's just it's a total nonsense, and it should be condemned.
But do you not think it's a language that will chime with the North, who, if they are saying they are going to concede the presidency to the South, they are not going to concede a double concession to then concede in faith as well. So they also would favor more a Muslim. The Northerners largely would, that if they are conceding it, we won't concede the ethnicity and the faith as well. So I think that might well be some of the readings that they are, underpinning that comment on that. Do you think it's a throw to the South, that comment, to the North, that comment?
Yeah, 1 man it might be, but at the same time, it's an act of stupidity, because even the Northerner does not see Southern Muslim as original Muslim. They see them as kafiri, or what do you see them? You may call yourself Muslim, but they still see them as infidels. You can't go to according to people that have experienced it. I have never experienced it, but according to people that have been at the North, they said in the North they will not allow you of other tribe to lead them in the prayer. It has to be a Northerner, because they believe they are more
of the faith,
into that religion better than any other person, any other tribe in Nigeria. So, and I have a friend who is a Jordanian. I have a friend who is an Egyptian here. They told me the same thing, that in Saudi Arabia as well, if the person that is going to lead in the prayer is not a Saudi man, they will not pray behind any other person. Even though he's an Arab, they will not line behind him in prayer. So
you know,
see,
I have a lot of thoughts about that space, but it's too controversial for me to share on this platform. But you know, it's a thing. You know, this thing that we are saying is. I just don't want to upset people, but I have thoughts on that. But you know.
Well, it's all over the space. What are you talking? What do you want to? Who do you want to upset?
No, but
It's
look
online.
at that now.
It's online. Who do you want to offend?
No,
I mean, the truth shall be told. We should tell the truth all the time. We should not care about the way some people going to feel. Let them feel the way they want to feel.
Okay. Adanle Koko, let me describe this. Let me paint you a picture and then tell me what you're seeing. So let's say that the faith came in through the north into Yoruba land. So they're saying they're not going to concede to a Yoruba Muslim who came latterly to the religion because they feel that they are more fervent in that religion than them. So, but they will concede to an Egyptian because an Egyptian is more fervent in that religion than them. But the Egyptian, he's not going to lead prayer with the Saudi because he's latterly to that religion than them. So, but the Saudi now, so the Saudi essentially, everybody in that faith has to line behind him. Yes. Because he is the progenitor of the religion, and that cascades through their royal family. So do you not see that's a political strand right there? Yes. Is that not a political strand?
Political right and discrimination. A political and discrimination as well, because it is not in the Quran that they should discriminate.
And does it speak of an equality of mankind, even that hierarchical system?
Where's the equality? Equality have been thrown away. And the Holy Quran preaches of equality. When it comes to it's in there that all Muslims all over the world should see themselves as one family. Irrespective of where they come from, they should see themselves as one family and they should be there for each other. It didn't say that, these are the original people that should lead in prayer, or these are the best Muslim in the world, that this category of people should be regarded as the best in Islamic knowledge or Islamic religion. No, but it's just a human side of way of discriminating against each other, and political superiority against each other and stuff like that. That is what they brought into the region. It's just an act of stupidity and nonsense that we should not accept, and we should condemn it. People that want to feel bad, let them feel bad about it. But it's the truth. It's the truth.
All right, Adanle Koko. So Adanle Koko, we spent a lot of time on this narrative yesterday. The Nigerians stranded in the Ukraine, but 24 hours is a long time, and it looks as though that story has reversed on its head. The rescue has taken effect, and what they're saying is the first set of evacuees should actually have landed in Nigeria already. So Air Peace and Max Air to the rescue. So, and they are just collating them in Poland, in Slovakia, and all of these countries that border Ukraine. So Operation Rescue the Nigerian has commenced, and it looks as though it's running smoothly, but Air Peace to the rescue again. So what are you then making of this now rescue mission by the Buhari regime?
Well, it came out in the news today that Buhari has signed $8.7 million to
Hey, how you doing?
Peace Airline and the other airline to go and evacuate our people from Poland, Hungary, and you know,
Do
maybe
you want me
something
to
to
give
start
you a
there.
moment, Daniel Koko? Do you want me to give you a moment, or are you all right to carry on?
No, I'm okay. I just have
Okay.
some people talking around me here.
All right.
Yeah. So so we have to give kudos to Buhari for signing that. We wouldn't have our people wouldn't have gone through this traumatic situation and you know, suffering and you know, all this inhuman treatment that, you know, they went through in Ukraine and out of Ukraine on their way to Poland and other country for safety. If the Ministry of External Affairs that is responsible for the well-being of Nigeria outside Nigeria, if they have, you know, live up to their expectation, if they have live up that, you know, they are responsible to Nigerian people, we wouldn't have this situation. They will have given directive. They will have provided this evacuation flight before the war started. They will have got in touch. Oyema, that knuckle-headed man, will have got in touch with the president. Will have advised the president, this is the situation, and this is what we believe is going to happen. Let us evacuate our people. Let us offer evacuation flight for them to take them out of that place. But he failed. That man, if that we have a president that is functioning well, that he know what is going on around him, he should have fired that Minister of External Affairs immediately for failing to advise him, for failing to act before this incident happened, that our people have to pay, to suffer and go through pains to get out of that country. You know, one man, I sent you a video, I don't know if you've seen it, about a lady, a pregnant lady that have to work like for 20 hours, you know, to get to Hungary. He described her ordeal, how the Ukrainian border officers, or what do you call them? Yeah, the people at the those officers at their border, the way they did not let them go out, the way they did not let them just to cross from Ukraine to the other side, to another country, to Hungary. They discriminated against our people, against people of color, and allowed only the Ukrainian to get out to the other side. And even though she's pregnant, showed them that she's pregnant, told them that she has been working for about 12 or, you know, more than that, they did not let her cross to the other side. They saying only immigration can, only Ukrainian can cross. That you black, you have to walk. You have to keep walking. You know, so it's a barbaric situation, and we have to give that to Buhari, that he finally signed, give her that contract to Air Peace and the other airline to go and take our people out of evacuate them back home. Kudos to him. It's a good job he did. One man, where are you?
Yeah, sorry. All right. I thought I was on the screen. I was actually talking to you. No, I don't think I got the video that you said you sent. But let me bring you this. Okay. The governor's wives, they responded to the criticism of flying a cake to Dubai. So this is their response. It says Dubai trip wasn't for birthday cake presentation to Aisha Buhari.
Wow.
It was not. Dubai's trip was not for birthday cake presentation to Aisha Buhari, Governor's Wife Forum. The Nigerian Governor's Wife Forum has denied claims making the rounds that they flew to Dubai to present a birthday cake to the First Lady of Nigeria, Aisha Buhari, on the occasion of her 51st birthday on February the 17th. A video of the wives of governors in Dubai carrying a cake and singing happy birthday as they entered a suite occupied by Mrs. Buhari surfaced online on Tuesday. The video sparked outrage on social media as Nigerians accused the First Lady of recklessly spending state funds for such frivolities. However, in a statement released by the wife of Ekiti State Governor and chairlady of the Nigerian Governors' Wives Forum, Bisi Fayemi, explained that the governor's wives did not travel to Dubai to present a cake to the president's wife on her birthday. She stated that they were on an official visit to Dubai and the visit coincided with Aisha Buhari's birthday, so the governor's wife decided to surprise her with a cake. So quite what that official visit is, she did not expand on that, but that is usually the go-to of the scoundrel in Nigeria, isn't it? It was an official visit that
You see how they're trying to lie to people as if we don't have senses in our head. I mean, we watched the video and you are all praising her, you are all singing happy birthday to this lady. Let's even agree that it's not because of birthday that you guys went. What did you people went there to do in group? What is it that...
What would be the official visit that all the Nigerian governors would have in Dubai? What would be that official visit?
What is that official responsibility that they went there to carry it out? What is it? They should tell us. They should tell us. But look at these people. I mean, that will tell you that impunity is of the highest order. They don't even care. That is why they responded. They should have kept quiet and just let it go. But they believe, oh, let us talk. When we talk, what is going to happen? But let us just talk that, oh, we didn't go there. It's because of the cake. It's because of the cake, particularly that these people carried cake to go and do birthday with Aisha Buhari, that they are trying to defend that they didn't go that for cake. In her defense statement, she didn't mention what they went to do. As a group of, I mean, Governor's Wife Forum, what did they go to do?
There's no official reason that all the governors' wives in Nigeria will be in Dubai. What would be the fate?
What is it?
If they are needed at all, then one of them would do. Not every single one of them. It's just ridiculous.
I mean, these people, they are.
Like you said, it should have been better not saying anything than
not say anything and just let it go.
Because that statement will wind people up even more. It will annoy people even more.
It will annoy people more, and they expose themselves. They show how stupid they are. That they are just group of stupid people in power that are trying to show off that, yes, we are in power and we can do whatever we like. I mean, it's just, we are seeing all of this. We are seeing all of this mess that these people are doing. We, the people, must do something. We have to take power from these people. We cannot allow them to retain power or retain power in 2023. We'll be doomed.
You know, Adale Koko, when you add the culmination of all of this, just brainless, mind-numbing sort of money spending, if you add all of it together, you know, that's almost $2 billion they spend on frivolities. Because we've just done an account of all of them, every single first lady there is a party of 3 or 4 more. Herself, and her retinue of people multiplied
Yes.
by all of them, the hotel
Yes.
expenses, the extra code. So what are you looking at? You're looking at what? $500,000 at least for the cheapest one of them, just to
Oh,
go
yeah.
and present cake. And that's not the first instance, and that is not the even in this year. So countless times they all do
Yes.
that.
Countless times.
And that's the whole system all the way through. So that's just a good 2-3 billion that just goes on all these sort of things. You know, just look at all the projects that sort of money can do for the people. You know, it's just a crime. But
It's a big crime. It's a big crime. We cannot, we shouldn't let these people go free in that country. We shouldn't surrender ourselves to them. No. No.
All right. It looks as though rescue might be coming, Ajanle Koko, but this time to the Lagos State space. You know that Sanwo-Olu is a walking wounded. So the space now opens now, possibly for the PDP to seize that space. And this is their show horse. This is the person that is championing that space. So I want you to have a look at this and see if this guy presents enough to unseat Sanwo-Olu. So this is potentially the PDP candidate.
Very beautiful exposition of what we should have in Nigeria. My brother, he speaks the mind of Nigeria. But I want to speak the mind of the Christians.
So, Ajanle Koko, sorry, am I on the screen?
Yeah, you are here.
Yeah, no, Ajanle Koko, yeah. So that's the person leading the thrust for the PDP ticket to unseat Sanwo-Olu. What do you think his chances are?
I didn't hear the audio well. I couldn't hear
Okay.
what he's really saying. But who is that in the first place?
Oh,
What's the
okay.
name?
That is the Egbon of our Egbon.
Oh, well, I think he's been campaigning.
That's Wale Gomez, Alexander
Yeah.
Gomez's older brother, and he is the most likely to get the PDP ticket. So pack your bags on the ready.
Yeah, he's been campaigning hard around the local government in Lagos, and I've seen him. I've watched his interview on several platforms, and it looks serious, and is really punching hard. He is punching hard against them that they have not done well enough in Lagos, that is going to bring a change to Lagos. But what I know, or what I've seen in him, is that he's been going to all local government campaigning and is doing his work. I hope that the people of Lagos can look for something new this time around, and let us just try something new, and let us see, give another set of people a chance to govern the place. Maybe they could bring something fantastic that we've never seen before to Lagos. We can't just be hanging around one party for a long time and we think we're going to have development. No, the little they will show off as development is just a little. It's not going to be that much that we deserve, because we know the way they have been. We know the way. He's showing it again.
No. I'm just playing it I've muted the voice, but I just
okay.
people, so people can see who you're talking about and what you're referencing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I think that gathering, it looked good for that purpose. We have a lot of people in that gathering, in that hall where he's campaigning, and he just have to work harder. He has to work harder, because to unseat the incumbency, the power of incumbency is very strong. To unseat them, you have to work. He has to work extra hard to take his campaign everywhere. Particularly, he has to take it to the rural area. That is where people suffer most.
All this all this Badagry, places that
yes,
they still live in the water.
Yes, he has to take it to rural area. Agbowa and all those places, he has to go to rural area, carry out a very strong campaign there, put your people on the ground, let them continue to do their campaign, fund them, give a good funding for campaign every nook and corner of Lagos. It's not too late. They could unseat them. So people should not see somebody as if they cannot be taken out of the political state. Anybody can be taken out anytime. It just depends on the opposition. So it just depends on how the opposition work hard. You work harder and you are able to come out with alternative position. Let the people see it. Bring out how these people have failed Lagos State. The promises they have made, and they failed to fulfill, bring it out to the people and show to people option the way you are going to do it, and campaign hard that, you don't have no godfather. All this money for, what do you call it? Internally generated, what do you call that company? Alphabeta. Bring it out, let people see how much is paid to Alphabeta in a year, and tell them what you can do with that money for the quality of life of the people in Lagos State. Bring it out. Let us know amount that they are giving to them, paying to Alphabeta, and let us know how you're going to be generating your own fund. What instrument are you going to be using to generate to sustain that internal revenue generation of Lagos State? You have to bring out. He has to bring out, an alternative option to the people of Lagos, because people are looking for alternative option. He has to show that he is the alternative option that can work well for the people of Lagos State. And I believe he can do the job if he intensify effort and do the job right.
All right, thank you, Ajele Koko. You are breaking up somewhat, but thank you. So, so for the benefit of everyone, the person that Ajele Koko was referencing is the person that everybody is of the thought, and I have the assurance from Alexander that he's going to get the ticket for PDP. So the man on your screen is the older brother of our very own Alexander Gomez. So good luck to Mr. Gomez, Omowani, Ejeoshe, and all that. So thank you, Ajande Koko. So let's go on from Ajande Koko to Thomas. Thomas, are you there?
Yes, please. How are you?
Brilliant. I'm good. So before I come to you, Thomas, let me acknowledge Alexander's super chat, which was to the conversation we're having earlier on regarding the Muslims insisting that they must have a Muslim from the South. So Alexander super chats to say, religious bigotry, tribalism, unpatriotism, and unparalleled corruption, the bane of an amazing country, Nigeria. Shameful. So Alexander sums it up in a short paragraph. So thank you, Alexander, for the super chat. So now let me come to you then, Thomas, and take you to this space that Ajande Koko docked somewhat. So the headline already tells you what it is, and the imaging from it expands on it even more. AREGBESOLA approached OONI to help him settle rift with TINUBU. So AREGBESOLA now, in a meeting with the OONI of Ife at the Alaafin of Oyo's private residence, which the Alaafin present, the conversation certainly to do with his rift with TINUBU. So Eba Mebe Baba, essentially what that looks like, or what does it look like to you?
Is he Dobale now? Is he Dobale? I think AREGBESOLA, he doesn't think twice before he went on to do that. People said he didn't mention TINUBU's name, but it's very obvious. Everybody know who is speaking to and who is lambasting. So some people still hide in the dreams of, oh, you didn't mention Tinubu's name. Really? He doesn't need to mention Tinubu's name. He make all the reference pointing the pointer to Tinubu. So for him going there, there is nothing going there for than to really settle the rift between both of them. Because maybe AREGBESOLA is looking at the what is going on in the permutation of APC, that Tinubu may end as the president of Nigeria. If Tinubu end as the president of Nigeria, it's better AREGBESOLA carry all his baggages and leave Nigeria. So because Tinubu is gonna come for him very hardly, and even they put the Tinubu highlight, they will wait for AREGBESOLA. So it's a good move, you know. It's
You know, when AREGBESOLA went after Tinubu in that Osun State space, a lot of people came on this platform to say that he would have been given the go-ahead by his Fulani masters that they're out to destroy Tinubu, because nothing would have emboldened him to make that move. But now, barely 2 weeks passed, he's now very quickly on his knees, doing the sorry sir moves, using the
Oh
OONI
man,
and
I
the
said this
laughing.
now the other day. I said he's gonna go beg last.
Yes, but look how quickly he turned around. So what then emboldened him to make that move in the first place, if he wasn't willing to tough it out?
It's very ridiculous, one man. It's very ridiculous. I know he will. DOG said it that time. People disagree with him that, oh no,
You know
AREGBESOLA
DOJ
want
now.
to.
DOJ is always talking yam yam, isn't he? Eh?
But what he said now is coming to play now. That AREGBESOLA, he doesn't need that thing. He doesn't need it now. He doesn't need it because all what he said that time, one man, is a strong message and big allegation. And
Do you think Tinubu should quickly forgive him? Because AREGBESOLA is a very powerful, potent tool to have in your armory. And if Tinubu is going to go into battle, he will stand a better chance having AREGBESOLA on side with him, fighting that fight, than AREGBESOLA fighting against him. So should we just quickly forgive him and put him to use quickly?
You will forgive him, like I said. Use him, then deal with him later.
Yeah, later. That's yes, of course.
one man, DOG, is really on point. And you remember, people normally said in this part of that Tinubu is a forgiving person.
I think it was Sam.
Yes. I can even I can say that he is a forgiving person, but maybe later on he may deal with you, but he will forgive you at the moment. Because one man, let's deceive ourselves. Tinubu need AREGBESOLA. Tinubu needs AREGBESOLA. If truly is going for this presidency, he need AREGBESOLA in that space.
In fact, if there are two people that would make his chances a lot brighter than it is now, even
In the
if he come out,
southwest.
yes, even in the Nigerian space, if there are two people that will make his chances better if they come out for him fully, it will be AREGBESOLA and Fashola. If those two are vocal in their support for him, his chances increases automatically, because those are powerful figures within the Nigerian space, not just in the southwest.
I know he's very powerful. Even in the federal, Fashola is powerful in that space, and even AREGBESOLA too. Nobody can say they don't know AREGBESOLA. If you don't know AREGBESOLA in Nigeria, I don't know where you are coming from.
Because Fashola will counterweight Abubakar Malami and El Rufai measure for measure. It will beat them now.
Of course,
Is a better brain. Is a better lawyer than AREGBESOLA and a smarter brain than El Rufai, who is the only brain that they have in that clique.
one man, even Fashola, they are even international people. People know every governor of Lagos State, because Lagos State is a big state. If people here in Australia is talking about Lagos, I'll say, how do you say Lagos? They call it Lagos. Every governor that has governed in Lagos for the Fourth Republic they are international people. People know them. People know the governor, every governor that has governed in that state. I'm talking of Lagos, especially Lagos, because some people don't even know that Abuja is the capital of Nigeria. They still think maybe Lagos is still the capital of Nigeria, because anybody coming to Nigeria, they would first of all go to Lagos. Most flights normally goes to Lagos. So Aregbesola will beg, no way. Aregbesola will beg, and Tinubu is a jagaban now. Tinubu is a jagaban. If we are just deceiving ourselves, that man is powerful. So I give it to him, but he could have think twice before coming out, because those
Why are you people? Why are you? What you people are not sure about? So are you saying that he cannot go to Oba for any other thing? He has to go and beg because of
But why is it a coincidence?
because he want to beg Tinubu?
The timing and the
No,
narrative.
forget about timing. He can go to the Oba. He's one of the political leaders in Yoruba land. He can go to any Oba anytime. It doesn't mean that because he went there, he went to beg for Tinubu. Why are you people arriving at this conclusion like this?
Because that is what the information leads to. Yeah,
in Southwest politics, you don't hear
it is like propaganda by some people. How can you say that because he went to OONI or he went there, it is this thing?
Okay, let's
they carry out hold on one man. They carry out the same this Tinubu crazy thing. And you see people that are lazy, people that doesn't want to work hard, people that want to take something that does not belong to them, they lie about the same thing they did to what do you call this thing? Dele Momodu. They went and carry video that Dele Momodu did 2 years ago.
No. The two don't marry up. Let's look at what we do.
I'm just telling you, they did the same thing too. We treated it here.
No. That one is not quite the equivalent.
Why is not quite equivalent?
Let's look at what we do know. What we do know is that last week there was a public spat between AREGBESOLA and Tinubu. It wasn't so much AREGBESOLA and Tinubu, but actually AREGBESOLA throwing missiles and missiles in the direction of Tinubu, verbally insulting him. We all saw the video clips, etc. We saw that play out last week. So now this week, we are seeing AREGBESOLA now approaching the OONI of Ife, who is within his own state parameters, and then invited him to come with him to a meeting with the Alaafin of Oyo. So you cannot uncouple those three situations that happened in the immediacy of themselves to say they are not interrelated and it's just some coincidental government matter. I've never heard of that meeting ever taking place in the 4 years that he has been in situation. But then this thing happened immediately, and then these sequences in tandem, and you are saying they are not related. It's all
The incident that happened that you are referring to, that he fired at Tinubu, happened like 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago, before the election.
Yeah, right.
So, before the primary, and this one, before the primary. The primary was like 2 weeks ago. And he just went to OONI and this thing. Why do you people want to conclude that he went to OONI and this thing to beg for Tinubu?
Well, he's a minister. Because that is how he reads now. That is how he reads.
You cannot read like that. He's a minister of internal affairs. He might have a reason. He might be trying to do something. He might be trying. Hold on. Let me finish.
Hold on. Let's DOG add. What did you want to add? What did you add?
I said Tinubu just went to see Alaafin of Oyo and OONI of Ife. So they probably talked about him. Maybe them OONI actually even ushered him to come. So it's quite correlating again, Southwest politics, when you hear news like that, is mostly 100% confirmed.
No, it's
because
what is Tinubu has now gone to meet the OONI.
I know you don't want to. I don't like to hear about Tinubu.
He's begging. We all know he's begging.
No, it's you people that are misinterpreting what is going on. Look, if he had decided to go and beg for Tinubu, there's a way he can do it that the public will not know anything about.
Okay, so what are you making of this? Hold on. What are you making now of this added on information that Tinubu has now gone to meet the Alaafin and the OONI, and you're still saying they are not interrelated?
You said Tinubu has gone to meet after he met.
No, AREGBESOLA met with the Alaafin and the OONI, and then the Alaafin summoned Tinubu, and Tinubu has now gone to meet the Alaafin and the OONI of Ife to have a closed-door discussion after AREGBESOLA had already met them, off the back of what AREGBESOLA did barely 3 weeks ago. You are saying they are not interrelated?
Okay, let me tell you this. It could happen that the Oba are trying to settle the rift between them because they know them well. They have known them as to be friends, and they've had very good relationship with two of them. So the Oba might be trying to settle this political misunderstanding between them.
The only question will be
but saying that he went to Dobale, he went to Dobale. No, what do you guys mean?
The Oba should make him Dobale.
Don't read what is you shouldn't read.
This is Ogana Master now.
The Oba
Ogana Master.
No, Oba are doing their own to settle. They don't want this thing to escalate more than what they have seen, and they are trying to play the elderly role. They are trying to play the elderly role to bring them together. And if that is what they are trying to do, we have to commend them. But for you people to now say, oh, you went to Dobele, I mean, you people should just not be spreading this kind of propaganda like this.
No, that is what it reads like now.
No, you guys are spreading propaganda, and you guys should just stop it.
We have our opinion too now.
No. Even the facts lend to that narrative. That is begging. That is going to beg the Obas.
Okay, but
I don't know who dislikes Tinubu more. Ajaleko or Rational Man.
Yoruba say Adekela no Omokulo.
Okay, but it's
English.
All right. No, carry on.
Confessed yesterday, and the child died today. So there's correlation between these both meetings. AREGBESOLA went to met with the Obas, and Tinubu went there as well. So let's just move on. To me, there is correlation between the both incidents because Tinubu, and you rightly say, AREGBESOLA will come out and he will not apologize openly, but stylishly he will apologize, and he will see.
You know what he will do? He will start to attack the journalists to say this is just bad journalism that we have in this country, that they misinterpreted his words to try to cause a rift between him and his long-standing friends at TINUBU, that nothing can ever divide them, that it is the enemies that we will use. That's the language that he will use.
That is it.
You know?
And we said, one man, did I mention the man's name? Did he mention Tinubu's name? No, he didn't. But people know when he's talking, people know that the punter is pointing to Tinubu. So you said it all. Later on, we come out, you will see now, we start campaigning for Tinubu, and the fight don't finish.
But as DOG said, he may think he would know that the fight is not finished anyway, because he knows that he still due a punishment. But it depends on how hard it works for Tinubu. But let me move you from that space.
He will carry broom and sweep everywhere where they go to campaign.
That's the thing. You can go and wash the toilet. Tinubu will make him wash the toilet. Let me move you on from that space to the space of the Muslim associations now insisting that the ticket must go to a southern Muslim. You know, a southern Muslim. They are quite specific, and they played the marginalization narrative that the country has neither ever had a southern Muslim president nor a vice president, either military or civilian. So they are insisting now that is what they are going to campaign for. So I'm not quite sure how much Islam has penetrated the eastern part of Nigeria, but I'm not really aware. Apart from Neduoko, I've never heard of an Easterner Muslim. So essentially what they are saying, by my reading, is for a Yoruba ticket. But what is your reading, Thomas?
One man, they should go and sit down. They should go and find somewhere to sit down Nigeria is a secular country. I don't know why they get all this notion for. Woman, I think we have to cancel all this religion, ethnic. If you are Nigeria, you are Nigeria. Woman, I don't care. I'm even saying now, I don't even care. If God can tell me now that is a Muslim northerner in 2023 that will make things work in Nigeria, I will say let it be. If northerner want to make it work, that 2023 northerner Muslim ticket, if he emerge as the president of Nigeria, that is the president that will make everything good. Why not? I don't care where you come from. I don't care your religion. I don't care your background. I don't care your ethnic coloration. I don't care your skin, the color of your skin. I care about somebody that will work, competent people, competent person that will work, that will change things around. It's not about religion. Now they move from southerner, not from northerner, now to southerner. Now they are claiming they want southerner Muslim. What are we talking here? I don't understand, woman. Because if you are saying about Fulanization this, Fulanization that,
I don't think the North will accept a ticket that is not Muslim.
but woman, why not? Why can't the Muslim? Is it only Muslim and Christian in Nigeria? We have pagan, we have Olorisha, we have different people. So if the Christian come out now, we want Muslim, we want Christian, the Aborishas too come out, we want this, those the haters, they want to, people that doesn't believe in anything, we want to. So how are we gonna move on? So if they don't want Muslim tickets, they should just add it in the north. If they want to have it again, they should have it. But this coloration of we want Muslim ticket, and vice president, the southerner Muslim has not had it. Is it turn by turn, as we normally say? Because they should just go and sit down. They should find somewhere to sit down. It's very annoying, woman. Very, very annoying.
All right. And to the narrative of the police officer carrying jollof rice after Big Madam in Kwara State, that clip has gone viral and the whole of Nigeria outraged. The policeman has been summoned, Thomas.
But woman, there is nothing that policeman can do. I don't blame him. I blame the politicians and even the IG. I said earlier on that if police escort that's supposed to be protecting all the citizens will be at the back of e-money, Obi Kubana, that one that call himself, maybe him or her, I don't even know what I will classify him, maybe him or her, Bobrisky, they should be very ridiculous. Open doors, escorting them around. So if any politician is doing this to our police officer, you can't blame politicians. You can still say politicians, they are VVIP. So they still have that power. But what of the normal citizen? They are not political appointees. They are nothing. I can say they are nothing because Bobrisky is nothing to me. For police to be carrying bag, open the door, escorting him or her around Nigeria. So that, as Ajale Kuku rightly said, there is nothing that policeman can do. Because, and two, corruption too. As you rightly said, even that policeman, it could be even the person that said, Madam, bring the plate. We are here to serve you. We are here to clean your sheet, clean your this. So it may not be the police, the woman that even instructed him to carry the plate of rice. Even it could be the police, because after they put you under all these politicians, those politicians still give them stipend every day, every month. They give them, like, they put them on the payroll on their self after collecting after collecting money from the federal government, their normal salary. So it's just ridiculous, woman. We see politicians here, they don't even have escort. We see premier here, they don't have escort. Even our prime minister here, he doesn't have police escort. He doesn't have police escort. They just have people around them. Even they carry their bags. They carry them. We saw Obama, woman, carrying his own umbrella on his head, carrying his own bag by himself. So our politicians, the politicians depreciate our force. So anything our force they are passing through now. But woman, why are they summoning him? Summoning him for what?
Well, to explain why he did that is what essentially they are going to ask him to do. Because, that clip has gone viral. And, the country has been complaining about that space for a very long time, for years and years, about police officers carrying bags for Madam. And there was one that was killed in Ogun State with, I can't quite remember, Gbenga Daniels. He was acting as gate man for Gbenga Daniels, a police officer, when some runaway driver just hit him and killed him, accidental whatever. So this behavior of carrying bags, opening gates, now carrying jollof rice, people are fed up with this, and they captured this on video. It went viral, so they had to respond. They had no choice but to respond.
I pity that guy. I pity that guy because
I pity him though. I hope they are not going to seek to try and punish him. Because why should they punish him? Is that not his job?
yes, that is his job. That is his location. And woman, all the politicians they are bigger than police force. They are bigger. They tell them what to do. You can imagine they will send them even go and carry my kids from the school. The policeman will be open door for the daughter and sons of the politicians. They carry their school bag. So they are errand boy. So if they don't do that, they will summon you. They will change you. They will take that position from you. They will put you in the counter in the police station. And even a policeman said, if they want to punish you, they will put you in the counter in the police station. They will not put you at the checking point because those guys at the checking point, they are the richest one. Anytime you trample on any DP, they will put you at the counter because people at the counter, they don't have so much money. But people outside there on the roadblock, they make more money. So I don't know why they will punish this guy. One man, it's just ridiculous. I don't know.
That woman said,
all right.
From police college, you make somebody's husband, somebody's father to be.
That's what upsets people. The male-female divide in Nigeria is still something that they hold. That somebody is, in some traditions in Nigeria, imagine if that man was the sort of man where the tradition is for his wife to kneel down to present his food. So his wife, when he's at home, he will sit like big man. The wife will kneel down and say, daddy. That some wives, they still call their husbands daddy, sir. Daddy, sir. He will kneel down and serve his food. Daddy, sir, ready. But then when he gets to work, he is carrying plate behind mommy, sir. His dad is at home, and oh God, man, oh my show,
woman. And you can see this man, a whole balele, a whole husband of somebody with kids carrying jollof rice, following a lay woman. No. We are doomed. Nah.
Anyway, it's Abubakar. Is Abubakar, so maybe there are cultural facilities for that. Yeah, come in, rational mind.
Yeah, you see this issue. I'm coming. Or just the beginning.
Carry on.
So I'm sorry. I was just trying to respond to my. So I see. You see this issue. This ways of the way we use police in Nigeria is so laughable because when the kind of people like MC Oluomo, his own son, could be having a police and the police will be opening door for his own son, you wonder what kind of a nation are we running? The police in other developed countries, like where most of us are living, they are professional people.
No, we
In fact,
cannot be drawing parallels between Nigeria
hold
and
on now.
America.
No,
No,
one man,
because you do
get
it all
get
the
on my
time.
nerve when you talk like
Yeah,
this. You get on my nerves like this.
no,
You
you
live in,
cannot
you
now. How
live,
can
hold
you?
on, hold on. If you cannot, then what are we talking about? Why are we here?
How
Why are
long
we
has
here?
how long has the United States been
Oh my
civilized?
goodness. What about other countries that are getting it right? Not up to Nigeria in about 60 years. They're doing it better.
Like
South
where?
Africa. Hold on, no. South Africa.
South Africa is not an African country.
It's not what?
You are right,
It's not
one
an
man.
African country.
South Africa is what?
Is
South
not an
Africa is what?
African country. Huh?
Oh my goodness. One man, you see, that's why sometimes
It's a Dutch country.
I don't like talking.
Hold on.
When you don't allow people to talk.
Is South Africa not a Dutch country?
A Dutch country. And where is it?
Yes.
What's the name of the country? South Africa.
South Africa, yes.
Did they say South
Okay.
Europe?
All right.
My goodness.
Okay. All right. Carry on.
Please.
Eh?
What I'm trying to say is this. You see, like the example you just gave of a man carrying jollof rice or rice for whoever. It's sometimes you just want to make you wonder, what kind of a country are we running? That is what that country is upside down. When the bulk of the police that were supposed to police the people are policing personalities, policing their kids, I wonder, why can't they make it whereby, okay, look at Shore. Shore has personal bodyguards. They are all kit up. You saw that you even think maybe they're SS. No. This is what they should do. Let them go and you see, if we're saying there's unemployment in that country, they can create employment through that security. If you are a high personality person and you want security, go and get for private security firm. Not for you to be
good. But there are security firms in Nigeria. There is loads of them. People just want police that will carry gun and blow siren.
You don't know the politics behind
easily.
Hold on. The politics behind it is that they give the DPO or the orgas who send those police, they give them money. They get money from these individuals that they guard. They get money from them. Because you can't just ask, you're like, okay, big Kubana now. You can't just walk into a police station and say, yeah, you follow me. You have to talk to the DPO or whoever, the superior there. You give them money every monthly. I used to work for somebody back in Lagos who has a pastor. I used to follow him. You go to the DPO and they give them money. They give him.
That's what I'm saying to you.
You see, the politics behind this is the corruption in that profession called the police. Ask any person you know that has police guarding his kids or his wife or himself. He pays the police. It's not for free.
We know that they pay them. I know young boys in Lagos that have police escorts. Young boys, they don't work for any government.
Is that what police are supposed to be? Is that what police? You see, sometimes the way we talk on this platform or other places, the way we reason, we see things how it's done elsewhere or how it should be done. And we're doing it in a different way, and we're expecting a different result in Nigeria. How can it be?
No, but we cannot use the American yardstick as the.
If you cannot use it, what are you going to use?
Yeah. No, you can use it as an aspiration, but you cannot use it as something. America has been civilized for a very long time. Nigeria is still uncivilized.
Cut that off.
Am I telling lies? Am I making up stories?
I'm not saying you're telling lies.
Yeah.
You see, when it's convenient for us, we use example of America. That is what we do best in that country called Nigeria. But when it's not, when it's the other way for us, we start looking for excuses. Don't compare America. Don't compare. I was using South Africa now. You say South Africa. Even go to Rwanda then. Just Rwanda. Go.
Okay,
Rwanda,
you can use Rwanda. So if their standards are higher in Rwanda,
then
we should be worried.
Policing everywhere is the same thing. What I mean, policing everywhere is the same thing. They are supposed to do the same job, protect the people, protect the civilians, not to protect individuals. We wonder why we have high rate crime in that country. When police are supposed to be guarding people, supposed to be in the police stations and be guarding areas, they are guarding personalities and their kids. They will be opening door for them, making them look like boy. But even your president, somebody was saying, one of his presidential candidates said, if he becomes president, he's going to cut off that issue of that AD camp that usually follows the president. I will be behind you and stand like as if there's a body. No, in developed country, you don't see such. This is not only in Nigeria. You see an AD camp carrying a military officer carrying bag for a president civilian. My goodness, what have we turned that country to? Turn the whole profession to? So we need to sit down and start having dialogue.
But the American president has a retinue of security personnel.
You don't see them standing like a Iroko tree behind them. They are somewhere.
That's a matter of cultural.
And you don't see them. You don't see them wear military uniform behind them like I see they are.
No, in instances you do. But come on, man, come on. We are not Americans, rational mind.
It's a caveman society we are running in that country.
It is not. It is not. We are not Americans, so don't expect us to be.
You see, one man. We are not Americans, so.
What do you mean that we are not Americans, so they should not do right? They should not.
Are we Americans?
What kind of training? What kind of training did they give them? Did they give them training to go and carry Jollof rice?
No. That's a step too far.
So they were not trained like that. These people, they are abused by the people in power, and they just use them contrary to the norms of their profession. And they are scared too. They don't want to lose their job. And that is why they surrender to them.
These guys get tips, and they appreciate the tips, because if they are not getting that tips in that way, they'd rather be on the road getting the tips from people, stopping cars, getting tips. Our police force is just useless. They need to flush them out and recruit new people.
You will blame the government.
It doesn't work that way. They need reorientation.
We know, that's what we are saying. It doesn't work that way. It's sad. The police force is so useless. Those people want to do that job. That job that we think is degrading, the guy wants to do it because he will get more tip going on rather than staying in the station. It's sad, and that's what is going on.
Do you know that those policemen, they usually fight for that position to be?
Yes, of course. Now, for reasons that DOJ just said, every day they go home no less than 10K.
Of course, they go home with something. But the thing is, this is because they deliberately made them that way. They made that police profession to be whereby you don't get paid.
But no. That's an aside. Even if they get paid,
it's a what? That's a what?
No, that's an aside. But because them not getting paid, it doesn't affect anything. Their salary is such that what they will be getting in tips from the big person, that is probably their salary. They could get their salary in a 1 day tip. So whether they are getting paid regularly doesn't really come into it.
However you spin it, what I know is that there's something completely wrong.
Yeah, let's hear from Ife. Yes, Ife, good to have you. Yeah.
Good evening, everybody on the platform. Woma, I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you approve of those type of behavior?
No, of course not. I don't now. But
okay,
the
now,
circumstances,
irrespective of the circumstances,
right?
Do you approve of a servitude type of behavior?
No, I don't. Not to that level.
Not to that level. So, what's your threshold?
Well, the threshold will be, they can open the door to their principal, because you'd expect that, and they can support physically if the need is there, but not to the point of, okay, let's say, for instance, they are carrying luggages and they need hands, and you are a police orderly with him or her. Then you can help with the luggages as well as everybody else helping with the luggages. So that's not servitude. That's giving a hand. You can open a door. That's not servitude. That's part of the compliments that you're extending. But when you're carrying handbag and now carrying
that is the extreme.
Do you know why I'm asking this question?
I know where you're leading me to. God.
It seems an average African culture have this servitude mentality, such that when somebody has some privilege, either of
is it servitude or respect?
It's not respect, it's servitude.
But respect, servitude is not just right. It's not right.
Respect is not right. It's not respect is not right.
Area, in that, hold on.
We should have moral decadence like you have in America.
No. That is not what we're saying. Over there,
when they are calling their father Billy, Peter, this is what we're doing.
Are we talking about the family here, or are we talking about a profession?
No, we're talking about society. So everything is a reflection. But let Ife, hold on. Let Ife lead me to where he wants to lead me to. Ife, carry on. Yeah.
Now, over the years, over the centuries, you find that in the African culture, there's this type of master-slave approach to when people are in power or when people have some form of affluence in the community. And that's where I always have problem in the African space if I go back home. Because somebody has money, the next thing in his head is, how do I want people to respect me because of the money I have? So what do? I want to get a policeman. I want to get some form of bullies behind me to give me that, would I say, class distinction, which for me is more or less like you are just messing yourself around. Yes, I understand there is insecurity in the whole country. Everybody just need some form of security to him of ourselves. Let's go back to our obas, the emirs, and even the traditional institution. You find out that in the palace there is a small boy. If he's not fanning the oba, he is bending down when he ought to be in
You object
school.
to that too?
100%.
It's wrong.
You object
It's wrong.
to that?
It is
God.
wrong.
100%.
It is wrong. It is wrong.
100%.
Can they allow their own kids to do that?
No,
Exactly.
no, they are privileged. They are privileged.
So God, this master servant thing is still there, ingrained in our brain in Africa. We still have that mentality. That is what is killing us in some ways.
There are
Even
there's
the
an
royals
underprivileged class in every
England
society.
has people that
If I think you are exaggerating, or you say if you go to Obafala, you see small boy there.
Not every.
You don't see small.
Some palaces.
Some, not of them.
Let me use some, sir.
No,
an example
which
of that
palace can you mention specifically? I've never seen any palace that uses small boy.
Oba of Benin and the OONI of Ife too. He has this. I'm not quite sure if they are small boy, but they are very young men that they paint their face in a particular way and always curry around him like muses. That they have that tradition in Asia where they have like a retinue of muses that follow elites. But
do you think they are below 18?
I suspect they may well be, but not boys.
No, it's never done. It's never done in Yoruba culture. It's never done. They are adults.
No.
You can't see small boy. You cannot see small boy in any palace.
No. You need to see the one behind. You need to see the one standing behind the Oba of Benin. It's a small boy. That boy is not 16. I think there was an article.
I don't know about Oba of Benin. I'm talking of Yoruba land. I don't know about Oba of Benin.
Rational mind, I think that is with Oba of Benin. I think it has been like that.
We
Even the
don't
former
do
one,
it.
there is
We
always
don't do it in Yoruba land.
Hold on, but if I wanted to paint a picture, he wants us to jettison our tradition and become Westernized. Hold on, Thomas. Tell us to jettison tradition and become Westernized.
Yeah. What I'm against is what are the conditions of these people. Now you are referring to the
terms of employment. What are you talking about?
No, one man, are you trying to say our tradition is slavery?
No, it's not our tradition, it's slavery. You know, if you're talking about
so
servitude.
The point Ife pointed out is the slavish part of our tradition.
No,
so he's not saying we should jettison everything.
Slavery.
He's only condemning that aspect.
No, it's the language.
You see, let me tell you people for the Oba of Benin. The Oba of Benin only has a virgin boy.
Look at that.
It doesn't matter what age. Yes, that is it. It's just a virgin boy. I think it's for some kind of spiritual sanity or something like that. So
I know the reason. I know the reason.
They are going to sacrifice him when the Oba goes or
something. No. It's for its protection.
It has always been like that with all Obas of Benin.
Oh, okay. We lost the first somewhat. I was wanting to see
what is the science behind that? That you need a virgin around you to be.
No, it's not science. It's traditional.
To be safe.
Go ahead.
I mean, what kind of science is behind that? I mean, psychological science.
It's a spiritual coloration. It has been there from generations down past to him, and they know the benefits. So even though if we want to know, we need to go deep to find out what it is. But I cannot stay here and tell you exactly what it is.
Hold on. Let's get back to Ife, who was painting a picture. So Ife, yes, carry on.
That's one I just want to see a picture painted.
You were saying something about the royal family here. That we do you know that people that work with the royals here, they have some of them. It's you can go and do a.
No, we've lost him again. So that's
You lost
Ife.
it there.
Yeah.
Yeah, woman, back to the discussion. Yeah. So for me, it's for them to punish that man, I will find it very sad and even is ridiculous to me. They should set a standard. This is when we appoint you to go and serve a politician. This is your scope of work. This is what you should do. This is not what you should do. So by that time,
the DPO of his station should be summoned too, because it didn't just go to that place on his own account.
That's what I'm saying. They should have scope of work. This is what you're supposed to do. This is not what you are not supposed to do. So
do you think this will mark the beginning of the end of this behavior? Because the society is recoiling from it, and this might well be that seminal moment.
It won't stop it, but it will reduce all this superiority or using them for slave. It will reduce this drastically because the video, one man, don't let us deceive ourselves. The video diminished the entire police force from the IG to the last cobra.
That's stop it, Jared. That video uplifted them. They are now important in the society. Have you not seen the one of a policeman washing the video's car? Is it today? Is it not why kids went to Toge to go and die for nothing? Were they not fighting for the police welfare? You see, to me, I think the society is just rotting.
Exactly.
No matter what we do or what we try to say, these things are not going to change.
Even the
For
IG,
example, one of the oddlies following E-Money, when they said he should not be following him, that he's not a political person or something like that, the man said he's ready to resign and get a private license and follow E-Money.
Of course,
you see, the government do not pay them. Their welfare package is so poor to the fact that they are ready to do anything to survive. Poor kids went on the street to cry for their own welfare, not even for their own kids, for their own for themselves, but for these guys. And what happened? They ended up killed. So what do you want us to do? This guy should just continue being slaves. Maybe if they deal with this one, he will quit and go and join Boko Haram, because that is what they do. They become kidnappers. They become thieves. How many are they going to sack with all the training, with all the information they have?
But Lord Michael, this police that is watching the video's car, are you sure?
Yes. No, it's on the internet now. See, sometimes I don't just like to just come and talk. If somebody tells you something, just check it on the internet. You will see it there. It was viral. This was like last month. I saw it. I just laughed.
Woman, let's move on. Nigeria is finished.
All right. Thank you, Thomas. So, Thomas, let me go on to Sam O, who is also with us. Sam, are you still there? We've not heard a bit from you. So,
yeah, good evening.
Yeah, good to have you, Sam. So, this somewhat no, let me even not start you from that space. Let me start you from a different space. Thomas, not Thomas, Sam. The AREGBESOLA narrative. So he approaches the OONI, and then the OONI then takes him to the Alaafin to discuss how to mend the rift between him and TINUBU. So not quite even a month has passed since he was preening and peacocking and throwing agbada all over Osun State, but very quickly on his knees. So AREGBESOLA adopts the Idobale position. What says you, Sam?
Hello, can you hear me now?
We can hear you loud and clear.
All right. So to AREGBESOLA and Bola Tinubu, we don't actually know the crux of the matter, but I want to believe from what everyone has said earlier that it could as well be a reconciliatory move. AREGBESOLA knows he messed up. he knows he's losing it. But on the flip side, like I've mentioned some moment ago, I've been on this platform. But TINUBU is not a politician that fights to finish. He will give you that space to come back. He forgives, but he doesn't forget. Remember Pedro? Remember Koforo Olabokno, the deputies he had when he was the Lagos governor many years ago. So there is no perfect human. We make mistakes. You know, he made a blunder. It was a terrible blunder. We saw the casket that was being carried by the people in Alimosho local government area, one of the
Yes, I
largest.
was going to reference that. You know, that is AREGBESOLA's constituency in
That's
Lagos.
that's
That's
it.
where it came out of. Yeah.
That it was a political suicide for him to have done that to it. Whether he mentioned their names or not, it doesn't matter. He mentioned Baba Konde's name. So who is Bola Tinubu's to AREGBESOLA? I mean, that he didn't mention. He intentionally didn't mention him, but him describing them as we used to see them as our leaders. We were loyal to them. Now they have done the same to demigod. Everybody knows where the fire is being shot at. It doesn't need to mention their names. So it's still it was just being cultural as well by not mentioning their names, and he didn't want to go overboard. But then we knew where he was firing the shot at. If he wants to come back, yeah, the door is always open. Bola Tinubu will always receive him back, but like we all know, the part of the body that is fresh cannot be the part of the body that was wounded and been healed again. The scar is still going to be there. When you one man mentioned the other time about the two politicians in Nigeria that people would respect when they come out to back you up. I will agree with one person you mentioned, but the other one I didn't agree with. I agree with the AREGBESOLA part, but the Fashola part. Fashola is a bit popular, but I'll mention Oshiomhole, someone that can go on the campaign.
No. Do you think Oshiomhole is still relevant? I thought they finished him. I thought it was finished.
I'm not talking about the relevance in the party. I'm talking about someone that can galvanize vote for you. The oratory part of him that can go on the street. I mean, at campaign ground, and then AREGBESOLA is very good using the Yoruba rhetorics and is very, very sound. He knows how to campaign very, very well. So Bola Tinubu will use him, but whether he's going to punish him afterwards.
No, I'm talking about getting the ticket first. You know, the internal battle for that ticket in APC. It looks as though Tinubu is fighting it alone. The only voice that has ever really sounded in his direction is Sanwo-Olu, who is really essentially not really a voice. But if voices like Fashola and AREGBESOLA are coming out just to make clear that they are backing him, I think that stands him in better stead for that ticket, because he seems to be alone at the moment, the way it reads.
What it is it's not time for politicking yet. When the politics start proper, we'll all see where everyone aligns to. Like Jibril said, the guy from Buruji Bebeji in Kano State, what's it called? Jibril Abdul Mimino is the one leading the campaign for Bola Tinubu.
Yes.
He's already mentioned that there are 14 governors that back in Bola Tinubu, so we don't know them yet, but he knows them. We know about the governor of Kano, which is a very strategic state in Nigeria. You can see Bola Tinubu in all of his sojourning around. He has not been to Kaduna State because he knows he's not going to get El-Rufai's, support, but he's going everywhere.
Do you think he should work on that? Because if he can get El-Rufai, then that's game over, isn't it?
El-Rufai is not. He's already done his 8 years by next year, so it's not like he's gonna be a very, very a force to be reckoned with. El-Rufai can run you down within the party. He's a dangerous guy. You know, I like him.
No, it's to get the ticket. You know, you have to get the ticket before you get the presidency. So the ticket is really.
I understand. Out of 22 governors, if 20 governors back him, and El-Rufai, who doesn't shy from controversy, decide to step back and support someone else, no, he's not going to see it as being treacherous on his side. I mean, Bola Tinubu is not going to see it that way. As a matter of fact,
those 22 governors backing him might not matter, because the voices that will matter, in fact, the voice that will matter is Buhari at the end, and Buhari's voice will be led by people like El-Rufai, Abubakar Malami, King Gigbe, people like that. And the way that they are pointing Buhari's voice at the moment, because the governors say they want, I think, Siroma for APC chairman, but Buhari insists that he wants Abdullahi Adamu So that tells you then that they want to use the chairman for a particular purpose. And the only space that the chairman will come into his own is who gets the ticket. So it needs to penetrate, TINUBU, it needs to penetrate that cabal to just get the assurances that he needs.
And El-Rufai can sway the minds of those his so-called 22 governors or 20 governors in a snap of a finger.
Yes, he has that power, so he has to get El-Rufai, really.
Yeah, he's going to try his best, but if he doesn't get it, it's not the end of the world. El-Rufai is a factor, but it's not a major factor in the scheme of things. If he's going to lose El-Rufai's support...
So your own thinking.
Let me land, please. Please. If he doesn't get El-Rufai's support, he can... You know Bola Tinubu's tricks, politricks, I will describe as. He can go into any PDP state and lure any governor and talk them through. It's politics. It's a game of come and be on my side and I can give you something. All of them are after something. El-Rufai has already mentioned he's not interested in politics again. The biggest money he made in his life was from writing books. Whether that's true or not is left to be seen. But one thing, let's go back to the main discourse where the reconciliation is going on. I think...
Yeah, before you go, let me ask you this question real quick on that main discourse. How do you think, why would you say what AREGBESOLA did is blunder?
It was a blunder. As a Yoruba man...
speaking the truth?
What truth is he speaking?
What truth is he speaking?
That these guys have become demigods. Isn't that what we come here to complain every day?
Is AREGBESOLA himself not a demigod?
What truth is he speaking?
He's guilty, but sometimes it's good when they kill themselves.
So he's not speaking the truth then.
It gives us a chance to find our feet.
Let me tell you the truth. Say this politics is as much guilty as what is criticizing Bola Tinubu for too. Do you know how many people that want to come out from Alimosho that you have stopped? So, I mean, that's politics for you. So when it's not going your way, you tend to cry out. But let's go back to where they're going to the Obas to. I think they're just trying to clear the coast. The Obas are trying to warm the way for Bola Tinubu. That's what I'm thinking. They don't want any...
You said something about
Alimosho. Hold on. Let him land that thought.
Can't I interject him?
No, because his flow is being broken too often. So let him land the point. Carry on, Sam.
Yeah, so I think basically they are trying to clear the coast for Bola Tinubu. I mean, the Obas. They don't want any skirmishes among the Yoruba politicians. They want there to be like, let us go into this as a united front. They have everything to gain as Yoruba elders as well, when one of them is the president. See, there's a difference between idealism and realism. Something that is ideal does not mean it's realistic. This is Nigeria we're talking.
Oh, we lost him. So yeah. Rational Mind, you wanted to interrogate him on Alimosho. He'll be back in a second. All right, we've lost.
Is he back?
No, he's dropped somewhat. Okay. Oh no, it's back. Yeah. So you put your question to him as he comes back on screen. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, no, we can. You are dipping in and out. But Rational Mind wanted to interrogate you.
Let me quickly ask this question so I'll allow you to continue your line of thought. So you said Alimosho. We keep touting that thing that is strong basis Alimosho. I tell you today, go to Alimosho. It's nobody in Alimosho. So let us not use this Alimosho thing. That is in the past. That is his glory in the past when it was there. When it was maybe one time the councilor or chairman of that place. Forget it. It doesn't have that Alimosho like it used to. APC and TINUBU and his men, they have Alimosho to themselves. So let's just keep using that Alimosho. That's a past glory. That's just what I want to say. And I don't know if you have something else to say about that.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, I agree with you to some extent, but then, however it is, as a politician and someone that is working for a common goal, let's not forget this is a party, it's APC. Hear what El-Rufai said the other time. He said he's going to support anybody. He just doesn't want PDP to come back to power. That's his opinion. As a party, you want to put your best foot forward. You want to go as a united front. Okay? So if it's not relevant in Alimosho again, like we saw where they were carrying the casket the other day, that just shows it was politically buried in that scheme of things from that part of Lagos.
We cannot, sorry, Sam, to interrupt you, but we cannot say what Rational Mind said obtains. When, as you rightly said, we saw just barely 5-6 days ago, they were carrying his political coffin in Alimosho. So that tells you that they still consider that is where his political potency is.
Of course.
If he's long gone and long forgotten, then they do not carry his coffin there. So they consider him to still be of that space, and that is why they were rejecting him in that space.
Woman, I want to disagree. They just wanted to use it to spite him. You know, they just wanted to show that since you've left here, you are nobody here, and you are not coming back here. And that was what Rational Mind tried to state. So that was like a send-off party for him. So even if he becomes Tinubu's best pal tomorrow, they reconcile. He should have it at the back of his mind that Ali Mosho can come back for him anytime. That was what they just proved to him. And it's coming for everybody too. And if you do that here, we will beat you like that too. But we'll not carry a coffin for you.
Yeah, don't worry. You know me, I'm always well behaved. But Sam, you know. Yeah. But you say Tinubu is a forgiving man, but is he a forgetting man? Because Tinubu needs AREGBESOLA right at this moment. So he should very quickly just let it slide. They will let it slide, not let it go. Yeah.
No, they will reconcile. They will do their normal jokes and they will come together at the end of the day. But then, like Yoruba people say, is the owner like I don't know, Onikulomoka. I don't know how to interpret that in English. He is the one that knows what he's going to do at the end of the day. See, there are some forces in Nigeria that you cannot go against, whether in the north or in the south. Everybody have their own base. But Tinubu does not own Nigeria, but to some extent, he has friends all over. Even in the part of the southeast where people hate him that much for just no cause, for just no reason. He can penetrate anywhere.
What do you mean that they hate him? What do you mean by they hate? If they don't like him, if they don't believe in him.
Ajale Koko, you don't even want to hear Tinubu name at all.
No.
The way you labeled it is that they hate
stop
him.
it. Let him hate.
Why do you say they hate him? They don't hate him. They might not. They never been in the same political party. They never share the same ideology. And why do you want them to fall in line with him in his political ambition or his political dream? It doesn't mean that they hate him.
Okay, that's why the sky is so big that every bird can fly without touching one another. You see, what everybody knows, even on this platform, while I was listening and before joining,
would you say that what of me that does not like his politics? Would you say that I hate him because I don't like his politicking?
No, I'm not singling out.
Because I hate
it's a colloquialism now. It's just a colloquial word. Now.
One man, that is not a colloquial. That is a hate speech. If an Igbo person comes here to fight back now, it will look like anytime they touch Igbo person, they come and fight. That statement should be withdrawn. You cannot just say they hate him.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have
that
to.
That is what Ajeleko is pointing out, and it is wrong.
You can't say they hate him.
No, he said it in context. It was in context now. It wasn't a categorical.
We are not dead people here. We heard what he said, and we are challenging it because we don't want this kind of
you are challenging it because
you
don't like Tinubu. That's why, and you don't want him coloring him. This is this now. Led by Rational Mind, who has eternal for Tinubu. This is eternal.
Sam, maybe you want to reframe your statement. The word hate, that is too strong.
Yes. But you can stick to your guns if that is how you want to express it. It's up to you, though, Sam.
Let it slide. I think we understand what it meant. But we're not
now. It was in context, but carry on, Sam. Sam, go on. Carry on. I wanted to add something, but carry on.
Yeah, let me just make this one. I will not be bullied to silence, to be honest. I'm not someone like that.
Yeah.
Let's express ourselves here. Let's not pretend. This is not hate speech. This is reality. I'm telling you what I've seen on the street.
Yes.
So if you're offended, I do apologize to you, but then I'm not going to withdraw it. You can't bully people to silence, for Christ's sake. I'm telling you what I see. On this platform, I see how so much bile and viciousness is being channeled towards this guy for just no cause. You don't. I've never seen him before.
You are still making the same statement that for just no cause.
Ajale Koko, that is how he feels now. So
he said for just no cause. That is wrong completely.
That is not wrong. I'm telling you.
One man, stop supporting bad doings.
People don't hate him.
Are you saying he should not speak as he feels?
No, nobody is saying he should not speak. We're trying to make him understand that
this is strong. Derogate the entire people.
That is how he feels. That is what he is hearing. From what he's hearing, both on the platform in some instances and even in the wider society.
Okay,
that
one man, is that true?
Some sort of, well, no, that is how
It's
he's
up to
concluded.
him.
No, answer the question. Is that true
okay,
to you?
Let me answer it. Do you want me to answer it?
Go ahead.
Okay, let me answer it. You see, TINUBU is like Marmite. Some people hate him viscerally, and some people, they love him almost religiously. He's one of those sort of people that nobody stands in the middle with TINUBU. You're either for him or you hate him. That is what I think.
No, that you have not answered the question.
No, that's what I said.
Let's ask the next question. Let's move on. But
I wanted to hold you to that space because I wanted to put a follow-on position to you from what we were saying even prior to that little contraturn that we had. So I wanted to say that is the biggest fear that for a Yoruba presidency is this treachery, this treacherous behavior that we have in Yoruba land, as exemplified by AREGBESOLA. Now the opportunity opens, the window opens, and rather than he see the bigger picture, he's paying that pecuniary satellite local politics of his own Osun state, and he's now wanting to use that to damage a bigger picture, which is lending towards a Yoruba presidency. So is it the Yorubas that will undo the potential of a Yoruba presidency? Are we going to stab ourselves in the back again?
Can I ask you a question?
No, hold on. That was to Sam.
Okay, so on your question, this thing is not just happening today. It won't stop today. It will still continue. People stab themselves in the back. Family members sometimes don't agree. We can see that with the Adeleke family in Osun State. Is it a
Yoruba problem?
I think so. I think so. If for example, if you see, like in the political scheme of things in Nigeria, we don't have many women in offices in position of power in the House of Reps. I'm not sure they're up to 12 or 12 thereabout. Yet they constitute the largest voting population, like the youth as well. But the women will never support themselves because of that innate. I don't know how I'm going to describe it. There's an innate envy or jealousy. Is she better than me? Why would she go ahead of me? It's a Yoruba thing. It's a human thing. Envy is a natural thing. Even the Bible backs it up in James 4:5. It backs it up. Our spirit lust towards envy. That is a natural thing for every man. So it's not a peculiar thing with Yoruba. It's a Nigerian thing. It's a human thing.
Because I see it so much in Yoruba land. Anytime that a window is just about to open to the Yoruba space, there's always some Afonja type character, some treacherous type behavior, which we are notorious for. And I think you landed it in the way that I probably feel it as well. That is an element of envy. That why is it on Tambabare sort of?
There is this guy during the MKO time when MKO was being arrested and thrown in jail. It was a journalist. I've forgotten his name. Was Yoruba man, very wealthy in Abuja. He was on Oputa panel. I still watched him like a year ago. The guy's a Yoruba man. Because he's already been paid by Abacha anyway. If you saw what it was online. It's still on YouTube as well. So it's not something I'm just making up. Yoruba person, who was working for MKO before, but money has changed hands. People do things for different reasons. It's something that's been happening for a long time. So it's not just.
Are the Yorubas the most easily corruptible of the Nigerian major ethnic groupings? Would you say, Sam?
Obasanjo has said that much. He says if you give Fanikayode some money, we'll dance for you. So there are many of them like that. So
one man, you don't seem to understand the Yoruba.
One man, they are just easily. They are the most corrupt.
One man don't understand Yoruba. You see, one thing about the Yoruba is this: where I'm from, my own side of Yoruba, I'm from. There's a saying that Yoruba people won't go talk. So the thing is this: that Yoruba people will tell you the truth. They will tell you the truth when they feel it's necessary. They need to tell you that truth. That is the case with TINUBU. And my question I wanted to ask you was this: that do you think that what AREGBESOLA did was some sort of treachery, or do you think it's some sort of how do I put it, like well, maybe treachery? That's what, maybe that's the word.
Like stabbing him in the back, yeah.
Do you think that's what it is?
No, yeah, I think so. I think it was opportunistic and treacherous, and I think also that it is unforgivable.
Well, you can say that. You see, one thing about the Yorubas is that they will tell you the truth when they're supposed to tell you the truth. Why I don't really condone what he did, but what he did in some ways, I would say to you that it was right. What AREGBESOLA said, those things he said were right. But even though we don't want to hear the truth, because we felt that it hurts, or it hurts our man, or it hurts us, whatever. That is the Yoruba way for you. It is no for me. I don't see it as a real. I mean, maybe it's not a treachery. That's what I would even say. It's just about telling him the truth. We know the motive behind it. That is all just
okay. Let me make this point.
His own glory.
One man.
His own benefit.
Who submit AREGBESOLA name for ministerial position?
It'll be TINUBU now.
I don't know of that one.
No, it's not TINUBU. They pick it out of a hat. Of course, it's
no. Don't say that. Okay, well, Fashola.
Is it not a TINUBU acolyte? Is it not a TINUBU acolyte? Who made him?
The other day, people were saying it was not TINUBU, and I was just laughing.
You don't know him.
It could only be TINUBU. Who could
There's
have
more to TINUBU than we are
How about
saying.
Fashola? Was it submitted by TINUBU?
Is it not TINUBU's boy?
No, I don't think so.
Who tell you say that TINUBU na submit Fashola name?
No.
Okay, I just remember something.
The one and people they treat you fuck up for him. There's more to it, one man. Especially those two people, those AREGBESOLA and Fashola. There's more. No be TINUBU submit their name, and that's where his problem lies too.
TINUBU. It's not TINUBU.
But I'm saying TINUBU is not relevant. But what we're saying is this: that man himself has his own treachery too.
But should we call it treachery? All these things that you're accusing this follower to, he's guilty of those things.
So that's what Yoruba people will tell you. When you've done your own treachery, they will let you know when you've done your own treachery. So when some other people is doing it to you, don't get mad about it. That's just how the Yoruba ways is, and that is why we tend to we speak of it like, oh, that's another treachery again. That's it. Yoruba people will always tell you the truth when they feel it's necessary to tell you.
All right. Let's get back to Sam. Sam, yeah,
before Sam goes, can I open one small window? You see the wife of TINUBU. If they allow that man in power, that woman will deal with everybody. You've seen her little character as a senator.
What has she done to you? I wanted to ask one man. I actually had that question for you for like days now. How come that with all the airwave TINUBU is enjoying, nobody's talking about his wife? And she's a senator. She's not just an ordinary babe. Now, correct woman will get power, but nobody's talking about her.
She's the only one reason why I will not support TINUBU.
Why nobody's talking about her? No media is talking about her.
What do you want now? You people complain that we over-endorse the First Lady's space, which is not constitutional. So TINUBU now abiding by the constitution, keeping his wife.
She's a senator, one man. She's a senator, current senator.
There are 360 senators. So what do you want? What do you want?
But none of them get husband. We be Jagaban.
Right.
No,
what conversation were you expecting around her name? What conversation?
I was going to say
TINUBU's
something.
media, which is LTV, they are not even talking about her.
Can I comment, please?
Somehow. Where are the women?
Come in, Sam. Yeah. Do you want to address what Ovie is saying? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll address what someone said before Ovie about Bola Tinubu's wife being a senator. There's a lady in the Court of Appeal, Bokachua. Her husband is a senator. The guy had a case in court that came to his wife's table. Everybody knows what happened in the end. The rest is history. See, people will always vie for positions, except if you're not ambitious. But Tinubu's wife, I don't really like her, to be honest, because some things happened during the last election, when she was a bit palpitating, and she actually came out and sat at the polling booth telling the Igbos, I'm making this very, very strong point, telling the Igbos, you know what she said? He said, meaning that we already know you people. We know you don't like us. You do as you like, but then this vote, you must vote it for us. And she won the election. See, that makes me understand, like, say, there's a force in Lagos, outside force, that don't want to tow what's on ground, which I don't disagree with. Whether the Igbos will want to vote for the Yoruba because they have a large population in some section in Lagos, good for them. But would they be able to ruffle the feathers of the status quo in Lagos? They know how they rig the elections now. It's not by coming out and coming to vote. Is it ideal? No, but that's what we have been faced by in Nigeria.
I think there's a part of her that's Igbo. There's a part of her that is.
I've never seen a group of people, or one person that say, I like this woman. Not even a person, even a leadership style. Nobody seems to like her.
Very saucy. She's from Delta. She's from Delta. Condescending look on people.
No, she's not
a Yoruba woman.
No, she's not. Though she's not full. She's not a full Yoruba. I think
she's Delta. She's from Delta.
She's from Delta, yeah.
She's not from Delta. We deny her. She's not from Delta.
She's from Delta.
Lagos Central.
She's from Lagos, Jare.
No.
Which senatorial district should they represent?
Lagos Central.
Lagos Central.
That's where she's from now. Why on account say she don't be?
I don't even know why we are talking about Remi TINUBU. Is she vying for anything? She's not vying for anything.
She's not vying, but we're going to have her as the first lady.
We're just saying
that the first lady that is going to be worse than Aisha Buhari.
What do you mean? What's that Aisha Buhari?
Yeah, it's going to be worse than Aisha Buhari. We have seen it.
How would she be? What would she be?
That lady does not. She has this condescending. You need to know that lady. You don't know Remi. Remi has this. Somebody was just alluding to.
Very arrogant.
She's very arrogant.
Yes. No. Hold on.
Arrogant and disrespectful.
No, arrogance comes with that. I've heard it in the high places. I heard Elite say what Rational Man just said.
Which is what? That is that.
Powerful people they talk about.
Hold on.
Men of high places are saying something like that.
Hold on. Arrogance comes with privilege, oh. Most privileged people. Is that not so? Do you not know that in most instances, powerful people, they always come across as arrogant, and that arrogance is often conflated with self-confidence. People see the manifestation of self-confidence. No.
It is. I will debate that with you, one man. Leadership style is not that.
Okay. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Do you know a person that is not powerful or relevant in any way that is arrogant?
There are some. I can give you some.
What would be the basis of the arrogance?
What about
you cannot be arrogant without being relevant.
You're confusing self-confidence with arrogance.
This is what you are confusing. You are confusing confidence with arrogance.
When somebody's arrogance has a derogatory meaning, connotation. Because when somebody's arrogant, it means anybody around you, you believe you are superior to them. That is not what.
No. You misread. You are misreading.
What is misreading there?
Because that self-confidence. Self-confidence is to quickly assert, and when you quickly assert, people think you are a bit abrupt and arrogant, but that is just off the back of. Hold on, that is just off the back of having gotten things right so often in the sequence of your life that you have come very quickly to trust your judgment, and you are very quick then to get to the point, and you don't have the patience for people who are not quick to the point. So that is confidence, but people conflate it with arrogance. So she has reasons to be confident.
Maybe I agree with you on that, but then if you must lead people,
but you cannot say that in Remi TINUBU. She's nobody without TINUBU. So what's the point?
But she's Mrs. TINUBU now, so that makes her somebody.
Yes, I agree. That's what I'm saying. How come that no group of person or one person actually say good thing about her? What National Man just said, I've heard it before. I think some prominent people saying it, not just people saying it.
You people are just trying to unpeel this guy one by one. Just last week, you said the wet patch on is something that he peed himself. The next one, you bring clips that is stuttering his words. Now you are going after his wife. Next will be his children.
He wants to become president.
The next will be his children. Next week will be his children.
Anybody
he wants to become president. The president political office. We are ready. They never start.
Should be ready for that kind of job. Anybody vying for political office in that country, open him or herself up for, all sort of things. So you don't try to cover him up or try to speak in his favor. One man.
Let us only opportunity we have to
because every
it is normal. One man, it is normal.
No, it is not normal though. You know every situation it has two descriptives. Every single situation has two descriptives. You can either describe it positively or you can describe it negatively. But the tone that people are adopting towards this TINUBU space, they are describing this woman's confidence as arrogance. This is what they are doing.
Yeah, we have seen it. We have seen video where he did that against what is the name of this guy? This Kogi senator, what is he?
Dino
Melayo, and he did that against. There's one other lady that one video that went viral like that at a city hall where she I think that lady was
slapped the woman.
Yeah, he slapped one woman, and another lady was asking her, a very tough question, a very hard question at a political meeting. And she directed Audley or somebody to walk that lady out, to take her out. And the lady stood her ground that she's not going out.
The woman was being unruly. She was being loud. I saw that clip too.
What do you mean by unruly?
She was loud and aggressive. She was loud and aggressive.
Do you know what transpired before then? You know what transpired before then?
She was loud and aggressive and threatening. She was threatening.
She was not threatening. She was just asking her a question. And she felt uncomfortable with that question. And she asked her, I mean, you are the leader. You are representing people at a particular district. And they're asking you questions. Even if they talk harsh to you or they talk disrespectful to you, you have to calm down as a leader and address the question well. But ordering somebody take it out, I mean, that is an act of
That's not me in the Nigerian space. Even Minister of Education, the way he responded to those students and
look at that one.
They always do
that. And you said we should take it like that, one man.
All of them always do that.
No, but that's the template of the space. But I don't even know how we got to Remi TINUBU. But Sam was taking us through the TINUBU narrative. Was Sam, quickly round off that space so I can present you another talking point.
Yeah, to err is human, to forgive is divine. But there's this famous saying: everybody has freedom of speech, but freedom after speech is not guaranteed. So let's wait and see what Bola Tinubu is gonna do. But I mean, the major hurdle before him is just getting the ticket. So once he gets the ticket, then we can take it forward from there. But I'm not very, very 100%.
Do you think if he gets that ticket, he will win the presidency?
I'm not confident that he's going to get that ticket in the APC because there's so many things that they're trying to cook against him. Because he's supporting this guy to become the chairman in APC. This guy from Kwara State is called Mustafa, very young and dynamic guy. But it looks like the presidency. Even the president is disagreeing with the governors for the first time. And that's very strange. He's disagreeing with the governors about who should become the chairman. The president wants someone from Nasarawa West.
It's the other way around. The governors are disagreeing with the president. Now, yes, I said they'll be ever since one. It's not there. Even this one said they go.
So let's just wait and see. It's politics. Anything can change. 24 hours is a very long time, sir.
All right. But
okay, I want to tell Sam something real quick. Sam, please, I don't know if you are aware. There's a $500 up for grabs that will expire in March. Somebody said Tinubu will not be president and he's looking for somebody to bet $500. His name is Lord Michael.
Look at that.
I don't place bet. I'm a Christian. I don't place bet. Sorry.
Okay. Okay.
Look at
no problem.
I thought you were Tinubu's man, so you quickly ducked that one, Sam. So Sam, let me move. Yeah, go on. Let me move it to another talking point. So these Muslims insist next president must be southerner of Muslim extraction. So this is now because over the last week or so, we heard that the APC they are ceding the presidency to the south, but the south still an expanse of ethnicity. So this narrative now looking to narrow it down. So they are saying Muslims insist that the next president must be a southerner of Muslim extraction, of Islamic extraction. So just buy that as a standalone. And their argument is that the country has never had a southerner, a Muslim, or vice president, both military and civilian, in the history of the country. So that is the marginalization narrative that they are presenting. But that narrative, it automatically just precludes a vast swathe of the South, because the preponderance of Islam in the South is essentially within the Yoruba space. So just by that statement, they are essentially dog whistling to a Yoruba candidate. So what are you making of the Muslims' stand?
Who are these Muslims in the first place? Who are these faceless? There's some faceless groups. Anyway,
yes.
So Nigeria is now what's it called? It's a secular country. Okay, everybody believes in whatever they believe in, and nobody should force that narrative down anybody's throat to say it should be a Muslim. Definitely, we know where they are tending towards. They're trying to filter off the Southeast because they know predominantly our brothers from the Southeast are Catholicans and Anglicans, and you have a little percentage of Muslims from the quarters on the map of Nigeria. So we know where they're filtering the presidency to by mentioning that. Even in America, I had a friend who lives over there say he's like there's a population of Muslims even more than the Christians in that country. So I just feel like it's an unguarded talk. People should be very sensitive at this time. Nigeria is a very, very hostile and very hot country when it comes to religion, and we should be tolerant of one another. Let whoever wants to practice whatever they want to do, especially from the north. I mean, like if you go into the history of what happens in South Kaduna and North Kaduna, I mean, it's all about religion. So I feel this. Yes, sir.
Those people that are calling for Muslim this thing, they are Yoruba. They are Yoruba. They are from Southwest.
Yeah, that's why I said, like, I don't care where they came from or where they are from. They are faceless people.
They are not faceless. They are not faceless. They mentioned their name in that report.
Yeah, what I mean by that faceless is I've even gone beyond the definition for facelessness, and I'm talking about their relevance. Who are they? They are political lightweights now. People are just everybody can.
Yeah, they are political lightweights because they are speaking from everybody just a narrow group in Oyo. But what they are speaking to is a political heavyweight space, and you hear people starting to come into that space. They've opened up that space as a discussion. That will come into play. Do you not think the Muslim narrative will come into play as we start to search for the southerner?
It's unfortunate what politics has been reduced to in Nigeria and in some countries and some developed nations around the world. Who cares who the president serves as his own creator? Do you know if it wasn't that fierce backlash when Bola Tinubu actually stepped down to go with Buhari in 2015. If two of them had gone together, do you know they would have won that election? I can place my life on that. They will have won that election because Nigerians actually wanted anything but Jonathan that time. He will have just succeeded. Abdulmumin said something, even in the House of Reps now. The speaker is a Muslim. Bajabi Amla is Muslim. Waze or whoever that guy is, his deputy is a Muslim as well. Among the 360 members there, are they not Christians? Couldn't they have challenged that?
If Tinubu gets the ticket for APC, it almost certainly will be a Muslim ticket.
They will find a Christian. They will find a person named Boss Mustafa. That guy I think is competent. He's a Christian.
But it's not a political actor now. He's an appointee.
Rufai was an accidental politician. They will tell him to
go. For vice president be that one man. Those are the best people for vice presidential seat.
Yeah, but he can't sell tickets now. He can't sell tickets now. They need somebody that can sell.
Pastor don't sell tickets.
Pastor sold tickets now, but you know the complaints that
I think the
complaints that Atiku had about.
Don't mention Dogara's name. Dogara is a bad politician, and I will tell you why. When this guy in Sokoto, the governor of Sokoto, what's his name again?
Tambuwal.
When he was stepping down, or when he had already done his speakership and he was going to become the governor in Sokoto. Do you know there was an agreement between them? Do you know how much Gbajabiamila fought and stood by Tambuwal when Jonathan was almost derailing that guy's ambition? Tambuwal became the speaker against the grains of PDP. Remember, it's just unfortunate that we quickly forget these things. Tambuwal defected from PDP to APC, and he got the support of his guys, and he was actually working against his party. He became the speaker. Gbajabiamila was very instrumental to that. And while Tambuwal was leaving to become governor of Sokoto State, he brought his own brother from the north as well, from Bauchi. He brought Dogara, a little-known Dogara. Who was Dogara? Everybody was so shocked, and they rallied around the
brother, I don't get the history twisted, though. I think PDP had more members in the House, and they voted Tambuwal. So it's not like he was appointed. So you wouldn't say he was not the favorite candidate in PDP. He won the vote.
I didn't get that, sorry.
Okay, you're saying Tambuwal was an accidental speaker. No, the PDP members voted him in there.
Yeah.
If you want, we can recall those votes and see what he scored.
I remember that. What I'm saying is, it was against the the PDP caucus, the PDP echelon. It was against whatever their strategy was to have.
Okay, that was only when he became speaker.
Anyway, let's just leave that. What I'm trying to say, I'm trying to narrow it down to Dogara. Dogara became the speaker of the House of Representatives, while some other guys from the north, especially from Kano, they actually wanted Gbajabiamila because he's the longest serving senator, House of Reps member. He even stayed longer in there than Tambuwal. Okay, but by providence, Tambuwal.
Sam, wait. What you're saying, I don't think it's not actually what happened. This is what happened. Listen. This is what we know. How.
We are getting bogged down in too much minutiae, but I'll make that point and then let's just move on. Yeah.
We know how Bukola Saraki became Senate president, how Dogara himself also emerged as a speaker. You know, it was just that feud between the TINUBU camp and the PDP or the new PDP camp, because TINUBU wanted this Ahmed that is there now to become the Senate president, but then they did the coup behind them, and they emerged. So I don't know how the degree to which this Sokoto state governor had a role in that. That's what I don't know. But I know it was just because of the whole feud that was between them, that how could they just take over the whole political position for themselves, and the new PDP does not have any portfolio among them. That was when Bukola and Dogara emerged the way they did. But I don't know what role Tambuwal played in that. That's I don't know. But that was never mentioned.
Tambuwal's role was in gathering support for Dogara, even when he knew the whole house wanted Gbajabiamila to become the speaker. Anyway, so that was what happened, and Gbajabiamila said he will never forgive Tambuwal. They don't see eye to eye till today. I can tell you that authoritatively. So he's the number 4 citizen in Nigeria now. So he has, like, if he doesn't have the absolute power, but he has some powers as a speaker. At least we can see how he pushed Geoffrey Oyema, and it was really on their case to get our guys from Ukraine. If it wasn't for them that actually was on the case of Buhari, they wouldn't have done anything. So we really need to applaud them for that. And he has a little power. He can determine things that goes on in there as well. So for that alone, the APC will not trust Dogara. Dogara has decamped how many times now? He went to PDP, now he's back in APC again. It was one of the reasons why they lost Bauchi to what's this guy's name? The PDP governor that is there now. APC was in control of Bauchi State and many other states like that they lost foolishly. Zamfara and Co. Now the governor has gone back. So that's just it. Dogara is not in the picture for. They will never choose Dogara. Never.
All right, thank you, Sam. So Tam, let me take you to that space that you opened up just a little bit there. Russia-Ukraine war. Federal government begin evacuation of stranded Nigerians. So you've spoken to that space, but let me just give a quick recap just to reacquaint people. Our President Muhammad Buhari's regime says it has begun evacuation of stranded Nigerians fleeing Ukraine. to neighboring country amidst the Russian invasion. Gabriel Aduda, the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, disclosed this in a statement in Abuja. Mr. Aduda stated that the stranded Nigerians would be evacuated from Romania, Poland, Hungary via MAX Air and Air Peace flights. Furtherance to our efforts to evacuate Nigerians from neighboring countries surrounding the Ukraine, we can confirm that chartered flights will depart on Wednesday, March the 2nd, 2022, to pick up Nigerian evacuees at home, the statement disclosed. It added, so far we have the following records of evacuees received by Nigerian embassies in Hungary: 650 persons, Poland 350, Romania 940 persons, Slovakia 150 persons. According to the ministry statement, the capacity and routes of the airline are MAX Air to Romania 560 persons, Air Peace to Poland 365 persons, and Air Peace to Hungary 360 persons. The first batch of evacuees are expected to arrive in Nigeria on March the 3rd. Once again, we assure Nigerians that we're working round the clock to see that our citizens are brought back home safely. So there it is right there. The first batch should be arriving actually today now, because we are on the 3rd of March. But you said that Femi Gbadabe pushed that space, and we all saw that he pushed that space. But nevertheless, the guys, they get to get back home. So what are you making of that then, Sam? Is this credit to Buhari?
In a way, we shouldn't credit them that much. These are normal things that normal government of normal nation does. Ours is just a peculiar case that we need to flog and we need to chase and we need to talk and talk until we lose our saliva before they start to go into action. It's unfortunate where we found ourselves. So if those guys were not really on the presidency's case, Gbadabe was literally telling the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Geoffrey Oyemada, say, if there's going to be any red tape, bottleneck, bureaucracies, let me know. If they're not going to be ready, we will fund this ourselves. You know, it was speaking like a parent. It's unfortunate. All of us are abroad, yes, scattered abroad everywhere. We are listening. Do you think Nigeria has data of us that we are abroad here? They don't. They don't know. They don't care about us. That's the unfortunate thing. All of these guys that are studying abroad, Nigeria don't have a database for the number of students abroad there. And I had Oyema's faux pas as well. The slip of tongue probably. Let me just say it was a slip of tongue.
Their parents should be evacuating them, Abby.
You can't say that now. You can't see a politician. You should know better. Things like this normally, to be honest, I actually like that guy, but for what he says, like
that guy should have been fired.
That's a resignation comment there. In this country, within 2 hours, he's gone.
He should have been fired. It's his failure that put us in this situation where our boys and girls were running up and down and walking hundreds of miles to escape from war zone. He should be fired. He failed completely. He should have directive and inform our citizen over there to offer them evacuation before the war started. He failed.
What it is Nigeria is a place where you can get away with anything. Nobody punishes any bad behavior from people. People get away with a lot of things. That's why they keep doing it. It's becoming a recurring decimal. Did Buhari punish this British finance minister that left the other time? What was her name? That Yoruba woman.
Kemi
Adeosun. She just went away. What happened to Babache Lawa, the grass cutter?
Your system is crackling somewhat, Sam.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's much better.
Nothing happened to Kemi Adeosun. Nothing happened to Babache Lawa. Nothing happened to Pantami. Nothing happened to most of them. The only person that was punished, Malami as well. And the only person that I thought was punished, the only person that I thought was punished was this guy that was always wearing beret, the Minister of Sport on the what's the case from Jos?
Do you know Dalong? Do you know how I remember that guy? Do you know how I remember him, Sam? You know, he claimed he purports to be a lawyer, that he used to lecture law in one of the northern universities. And he was defending a budget at the Senate once. And he said this phrase, which is how I remember him. The money spent has been spended. That is what he said. Do you remember when he said, the money spent has been spended? So anytime I just think of him, that's how I remember him. These are bookie people.
He was punished. He didn't come back. This guy from Oyo State, the lawyer guy from Oyo State, I can't remember his name. I think it was Minister for Communication.
Is it the one that was fighting Showore on radio?
The one that has the Islamic beard.
Yeah, that's the guy.
Yeah, the one.
What is his
name? Yeah,
Shitu.
Yeah, so some people didn't actually come back for political expediency anyway. Probably they don't need them in the party, so they've replaced them with some other people. But majorly, whether they are PDP or APC, it's a Nigerian thing. People don't get punished. Before you speak as a politician, you weigh your words. You weigh them. You don't just speak nonchalantly like you don't care, like you're not a parent. But back to the Ukrainian crisis and our guys over there, we just pray it's better late than never. At least they've swung into action. Hopefully our people start returning back home, at least north or south, east or west. Home is the best. Let the tensions calm down, and before the rebuilding starts back again. Roman Abramovich, the owner of Chelsea, is selling his club now. I mean, these are the little things that happens abroad here, and we just think sometimes, like, can our people actually resign from office? This guy is the owner of Chelsea for almost 19 years now. He's selling the club, and he told Chelsea that.
Do you know why he's selling the club?
They want to seize it off him.
Yes, because it's going to be part of the sanction. So it's going to, it's giving it away, essentially giveaway price. It just wants a quick sale, before the sanctions come. You know they refused him British citizenship, and he's now resident in Israel for reasons of being a Jew.
Well, one thing, these people here too, people here in this part of this world that we are into, they are hypocrites too. When people steal money from their countries, like in Nigeria, all of them steal their money and bring it down here. This place is a safe haven for them. They make so much money from it. At the end of the day, when they feel they have made so much from it, they'll start calling you out. Come and take your money. You are a thief. You stole the money from this. So no wonder that guy called us fantastically corrupt. All of this, if you go to Canary Wharf, I work in Canary Wharf. Almost all the buildings there are owned by Abu Dhabi. They are selling all their assets off. UK doesn't care. Once you can put the money on the table, they will do business.
You must have money, or you work in Canary Wharf.
If you go to Dorchester Hotel,
that's the
all
city
the
now.
Bugatti, all the Ferrari,
exactly. These guys, these Arabian guys, will ship their Ferraris. They will bring it down to Canary Wharf, and they start speeding everywhere. Nobody can hold them. How much ticket do you want to get?
They'll pay the tickets now.
They will pay the ticket ahead of time.
They just pack it now, and they'll pay they will pack it for days. Do you know there's a culture that goes around filming, because they summer they ship in their cars, and then there's a subculture that goes around filming them as they spin their cars. They just do little clips. The sort of people that go around in fields watching planes and say, no, that's a 707 XYZ. There's a culture around that Arab moving supercars around.
Yeah, they know London is the place to be. This is the place to spend the money. This is the place to wow people, and people will stand like, oh, what is that going on there? We see the footballers, every one of them, Aubameyang. I see all of them, in London, driving around. All of these small boys, in crazy money. So, it's good. At least he's selling off Chelsea now. Whatever gains he's making from it, he says he wants to give it to the victims of this war in Ukraine to rebuild and then things like that. So people are actually coming out, and hopefully people will come back home, and then they will bring them back in peace. As a parent, I have a child. I don't want anything I can't let anything hurt them. And not to talk of grown children, 20-year-olds. Where will the parents start from again?
You know, one of the people that is saying he wants to buy Chelsea. You know that MMA fighter, the Irish one, something O'Connor.
That was a joke.
That's a yam head. Yeah,
that was a joke.
You know, that guy might have the money. Or you might have partners.
No. Chelsea is going for about 3 billion.
Uncle? Is it not money? Is it not somebody that will cover the money?
MMA fighting will facilitate.
Yes, he might have partners. Do you know how much those guys make?
Don't worry
let me tell you one thing. One man, see, you see, most of these people don't really make their money from sporting. You know, they have they fly with private jets, and they might be doing some shady deals. They have military friends. They have a way they make money. So do you think he's just only there and they spend money the way they spend money? It's only when you're a black man that the spotlight is on you. So you should know all these things.
No. Shady deal or no shady deal, O'Connor is not going to buy a 3 billion
He might
for
just be there
football.
pricing,
No,
Maybe Dangote should go and gather friends again and buy. Say they wanted to buy Arsenal before.
You know that TINUBU owns Man United. Do you know that?
No, he doesn't own Man United. He has shares in Man United.
And he owns Apple as well.
He has shares in Apple.
Major shares.
Me too, I have shares in Apple. So I don't own Apple.
One man share the money. We'll go follow you buy this TINUBU cause.
It was this Jibrin that who was mentioning Jibrin, his campaign manager.
Mm-hmm.
That was
Sam mentioned Jibrin.
Yeah,
is it the same Jibrin that Rufai Husseini gave a serious beating?
Which physical beating?
Rufai of Arise.
Oh yes.
No, that guy is a rude interviewer. He doesn't know how to. That's not how to interview.
I hate that guy.
Rufai is very, very rude.
He's useless.
He's a rude guy. You don't interview people like that. Anyway. It was
Why do you guys call Rufai useless for hard?
No, I'm not saying it's useless. I'm saying it's rude.
It's not rude. He was just asking a hard question. He was just doing his job as a professional journalist.
No, okay. He often asks biased questions. He will say, "So
no, it's not biased. It's not biased. He was just asking, how did your man make his money?" And the guy started shaking. He couldn't answer.
Let me say something.
He started blabbing, and you can just see he was thrown off board.
Let me say something. When you ask questions, mind the tone. How very forceful your tone is. He was being aggressive. He was asking questions like he has an interest in another on the other side, like he's helping them to run down the other person. That's how Rufai asks questions. I like him. He's very sound. He has a good sense of history.
Did you watch 60 Minutes in America with Donald Trump? Did you watch 60 Minutes interview with Donald Trump?
No.
You need to go and pull up the video and see the hard question and the way they were asking question. And
I'm not saying you should not ask hard questions.
No, the tone was rude. No,
I'm not saying you should not ask questions.
Ajalekoko, listen to what he's saying to you now. He's saying that he's not saying he shouldn't ask hard questions, that Rufai's tone was rude.
He was not rude. He was representing voice like me. He was representing my voice and several other voices.
You know why I like Ajalekoko?
Rufai should not be on national television.
No, he should not. He's not competent. You know what?
Are you serious that guy is not competent?
He's not
one of the best we have. One of the best we have in that country.
He's being carried by Ruben Abeti and Tudun. He's been carried by Ruben Abeti.
No, that guy
he doesn't know anything.
Even Tudun
who knows Tudun for Arise?
Yeah, but
Tudun be there. Tudun was there because of
Okay, hold on, please. So nobody knew Tudun before because of her rise, but in terms of her performance, would you say that she justifies her position? Do you think she's doing a decent job, even if you don't like her and you don't like where she's you don't think she does a good job?
To the gallery.
You don't think she does a good job?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Buhari, I mean, one man.
Why did you? Before they took her out.
No, Adeswa has gone off to marry the Omonoba now.
Why?
They don't push her and go.
You know she's a queen now. She's gone off to some royal house.
But she still work there.
Does she?
Yeah.
Yes, she still works. They just push her off there to somewhere else, to another department. I think she covers the COVID for now.
You see, the only three people the only three people for me, the only three people that are of any use in that station, Ruben, of course, because he's they are their only gem in that space. Yeah. Tudun as well, who I think is very solid, and of course, Oji Okwe,
Is it because of her name? Is it because of her name? The Peperebe lady. The Peperebe lady. You are even rating the Peperebe lady over Buhari. I mean, Rufai.
No, what she does, she's excellent at what she does. She's not.
Oh yeah, she's good. She's good.
But Rufai is just the labor thing. I used to attack him. I used to attack him in the comment section of that something.
I don't know why.
That is what's his name? Charles.
Why is the best?
What about Charles?
Is the best out of them.
Oh yeah, Charles is the best. Charles the also Naguru or something, yeah.
Yeah, but
one man. Rufai is the best.
Well, that's your opinion now.
Let me say this. He asked some questions that even Ruben Abati cannot ask.
Yes.
Agbero questions. No,
one man. Ajane Koko, you can testify to this. He asked questions that even Abati cannot even ask.
Yes, because Abati is afraid now. Abati is Baba Gende. He doesn't want to lose his job.
You disappoint me somehow this evening. You said you don't like.
You. I have my opinion. You have yours. Now I'm not obliged to follow your line. Now.
Anyway, let me just move away from that place a little bit. So you see, another person that needs to be fired in Nigeria is the boss of the NIA. They are the ones who were supposed to bring intelligence to the country before now. I don't know what our NIA department is doing, National Intelligence Agency. So those guys, they need to just kick all of them out and find a new set of people.
What intelligence should they have brought?
That this was going to happen. Every other country had their own intelligence. So I don't know why Nigeria's will be different. And people like Ovie will claim we are the giant of mosquito.
No, but they did not need to bring the intelligence. Now, everybody computed it that this was going to happen. It didn't catch anybody by surprise.
Okay, one man, let me tell you, have you ever been in government? Do you know what they call protocol? They need to follow protocol. It's not only chasing Nigerians that the NIA needs to do. The NIA has to have taproots in embassies, in other places. You know, I'm trying to say this because we should try to make our society a way that this kind of a thing doesn't happen anymore. We need to be proactive in whatever we do. So that NIA, they failed us too. It's not only chasing innocent Nigerians everywhere. That is why they are there. Or what is the job function of NIA?
Well, yeah, I'm not sure that space is sufficient enough to say sack them. One is a Ukrainian politics, which is East European politics, so it's not to the immediacy of Nigeria. But then what needed to be known is widely known that war is looming and people should evacuate. So I don't think they needed the NIA to tell them that.
I think if we need to blame anyone, we should blame the Nigerian government for being too slow to act. We are not proactive.
God bless you, Sam. That is part of the Nigerian government's arm that gives signal. When you hear signal, that is the people who brings the signal.
Okay, let's assume those ones are sleeping on duty. What about our president? What about the Minister of Foreign Affairs?
Don't worry about our president.
No, we cannot blame president for this. So it's the minister in charge that we have to blame. He's the one that's supposed to take action. It's
Onyema is the person.
You can't blame the president. He's the one that's supposed to do his job, push the case to the president. Mr. President, we have to evacuate our people. And I believe the president will approve it that, they should be evacuated before.
And you can't even blame the NIA because Nigeria has ambassadors in these countries who report to Godfrey Onyema. And so he would know the situation, but he did not act as quickly until Femi Agbajabiamila.
One man, let me correct you. Yeah. The NIA controls your embassies. Find out.
Don't worry about that. Let's not go down that route. But let's get back to Sam.
That is what we're discussing.
The NIA don't control the embassy. They embed agents in embassies, yes. But they don't
Christ, one man.
How does the NIA control the embassy?
What is our foreign security all about?
Yeah, that is embedding. That is embedding now.
One man, the video is there, or maybe you want to check it.
No, I checked it just now. It wasn't about check again. But let's get back to Sam. I don't know what.
It's at the early stage. It's at the early part of the. It's the first story on the. In the video.
It's the first story.
All right, so let's get back to Sam. As I was, we've lost.
Sorry.
You sent it to Instagram, did you?
Yes.
No, the last Instagram that I got from you, Ajanle Koko, is you wanting to know about the GoFundMe, and I replied that it has ended. So that was the last Instagram that I got. That's what but it's not been received. So
Okay.
Sam, just round off your thoughts on that space, and then I wanted to take you round off your thoughts, and then go to the space of the police officer now turned waiter, police officer by day, waiter by night.
He's actually a waiter by day as well.
Yeah.
Anyway, so on that Russian Ukrainian issue going on our people, so at least they've started evacuation. So hopefully our people will go back home. And the so-called pastor that is in Ukraine that says Putin is after his life. I saw his interview on Arise. Was it yesterday that he has become a persona non grata to Russia? Nobody's after his life. If he still need his own life, he should just they should just be evacuated. Some people just love cloud chasing, like they just want to throw their name in the space. Because I heard the other day when he was shouting, our Nigerian man is the third biggest church in Europe, for Christ's sake. That the mayor of Ukraine was a member of the church. I beg.
But that it's a big shot in the Ukraine, though. That
I know.
It's a big shot.
Yeah. Sam, why do you think that guy is just cloud chasing? I can confidently tell you this, that this guy was granted the persona non grata in Russia. He was invited, detained, and chased away just because his church had 100 branches, and they were intimidating his pastors in Russia. So why do you think he's just cloud chasing?
I'm not sure about that.
I'm not sure that it's on Putin's hit list.
I'm not sure if it's gonna
list.
What is Putin looking for people like that for Christ's sake?
For some.
Let me tell you something you don't understand.
He wants to be on the news. That's why I think.
From Nigeria.
He wants to be on the news. That's why I think.
Okay,
I agree with you.
You are disputing his facts. Why don't you give us something to hold water on what you are saying?
I'm not a Russian. I don't live in Russia.
No, because what he's saying,
not telling us the truth, and we don't have the truth. So what are we talking?
No, hold on, Sam. Hold on. That is cloud chasing, because you cannot. You can say it is not true if it doesn't rhyme with reason and logic. It doesn't rhyme now with. Why would Putin or the Russians be after some Yoruba pastor that has a church in Ukraine? Well, I mean, come on, man.
Call himself the most influential black person in Ukraine.
Yeah, so that tells you, if he's saying that tells you the sort of person that he is, the most influential black. Putin is after. Why would Putin be after him?
What I'm just gonna say to that is, why did he have to wait till this time when they are fighting war? To tell the whole world that someone is after his life. If they wanted to get him, they would have gotten him. Navalny is in prison now. That's
internet pastor, they analyze like this. These are the ways
No, there are some jokers there are some jokers in our space now that we need to discuss about. So that's just it. It's not anything.
So I don't think even though I listen to him, I don't listen to him.
What is wrong with everybody's system today? We can't hear you, VA, because you are breaking off. But
okay, let me go to the
VA, we can't hear you, so there's no point. So let's get back to Sam and to the policeman waiter.
Okay, very, very short and brief. That is marks of high level of unprofessionalism, you see, and that's what we've been talking about all this while. When the NSAS thing happened, Buhari thought in his own mind he wanted to topple his government. Unknowingly, Nigerians wanted good governance. They wanted good police reforms. They wanted to help the police. They wanted to stop this begging on the street. I agree totally with what most of us have said earlier about this topic. You think those commissioner of police or the DPOs in those stations don't know about this? These guys bring money back to them at the end of the day. There was a time we had different IGPs that said he doesn't want to see any police escort with any politically exposed person, any influential person in town. Will they listen? the same instruction that has gone out, in the next few days, you see the policeman back to their duties again. It's just like there's no control in Nigeria. Everybody is just talking.
Next second. Me, I don't buy what they say, all those IGP. Oh, don't check people's phone. Next minute, you are seeing on social media they are beating somebody up because he's not giving his phone up.
It's unfortunate, you see, and I think it's because God has been very, very good to us in Africa, especially in Nigeria, that the weather over there is not very adverse, like what you have in Canada. If the weather was bitingly cold, like we have abroad here, no police will be on the street collecting, because the hand they are using in collecting that money will have been frozen out, because it's because the weather is good in Nigeria. That's why you see them wearing black in that heat, and they are staying on the street collecting money and causing hold up, causing traffic everywhere. Police carrying bags, washing cars, like you said, carrying jollof rice. Maybe the woman didn't even ask him to do that. He was just trying to play to the gallery.
I share that thought with you, Sam, that almost certainly the woman would not have just instructed him that go and get me a plate and follow me.
Yeah, it's just eye service.
Eye service.
I'm very loyal. I'm loyal to you, so that you can call me back next week again, because he knows how much he's making every day. And it's unfortunate. If there was solid police reform, police will not be at the beck and calls of the president or the governors. See what is happening in the UK, for Christ's sake. Our prime minister here is going through hell. Though we know how it's going to end, but then we saw how the commissioner of police grilling the deputy prime minister, Rishi Sunak, grilling everyone that attended the party. That's the way it should be. It should be a level playing field for everyone. But Nigeria is, the highest bidder takes it. It's the poor man that suffers in Nigeria.
Sam, we saw your prime minister in Britain trying to cover up his corrupt practices with Ukraine issue now. He's the one being championing this. Let us sanction Ukraine. Let us SWIFT. Let us do all this. He's trying to use the Ukraine matter to cover up his.
It's very convenient. It's very convenient for him, this war, because he just takes away all his problems. Yeah.
He was facing a very serious heat. They were fighting serious before the Ukraine matter came.
They were looking to impeach him. They were looking to,
Yes.
What it is he didn't even wait to this time for the war to start. He didn't wait for the war to start before.
He didn't wait for the war to start. It started chanting, Ukraine have to go. We have to do this. He's the one in front of everything, as if he's
He wants events to overtake what has happened. He wants events to overtake what has happened, because he had already used the coronavirus, saying he's going to step down everything, no face masks, everything. So when he said that, people, of course, most of us have been working from home for the past 2 years. We've not been to the office. They have told us to start coming back now. So we are so reluctant to go back now. So every one of us just got diverted from his own crisis, and we started talking about not going back to the office. So see, politicians are the same. They are liars. They are not to be believed. That's the way. If you cannot lie on your feet, think very, very fast on your feet, you will lose your position. He has very, very powerful people in their club. I think it's called the 1939 something block in West London, where the powers that be, the conservatives, if they want to remove it, they will have removed him now. It won't cause them anything.
No, that's not his club, though. That's the conservative club.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The party club. The party club itself. Yeah, they will have removed him. They wanted to remove, but they just left him.
They were the ones that removed David Cameron. They just told him that, look, my man, it's time to move.
They told Theresa May as well too. Yeah. So that's the way it is. Even before Boris Johnson became prime minister, we saw how he resigned from Theresa May's cabinet because he was chasing his own ambition. So
no, I hate that guy. You know that. Hold on. You know that. He's not even from this country. You know, he's a Turkish man. You know, he's from Turkey, don't you?
Are you serious?
He's a Turkish man.
I didn't know that.
He is a Turkish man.
Wow,
it's just ridiculous.
No, one man. He has Turkish descent.
Listen now. One man has
Sorry.
How they toast leaders up and down from Cameroon to me. And on a day there, they criticize the Fulani Empire. of what they are doing.
What has it got to do with Fulani? What are you talking about?
What is it? No, just look at it, we just pass it over. Say, now then come out Teresa. I mean, I just talk it casually.
Of course, stay there
and like the corruption that took place. Why did they remove her? Within a few men remove her.
No, that was a reason. That was a reason.
but not
it's just like similar reason.
A few men gather, party men remove her. Right,
see,
but whether they insult our own.
Whether we like it or not, there are always cabals everywhere. So that's why I don't grip Nigerian politics. That's the way it is. Everywhere there's politics everywhere.
So that's just it.
So going back, politics. Yeah. So going back to the police. I mean, we need a police reform. We really need it like yesterday. If you go to the police college.
Oh, hold on, Lord Michael. Let me
just finish very briefly. Yeah. So you can come in. If you go to the police college in Ikeja, is a shadow of itself. What's it gonna cost Nigeria to have like police institute, police colleges everywhere in the 36 states, have houses for these people? Do you know I have a friend in London here? He lives in Woolwich. This guy, when he told me his salary, I was like, what? And you are earning this thing? He said, no, Sam, I'm okay with it. A Nigerian guy is Igbo as well. Very, very diligent policeman. I've actually seen him on duty before. He was, I will not mention his salary, but they live a very good life. They have their mortgages.
No, they have so many packages and so many incentives,
You will be so afraid to bribe them, though they are not earning that much. They are not earning as much as you. But how can you even look at the police like you want to tip him? Tip him what? Do you know you cannot even give me money in this country and I will accept from you? Because our mentality has changed. I'm talking Nigeria to Nigeria now. Because I'll be thinking, where do you get that kind of money from?
If you attempt to bribe a policeman in this country, there's a good chance that you'll be arrested.
You're going to jail for 3 months now. You can't bribe them because they're on duty. They have to. Nobody's above the law here. Yeah, we can say, the events in the recent times, I mean, shows that like it looks like our prime minister is above the law. Why he told all of us to sit down at home? He was having a party. Even when the husband of the queen died, they had a party that same night again.
You know, the police are investigating him for that.
Yeah, definitely. Yes,
I've heard that your queen has COVID and she's kind of paralyzed now, sir.
No,
I don't know about having paralysis.
She'll be all right. Don't worry.
Don't say that.
She'll be all right.
When somebody can't move hands and legs, what is it? Is it not paralysis?
No.
Where did you hear that?
It's not in the news, so you can't say.
Was it who sent me that clip?
It was me. It was me, and I can't even say it on the show.
You know that Instagram struck it off.
Yeah, they've arrested
because they don't want
to.
to.
I think they challenged
and they branded it fake news. Yeah.
Okay, anytime we want to talk about her, we can just call her Mama Charlie, so only us know who we're talking about.
Look at that.
Okay, so like I was saying,
you guys are there, you know, we don't want anything to happen to you guys.
Like I was saying lastly, we need police reforms. Nigerians and Nigeria abroad, everywhere. I mean, it's what we've been clamoring for. Let there be decency in that service. When I take my children to school, I see some children in the primary classes dressing as a police to class. Like, I mean, they look at the police like it's an enviable job, like a respectable like duty, a call to service. But that's not the case in Nigeria. There's nothing stopping Nigerians from, enrolling our jobless youth in court, so to say, with due respect to them, because some of them are unemployable anyway. I mean, there's no problem in enrolling them into the force. Give them good salaries. Let the minimum salary start from 200,000. The president of Senegal, many years ago, like less than 10 years ago, I can't remember his name as well. When he came in, he brought a little bit of restructuring. We don't need the Senate. They scrapped the Senate in Senegal. They saved a lot of money. We can save money from little bit and equip our forces. The number of soldiers we have in Nigeria.
You see, with the Nigerian police force, I've always been of the view that they should double their salary, if not even make it 3 times what it is. Because there was a time we were going through the salary scale. It's just a pittance what they are being paid.
How much are professors earning in Nigeria? I heard the other day, because the ASU strike is on. When I listen to it, I hear a professor earning 500,000. Yet the politician is taking home a humongous sum of money. It's not how much are the doctors taking home? No wonder our doctors. If you know,
Sam, before they increase their salary, which I think it should be doubled or at least 150% more increment. But before they do that, every single police officer in that country should be retrained and then taken through a program. And then if they successfully complete that program, which is to check that there's some basics that they understand as their role, then they get that package. And the ones that are not able to complete that, they need, the totality of them need retraining. I think
95% of them will fail.
And then we weed them out.
They need, like, I agree with you 100%. And I've heard in some quarters where some people say the police need, some of them need psychiatric tests. I agree 100%, and I disagree in a way as well. It's because they are not well paid. They are transferring the aggression to the public. That's just the truth. How can a police just tell you, oh, because you're not giving me money, they're going to gun you down because of that? If you know many stories,
that is the more reason they need psychiatric evaluation. If you cannot hold stress, then you cannot be in that force. That's why they kill people.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
No, just on that space as well. Do you know that there's a recommended shift pattern that they should have? I think they shouldn't spend more than X amount of time on a shift, but they spend 3 times the recommended time they should spend on a shift. And there's a reason why they've designated that maybe you shouldn't be more than 4 hours, or then you tell them to go and spend 8 hours, 12 hours, 13 hours, for something that was designated a 4-hour slot. So
with the condition of that, those their barracks, you can't come out from that place and be normal.
No, it's not possible.
You should see a policeman and be proud of them, not a pot-bellied policeman that when they talk in their stomach is all of those pot-bellied. They should be sent to training and they should reduce in size and in their weight. You can't be a policeman and be this fat, for Christ's sake. How will you chase someone? There's need for training.
Did you see that viral picture?
That is pepper soup belle now.
Pepper soup, Mami markets in the barracks.
Pepper soup and beer every evening. Pepper soup and beer. But our police officers, is it the police department, or they call them force in Nigeria? Number one, they don't recruit the right people into those into that department. If we really want to have a good police force in Nigeria, the minimum standard, the minimum qualification now, if we really want to carry out reform, they have to be university graduate.
No, not necessarily now. Hold
on. What I mean, okay, let me say at least OND holder.
For what entry level? For what entry level?
For recruitment. What do they call it?
For a corporal.
For a corporal. Yes.
No.
A school
start should do for a
Look, hold on, no.
Even the presidency only requires a school start.
Yeah, we have to be at least OND. Why I'm saying this?
For a police corporal.
Yes. Look, their level of maturity and educational qualification, we have to let us bring it up to a standard that at least they can be able, they can reason well, and they have the basic of
a school start should be able to
the basic principle of law.
No, that is in the training now, not in the a basic school start holder should be able to go through the police training process, which will then teach them what is required for the job.
We have police training institutes.
Do you want to? Now that is fine. I will agree that school start holder, at least they have to go to the training institute. Good, the institute have to be well equipped and good training.
That is where the problem is.
That is where the problem is. Yes.
That is where the problem is. They don't have the right training. They don't have the. When you are badly,
it's still
trained,
the same. It's the apes obey that the Europeans left behind.
Typical police officer in Nigeria, when they leave their barrack, they go to a sekpe joint to drink sekpe. Some of them have bleached their body with chain on their neck.
Sekpe is Ogogoro now.
Ogogoro.
Oh, sapele water. Okay, yes, sapele from the creeks. So yes.
That's what they do. So how
Hello,
would you?
Wama, is the way
police officer will stop
this.
you.
Sorry, D. Is the way you are pronouncing it. It's not sepe, shepe.
Look at that. I want your butter. I want to today. You want to push off something from the street.
You don't even know what it is. At least
if you call this shepe, I would have known now.
Oh, okay.
When they're calling this shepe and they're using phone there. Don't do this people.
Okay, shepe. If the police officer will stop you, then his first approach and his first statement to you, you can even smell him from head to toe. You're already drunk and you have guns in your hands. What do people expect? So I think it's mainly those institutes that has the problem, that recruits touts and thugs, because I can't see anything more than touts and thugs in most of those officers.
Yeah, that is the problem. That's why I'm saying they don't recruit the right people. They recruit
maybe Akadeko is right,
high school dropouts.
If they up the level of education, and even for the president self, they need to up it up. How can you be a school start holder? You can be president of a whole Nigeria.
School start holder cannot be a no. We should be doing better.
You know they are trying to amend
for the president.
For the president. What are they saying? HND or something?
I think HND or so.
Yeah. So no more illiterates like
Buhari. I don't understand how a school start holder can be president.
It's just ridiculous. We see what that means now. So what that means is what we're going through now.
So all the institution has issues. So how do we even solve the problem? Where the problem solution should come from is where the problem is.
This is why people are saying throw that constitution in the bin and just rewrite the whole thing. It's just a nonsense. But thank you, Sam. So Sam, let me go on to Ovie, who is almost falling asleep on us. It's all that fast living, isn't it, Ovie? I keep telling you, man, you can't keep pace with this lifestyle that you have, Ovie. Long day.
Well, man. No.
I told you now.
No. I was actually.
Do you know that song? Do you know that song, Steady As She Goes? Find yourself a wife and settle down. Steady as she goes.
Oh, man.
You can't keep it up, but it's up to you, man. I don't tell you.
My man, I've been divorced. I've been married before. So that's why.
Well, try again. Try again.
After all, my papa married 5 in his lifetime, so
No, that's not the way to go. I don't think anybody, not even the Muslims, are marrying multiple wives anymore. You know how expensive it is to, it's not cheap business. So, but
marriage is not prison to
well,
this work. I don't even advise anybody to go for it. I mean, the world has become a very small village that
Fela philosophy
move around freely. No, I don't know why. I don't know why I go just day one place in the name of I don't know. It's not a.
Anyway, it's a matter of
I've been there. I've been there. I've done that. So
one man.
I
want to add a hilarious part into the space. Transgender women are complaining that Ukrainians are not allowing them to leave the country.
This guy.
Wait, transgender women. Look at that. No, I want to do Benin. That's the thing.
Oh, okay.
No.
But no, that's a legitimate complaint though. If they are saying the women are, right. So where do they fall then in that?
Both trans men and trans women. So if they see them as man, they will say wait. They will say no, I'm a woman. If you are a woman, you are a trans man. They will say no, wait. You will say
that is crazy.
It's crazy, man.
They believe we still have laggy on down. Where you still get blala for under there. You they talk say you be female.
Women are staying behind now, Seth.
we're living in a very confused world. You know, that language of
you can say that again.
Mama is speaking my language now. When I thought
it's really confused. One man.
Once upon a time, Ajanle Koko. Once upon a time, you could go into a coffee shop and you say you want a coffee, and the person behind the bar, they will only answer giving you two choices: black or white. Those were the choices you have. Go into that same shop today. They will ask you if you want mocha soka, soka dinka, mocha duka duka. It's just black coffee or white coffee now. But now, the mocha soka duka,
everything.
Duka ruka. Do you want cinnamon? You want cinnamon?
You want cappuccino? You want
Variety
cappuccino?
is the spice of life.
No. Black. Do you want milk in it or not? That's just it. Do you want it black or do you want it with milk?
One man.
No, it's duka muka.
The world has changed, one man. Everything they don't dabaru.
You're almost afraid to go into a coffee shop because you feel silly that you don't know what they are talking about.
You don't even know. They be asking you, you do like a dumb.
They say, do you want muka suka? I want coffee, black.
And you are now encouraging me to go and get married and start producing kids that don't even know they can't what they will grow into. Come on, one man. Save me of that. That is my excuse. That is my excuse. And it's legitimate excuse. It's legit. We don't know the world we are going into in the next 10 years. You don't even know what the world will look like in the next 10 years. Which is
when have we ever known that? The world has never been predictable.
But not at this one that is so. I mean, you say we are confused. I mean, you literally use that word, and you are right. We say it's a confused world we live in. You know, now real jungle now.
Nobody can confidently say that they know the world that we live in now. You don't.
I do.
Know. Okay.
I do.
What world do we live in now?
We live in a crazy world.
This is it. you know, because people occupy so many. Even that gender ambiguity is a world in itself. You know. You know, a man will turn up. A man will turn up at the office in a miniskirt and with lipstick, and you are not meant to bite an eyelid. And if he refers to them in a feminine to himself in a feminine gender, if you don't follow suit, they will sack you. You know. I mean. My goodness me, we just, sometimes you just want to keep your mouth shut,
I wouldn't be surprised if in the next 30 to 40 years to get married will be illegal. The way I'm saying.
Why would it be illegal? What are you talking about?
I mean, marriage is compared to the marriage that
it won't be illegal. No, what you want to say? No, it won't be illegal. It might be an option that people don't exercise, but it won't be against the law.
That's what's happening now. That's what's happening now. An option now. It's an option
now. The parents
see, woman, do you know what is trending now? People who are married are into open relationship.
No, that's always been the case.
That is trending now. That is polygamy, kind of.
It started from there.
Do you know what dogging means? Do you know what dogging means? There's a culture in the UK where a couple will drive into an open field, and then they partake in exercises that man-woman exercises in their car, and then there'll be cars gathered round looking in. Nobody will say a word. But they watch them, and then some people will come on feet just to come and watch them do that in the car. And once they're done, everybody else disperses. They call it dogging.
How many times have you watched?
No. It's just something. There's one narrative that I heard as well about some parents that took their child to psychologists several times in order to get the permit for that child to gender change. How old was that child? 13. 13. 13. So a 13-year-old boy, you've not turned him into a girl, but then the tragedy of it. When that boy now girl turned 18, he said it was a mistake. So there you are. God, man.
With what you just said, with the doggy that I just said, will you say that we are going back to the times of hunter and gathering age, where they just move from one place to a place, just live their life before. I mean,
no, I think it's liberalism gone too far. People have so many rights. Everybody has rights, and everybody's right is accommodated for, so that the whole space, then there's no rules anymore. Because everybody has rights. You cannot discriminate.
Because I think during the days of hunter and gathering, there are rules, that guide them collectively, not individual as it is now.
One man, you see this donkey you talked about. Some people even go as far as doing an orgy.
Crazy.
No, that's what's that called?
In Dagenham, they do that.
I can't recall what that is called, but that's been that's been done for ages now. But no,
See now. So one man, look at everything that we just conceptualize now. Tell me how marriage will vanish soon, because this thing we are talking about are just a pocket of places. But with time, how things begin spread and they become the norm of the society, right? As you talk, everybody won't get right.
Marriage would not. You know why people marry really? It is really for the legal documentation of it, because the legal documentation, it facilitates for certain things. But if
that legal what? Sorry to interject. I think that's what is playing out in our constitution now. This constitutional
which is what?
That Nigerian woman cannot give another outside citizenship. Like if an American.
No, I wasn't even talking about citizenship. I don't know how you got there, but I was talking about things like finances, things like a lot of things that
yeah. I agree.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, look, what I'm saying essentially is, if the law recognizes you as a couple outside of marriage, then people might not feel necessarily the need to marry. Because it's really for the legal recognition of you being a couple that people marry. They might just have a ceremony to celebrate their coupling. Yeah, but that's just what I think. I don't know how we got there, but let me take you back to Nigeria now.
Police carrying rice.
Yeah, but yes, let me take you back to the space of the Nigeria now evacuating. Are you with us or what?
Okay, I'm listening. Yes.
Oh, sorry. Let me go on to Lord Michael, because you seem somewhat otherwise engaged.
I'm with you now. You talk about police.
All right,
the other one is
let's
talking. That's what I'm
continue.
now.
OVA is just on a higher level. So
yes, I don't know, but okay. Settle down, please. Just to the Nigeria evacuating their citizens from the Ukraine. So to that, OVA.
I mean, you said, well, as a tango, at least yesterday we were going back and forth there, how, who's responsible, who should be, But thank God that today now is a different story. So if the federal government or the ministry who is in charge is actually, doing this, I think they deserve that. They deserve the accolade. I mean, as we say, because yesterday, I think apart from me, who's standing for behalf of the government, everybody was chewing them out. But I think it's a good development.
All right, thank you.
And again, still in that space, I think apart from the bordering, can somebody help me? Are the bordering countries to Ukraine, Poland, and yes, one I'm trying to.
Romania, Slovakia.
The ambassador to Romania was on a rise.
Yes, she was at the border welcoming. Yeah, no, she's a Yoruba woman. Is a Modupe something? Yeah. So she was very active. Go on.
And she was, additional praises to how the federal government is, right behind her, throwing support behind them and all that kind of thing and all that. So I point out to say that yesterday we just choose one narrative to just focus on. And that's where we are all up in arms, as if we are going disagreeing with each other and who to blame and who not to blame. So at times, I'm saying this so that at times, try to do a little bit of a very robust, a complete both sides now of the area, so that we can, rather than trying to be a CNN or
no.
I must tell you,
what we were talking
she's
about.
part of the Nigerian government, so we didn't expect her to condemn the Nigerian government. She's only praising her boss. Otherwise, she'll be out of job. What she's doing there is damage control. They are not doing enough. We all see it. Because if they were doing enough, we would not be counting lives that has been lost. So what we said yesterday and what we have been crying out is all facts. What they are doing now is damage control. We support them because we want the safety of our people.
And
so
Lord
evacuation must continue.
Lord Michael, what we were discussing yesterday as a standalone, we were right to be critical about it because what was said was not something that somebody of that seniority should be saying. That the parents should evacuate their children. That's not something that should be said, especially given the gravity of the situation.
Is it not the same minister, the first journalist that went to him to ask him about Ukraine? He just laughed and walked away. And secondly, don't you think at the border where they are refusing these people, if the country has made arrangement and they know Nigeria is evacuating their people, they won't stop them from going because they know there is a flight ready for them to pick them. They will just make them pass through.
That is what the Nigerians were reporting at the Polish border, that when they got to the Polish border, that they will refuse them entry into Poland because they are saying that your government has not been in touch with us. So we're not going to let you in to constitute vagrancy to our society, but we can grant you passage if you are escaping.
Because but one man, that is still racism. They refuse those people to save their life. Okay, let me ask you: every other nationality that are white in coloration, did they have a discussion with their countries? Are they evacuating them somewhere? People are only running away to save their lives. And you are bringing a clause.
They check their passport. They check their passport because I've seen that. Yeah,
they're making a perfect sense. But what we are saying in this case is that would have been avoided if our government were responsible, because obviously you've communicated with these people, they know there is a flight waiting for Nigerians. They will now be turning those Nigerians back, even if there is racism in play. You understand? That's what I'm trying to say.
No, you're right.
All right, thank you. So back to your VA, to that space, round off your thoughts, and I'll take you to another talking point.
Yeah, I mean, kudos to them, and they can only get better from here on. And just hope that the evacuation is successful and they arrive home safely. But again, there's another angle that there are some people don't want to leave. I saw that.
Yes. So, you know, some people they will die there now. After what it took them to. What are they going back to? They are bombing them in Ukraine. They are gunning them in Nigeria. So what? They're exchanging one war zone for another now. So what's the?
So they never build mansions. They never build. They never get anything on ground. So they don't. They fear to.
You know how many people? You know some people they sold land and cars to get to Ukraine. You are now saying because somebody is throwing bomb, you want to evacuate. You must be joking. When
they have pastors in Nigeria that are praying for them.
Yeah, exactly.
We go die here.
We go die here. You know. So we go die here, but what the policeman turned waiter. So your thoughts on that? This is something that the whole of Nigeria is talking about.
Oh man, I don't mean that was. I don't want to generalize the whole Nigerian police. You know, I'll rather focus on themselves. One, I see a greedy man. A man who don't want me anybody come between him and madam in terms of anything, so that madam say, "Oh, good boy, take 200 naira, be 500 naira for doing this." It decided to take advantage of that space. One, that one day. Two, I think somebody made the point that overzealousness, eye service, that one saved day. Three, a madam wouldn't they follow. You can never tell the kind of character she is, you know. Maybe na person where they won't show person yes, na them. Now only na policeman want me to sell my food. I don't want anybody do this, anybody do this. You know, some no trust their family members around me, they no come wish people. You know, a lot of things could come to play. And that's why I say I don't want say the whole Nigerian police, even though I know this is not the first time. It's common with the see them every now and then, everywhere. But it's as they say, it's all part of it. But I think when some people are suggesting that they increase their salary and all that, but not be the Nigerian system, they go see they spend the money, they will see they leave. Increasing their salary not going to make any difference. So the whole society needs reevaluation. Because if you raise my neighbor's salary out, maybe me, I'm also a government worker, but I'm not just a uniform person. I go on make her behave. When I know say the guy who did the same level for all of his sudden you don't double his salary. All he knows is in the police. So I don't think it boils down to just focusing on them alone, but everything around them has to be put on table to discuss. The infrastructure needs to be improved. The schools where you go send their children to need to be improved. So now Nigeria matter is beyond the Nigerian police. I think it's actually good that he's pointing out a police college. Now my training ground be that. They go there, they go train at least 2-3 times in a week back there. So yes, I would say most of those police officers, most of my competitors are police. In fact, the current female instructor for there, now my teammate. So I know the situation and it's not far from what you guys are describing. Me say, but when I reach there, I go say, man, you know, you won't join police, but when you get to the ground to recruit, it's just something that because this is a federal government facility. So it's beyond now. What people are not even saying is to the left of the police station at their estate be that where the police people they live. All the soccer way, and they call them we say they are all boss everywhere, they smell like and they still live there. So it's beyond their salary. Everything is a ground zero as far as that country is concerned. So if we want to focus on them, it has to be holistic. So that man, we will see that man soon. Just one of many things before, but it's one of many things that we don't.
It's just to repeat it because I remember the police college in Ikeja as well, and that is my memory of it. Smelly, dirty. Yeah. So what expectation is that anything coming out of there will be of any use to society? It will never be, of course. They will exactly be as they are.
And everything they Ikeja there, the number one police commissioner office, we see there around the area, allows is there where the governor, everything is just some way you see.
And you know the renovation and maintenance, they are all budgeted for. They capture all these things in their budget, everything every year.
They pay everything. I don't know. So the Nigerian problem, and we that we live around there, we they come out our white, we come forgetting that. If these people, even though, as I say, if you increase their salary, we go see be victim because now we will not be playing their own role, so that they go increase our salary too. Anywhere where they work. What are you not going to say to the Agberos? They go step up. So it will affect every area within where they operate, and which is the totality of the society. So the Nigerian police situation I get there for my family too. Two of my brothers are correct police, good ones.
All right, thank you, Ovie. We can tell from your voice that you've been, partaking in your something somewhat. So let us let you relax a little bit and go on to Lord Michael, who doesn't partake in your habits. So
one man. All right.
But over here we can hear it now. When you're like, we can hear it. But
don't trust Lord Michael as well. Don't trust Lord Michael. You never can.
All right. Let's go into Lord Michael. So Lord Michael, coming to you. Let's have you speak on the Muslim insisting that the southern president must be of Islamic extraction. Just a dog whistle to essentially insisting on a Yoruba candidate, or do you read it differently, Lord Michael?
Well, I would think those guys don't really have a voice to move the polity. All they are looking for is, we know where they are angling to. They are looking for money. They just want to be part of the campaign crew. So when the time comes for a really campaign, this guy will be like, okay, these guys are still rooting for me. Everybody from every corner will be important. So let me dole out some money to them. So that's what they're looking for, their pocket. It's part of the politicking.
Oh, all right. Yes, that's money politics right there. You know, a lot of people, they make their money almost for life, but certainly for the next 4 years, just within this political window. Because these people, they just move money aggressively, you know. You see all this, when we see all these people at schools, where they're handing out all this 500 naira to people, that's not the 500 naira that they told them to go and give them. They told them to go and give them 5,000 naira. But they will cut it and cut it and cut it to, so it's just the money. So it's a money move, what you're hearing from that Islamic group, essentially, is what I was agreeing with, Lord Michael. But you've spoken a little bit about the policeman, waiter man, but expand more on your thoughts on that. So it's just disgraceful, isn't it?
Yeah, I've always cried out for these things. Like, I still think the NSAS was a mistake. Police are adults. If they feel maltreated, they should speak for themselves. There is nobody in the police force that is less than 18. So it was a mistake even fighting for them in the first place. And you know why I even blame that police officer for carrying the food for the woman? You see, I wouldn't have had any problem if the man had 2 plates in his hand, one for himself, one for the woman. But where I have a problem is getting food for the woman without even thinking of yourself. Then, first of all, he has put himself below life. For the woman, yes, she's only doing what a greedy politician or a greedy woman with some kind of cash in her pocket would do. Everybody wants to use the other person.
She was the former Nigerian ambassador to the Netherlands.
You can imagine. You see, these people do not have this kind of privilege abroad. In abroad, they queue. In abroad, they take their food themselves. They wait in the lines to get into buses. But the moment they come back to Nigeria, everything is just crazy. Like some time ago, I used to know somebody who is like in America, you hardly hear people honk. But when you come to Nigeria, even people who live abroad, they are the ones who do it for fun. For no reason, you hear them boom, 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 boom. Noise pollution everywhere. So it's just a shame, and I condemn it in entirety.
On that honking, I have a little personal anecdote of myself. So years ago, when I first came into this country and I started driving, and I was driving with my brother then, and then somebody just did something. I just, how we do it in Nigeria. You see all those things. My brother just gave me a look. He said, "Have you not noticed that you don't hear that sound around here?" I said, "What sound?" I said, "Okay, listen. How many horns do you hear?" I've never heard a horn beep except in an emergency situation. And I think often when I hear a horn beep, it's still me beeping it just to insult somebody. But yes, no, people don't beep horns in
man, can I say something?
I'm guilty of that too. When I first enter Yankee, I do that the same.
Hold on, let's hear from over here. Yeah.
I say I'm guilty of that too. When I first come Yankee, I do the same thing. If I want to talk about any whatever they do, I will just say, what's wrong with you, man? Of course,
how long does it take for that monkey thing to get out of? Because when you first come into abroad, you are a monkey. So how long does it take for you to unmonkey yourself abroad, do you think? I think 3 years.
My village
you on your vehicle here, as if you kill somebody. They will look at you.
So, sorry, yeah, over here, you say your monkey is still there?
It's still there, still very strong. Yeah. Either by act or the way I speak, yeah.
No, we must always retain a little bit of what we are. But yes, Thomas, you were about to say that it's frowned on in Australia too.
Oh my goodness, one man. They will look at you as if you just killed someone. Some will even give you finger. If you do that, they will give you finger. But I said, what happened? They said no. It's very annoying. It's just on extreme cases, maybe an accident is about to happen or somebody is about to double cross you driving wrongly. But here, no, my mentality changed.
But Nigeria, you can't blame your driving test and
even if you want to take a turn, if you want to turn without anyone, that is how they do.
But one man, we can't blame them in Nigeria because Okada will double cross you, Marwa will double cross you. You have to do something.
Yeah, no, it's the culture in Nigeria. Thank you, Thomas. So let's get back to Lord Michael. And Lord Michael, let's have your thoughts on the. Oh yeah, were you talking about the Muslim ticket? Oh yeah, do you want to round off on that and then go on to
let's just go to the next space. I've just said it's money politicking.
Okay, AREGBESOLA approached OONI to help him settle rift with TINUBU. So if he knew he couldn't finish the fight, then why did he start it in the first instance? Just barely 3 weeks, and is already on his knees. What are you then making of the rascality of this Alpha?
I've researched it and it's propaganda. AREGBESOLA did not do that. So I think it's TINUBU's camp trying to find a way to nail this man down and look like it's begging everybody and trying to make TINUBU look like a warlord when the battle has not started.
Okay, you are towing Ajale Koko's line.
Oh, Ajale Koko said it too?
Okay. That was his position too. So this story now, this beef, I don't know if you know much about it, but this beef between INNOSON Motors and GTB Bank, with GTB Bank trying to sort of like outdo them in a 32 billion naira debt. So anyway, let's abandon that because I wasn't even clear on it when I was reading it out. But let me have you speak instead on 2.5 trillion fuel subsidy. Lawan urges Buhari to
No. I know about the INNOSON and GT GT problem. You see what happened there is, yes, INNOSON borrowed money from GT.
Yeah.
And he was paying his loans and paying his interest until he decided to change his accounting firm. Who told him that no, with the records we have here, your former accountants need to go to jail because this guy has been swindling from you. And in fact, this guy is even ripping you off with GT Bank. So they struggled that fight. They went to bank. You know, Nigeria is just a place where you have laws that doesn't work. And they found out that INNOSON Motor has paid up his debt and they were still debiting him. He was still paying more. So he went to court. He won his case. In fact, INNOSON, by the Nigerian law, owns some branches in GTB, in GT Bank, according to the award he was given. So right now, because he has not taken that and he wants his money, he's now suing that they should change it to holdings, where he can make it, what is it called? He can have a sway of say in the banking sector because he wants to repatriate his money. And once he gets his money, he doesn't care about the bank. He can let them go. So
okay, so he wants to use the debt to get a stake in GT Bank.
Of course, if you cannot pay him his money, you sell him shares. His money is there. Otherwise, one day when because you know what the ruling was, he will continue to get interest because the bank is still banking with his money. So if the bank keeps doing this, and we have a sane person who is going to uphold laws in this country, one day the owner of GT Bank will lose his bank to INNOSON, and then it becomes a tribal scandal.
GT Bank are using And yes, it is a tribal undertone because the GT space Yoruba led, but they are using the EFCC to intimidate Innocent.
That is the problem. You see, our institutions in this place have become to a dog chasing house, whereby if you have some legs in there, you start chasing people, even when you are doing wrong. That is why a criminal president will use EFCC or DSS to chase around his political opponents. You know, these are the things we always come here to cry about, and they need to nip it in the bud. We need to start doing the right thing. Yes,
I have
please.
a question for you, Lord Michael.
Yes.
Don't you see the another side to this? They just launched what Dangote launched again with Pojo, right? A couple of weeks ago, months ago, Dangote go started produce cars in Nigeria. You know, say political witch or whatever. You know, see that one?
Yes, I can believe that too. That he's trying to knock Innocent down. You know, Dangote wants to own Nigeria the way he's going, and you see the people in power keeps helping him. This is the same thing they did to Ibeto Cement.
No, sorry, Lord Michael, stay with where you are. I don't know what
it's okay.
Ovie was talking about.
Trying to say that maybe Dangote has a hand in sabotaging.
No,
it's possible. He has sabotaged so many people's business. But let's leave that apart.
Ovie, hold on. It's nothing to do with Dangote or Arewa. Let me just give you this little bit. So what happened was that whatever that build-up is that you've just narrated, Lord Michael, it led to this. It led to this point. So Innocent Mato got a court judgment against GT Bank in 2014 for 8.2 billion naira. That may well be off the back of the narrative that you brought, Lord Michael. So they got that judgment against GT Bank in 2014, but GTB Bank were not servicing that that loan, and that loan or that debt of 8.2 billion has now through interest ratcheted up to 3.32, not 3. So from 8.2 is ratcheted up to 32.8 billion naira. So what GT Bank is now doing is to move their company into a holding company and try to just park that debt either in another different portfolio. So they're trying to move their portfolio into a holding company and isolate that debt. And Innocent Moto are trying to attach that debt to the overall holdings of our GT Bank. But then GT Bank are now using the EFCC to try and intimidate Innocent Moto out of that space. And GT Bank, of course, led by a Yoruba inflection, and Innocent Motors are obviously from the east. So that is the convolution of that space. Nothing at all to do with Dangote.
No, okay. That's fine. Ovie, you know, Ovie is on a higher level. So
no. Just
that's
why I said just park it to one side. So yeah, so that but it's an interesting little spot. But that angle that you brought, that they're leveraging that. So a 8 billion debt, which has now transmuted into a 32 billion debt, that is a strong holding within that bank. Or if they want to hold on to that debt, they can seize that bank.
Yeah. You know, actually, they advised Innocent to take over the bank, but because this man tried to be a good man, I think he made a mistake.
Lord Michael, there is no way you can take over the bank. For what? Why would they take over the
bank? It is possible. They can attach your debt to your assets now and seize it. Yes.
No, it's not like Innocent is not going to be the ED or the MD. All he's going to take is shares. You don't understand me. It's not like he's going to change the bank from GT to Innocent. No. Take over the bank is he will now have shares in the bank. It's not like he's going to take it and take their name. No. He will now officially have established shares in the bank as a shareholder, depending on how much his money can buy.
No, that's not possible. It depends. If the GDP want it like that, yeah, well, they can convert it to share. They can convert it to share in their organization. But if GTB doesn't want that, what the law permits is that
to pay the money.
they will go into negotiation and they have to agree on how repayment will be done. They can even negotiate it down. You understand? Yes, they can negotiate it down to a PRSB minimum that both sides will be satisfied, and then they will agree on repayment. But to convert it to shareholders, to share, except GTB want to do it like that, which they will not do, because that's a huge money.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
You see the problem for GTB refusing to come to the negotiation table. We force the hand of the government if we have laws that really works to do that. Because they are not willing to negotiate at all.
Yes,
they are still holding their ground.
Yes,
even with proof.
GTB was fraudulent in their business practice with Innocent Motor. You know, they were while this guy was.
I didn't know you were following that space, Janle Koko.
Oh yeah, I was following it. So while they were following their debt, they were overcharging them with series of fees, and they shot themselves in the foot. You know how they shot themselves in the foot? When Innocent Motor wanted to refinance that debt, that was when they were refusing, or maybe when they refinanced, it was trying to refinance the debt, and then they brought out a very huge amount again.
Yes, very humongous amount.
That was when the problem started. That was when the accountant said, waiting. All this loan that you have paid so much, and you just want to refinance this, the balance, and they are trying to bring up as if you are going to start all over again. He said, no, we have. Then that guy started checking the record, and they got to the root, and that guy got everything, all the fees, and it discovered that UTB have been defrauding that man for a long time.
Yes.
And they went to court, and they were able to prove the case very well. They showed the court all the documents and everything, and they got judgment in their favor. So, and like you said, instead of them, when they got the final judgment, the 8 point something, instead of them to now start to say, okay, let's go into negotiation and for repayment or to reduce the amount, they feel nothing can happen to them. Now, they feel where they are the bank and we get money, we have everything, nothing can happen. And the amount grew from 8 point something to 32 that one man is, and that is when everything becomes scatter. And whether they like it or not, they have to pay. They will pay some money. They cannot get away with it.
Ajale Koko, and this opens another space for common Nigerians that banks just charge them and take their money unnecessarily too, without them knowing.
You can't keep money in Nigerian bank. They be charging you several fee to steal your money.
It's absurd. Today you see maintenance fee, SMS charge. I'm like,
Nigeria, kilo day. Nowhere you go, whether you have it in your current account or you have it in your savings account, they will charge you they will be charging you some fee that you will look at. Before you know it, your money is gone. They'll be taking the money small, and they be robbing you and stealing your money. Nigeria, go.
Yes, it's quite a thing. But go on, Lord Michael.
No, I'm saying the kind of fraud that goes with our bank. Do you know I'm still battling with my $4,000?
Well, is that going on 2 years now, or how long ago?
No, 2 months now.
Or 2 months.
Yeah.
Are you hopeful?
I'm hopeful. I've consulted my lawyer because I have a law firm that I subscribe to. It's called Legal Shield. We pay them a fee every month. So if you have anything, you can just consult them for free.
Where's that based?
It's based in the United States. So I petitioned the fraud unit in United States here. So they asked me to get a lawyer. I just quickly contacted the Legal Shield, and the Legal Shield they've given me a draft that they want me to go through and see if that fits my narrative. so we can shoot it to the fraud department here, and they can start chasing it. Because you see, World Remit, they say World Remit has assets here. So if they figure out everything, they are going to investigate it. And if they feel what I said is true, they go after World Remit. If they refuse to refund my money, they will seize their assets.
And did you tell them about how everything has traumatized you and all that?
Oh my God! You know, anytime I talk to them, I'm talking to them like I'm not even breathing well.
So that's we can add a few zeros to that 4,000.
No, they will know. I will lose everything if I try those rubbish. You know, it's obvious. You know.
So is it just your money back, or you will be compensated? Is what
I just need my money back. I just need my money back.
You know.
Sorry, Lord Michael. Did you make a transaction through World Remit or what?
Yes, I sent money to Nigeria through World Remit for the money to be picked up in Delta States by a man, only for somebody else to pick up the money in Lagos, and the person is a woman.
Lord Michael, where you dey? No be US you dey.
Now US I dey now.
Why they use World Remit? Now British people use World Remit.
Now the one when I go, somebody go tell me something I use now.
British people,
you know, usually there is this guy I have, is this Yoruba guy in Delaware that I just send dollars to. He pays it to my Naira account. Then I send money. But I want to go do big man now. Make them know say I dey abroad. Can't go send money. Now I enter one chance so.
I don't want chance to enter.
Don't use World Remit.
I've learned my lesson. I would have used MoneyGram or Western Union. That is straightforward.
You send Wave. A lot of people I know.
No, I'm not. I don't use anyone again. No, but they don't worry.
World Remit now to London. If you want to send money or London people, I know say hey, that's what I use.
Yeah.
People
you know, somebody just told me about it. You know. Well, it's okay. I learned my lesson. I just pray I get it back. So that's it on that space.
All right. Good luck with that, Lord Michael.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so you've docked the Akeredolu, you've spoken on the Muslim and the pastor and the policeman waiter. Have you spoken on the Ukrainian situation? Nigeria, we vilified them so heavily yesterday. But
yes, I'm just going to say something briefly on that.
Yeah.
You see, all our cries here is coming to play. And I want to tell my fellow people that anything we see that is wrong, we should not keep our mouth shut. We should still keep talking. You know, I think why the government is swinging into action now is that Nigerians everywhere, on every platform, they are beginning to speak up. In fact, most of them are threatening the government. Most of them are saying they will join the secessionist group, this one and that one. So the government doesn't want majority of Nigerians against them, especially those that are abroad. Even some of the people who were supporting government are now turning against government. So they have, if we put them on their toes, we can achieve results in little or no time. So I want everybody to continue to hold them accountable. Where they do right, we praise them. Where they do wrong, we whip their asses. So that's how to move forward from there.
All right, thank you. So let's go on from you, Lord Michael, to DOJ. So DOJ, just to the AREGBESOLA space, your reading of that narrative.
I believe the man is begging because I said it over, was it 2 weeks ago? No.
Yeah, what did you say, Dad? What did you say, Dad?
So I said it last week. That guy is going to beg TINUBU last. And I don't understand why some people are refusing to believe he's begging. That guy is begging.
They know he's begging, but they just can't.
Who are the people? What
Them.
Don't buy one man.
Make a cuckoo measure Ajale Koko where they disagree, where they won't agree.
So people that we cannot mention.
For Islamic affairs too are involved.
Sorry,
the Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs.
Oh yes, that was in the narrative. Yes.
Yeah, they are involved too. So I believe, yeah. So and like I said, the man will forgive him, use him, and deal with him if he needs to deal with him later.
Mm.
Yeah. That is
All
so
right.
he's begging. And I think for Southwest, things like that don't come in the news if it's not existing. And with the way that guy was going about it, he would have come out to debunk it if that's not in play.
You know what I would just like to see is let's identify one Yoruba name, and then we know that is the Yoruba slot. And then if they have a name in the east, let them identify that name, and then we know that's the name in the east. And then the south identifying name. Then we have three names, and then we know that's
With
where
the
the battle.
options,
Yeah, that's where the battle space is. But
And
the way
that's the problem. It's not
yeah.
that straightforward with the way things are at the moment. That's the problem. And like I said too, that will really help with PDP in Lagos. And if PDP is going to take Lagos, they need to really work very well. I've read a lot of things online about our uncle's brother. I've read a lot of people saying a lot of things, so they have a lot of work to do. Like Ajale could say, grassroots, that they need to tap into the youths. They need to start organizing forums and bringing respectable youths in play to play some part for them too. Because I think with the youth in Lagos State and with few grassroots, you can take Lagos State at the moment. And TINUBU is not so keen. He's more focused with his own ambition now. Even if he wants Lagos, he's more focused on him being president. So I think there are lapses, and I've said it about a month ago too, that there are lapses for another party to take Lagos now, especially PDP, if they play their cards right. And I think what will help PDP again in the Lagos is if they decide their candidate on time, so they can start their groundwork on time to beat while APC is still wallowing and dragging their feet on the floor. They would have achieved a lot. So I think in the state level, if they can decide, PDP can decide on time who their candidate is, they can take Lagos. I think there is a chances of them taking Lagos now.
Oh, all right. So the man you are seeing on your screen, everybody, is the most likely candidate that the PDP will present for Lagos State in 2023. So that's the person that almost certainly will be contending against Sanwo-Olu in 2023. An interesting little tidbit about the man you see on your screen. That man there is the older brother of our very own Alexander Gomez. So that is Alexander's older brother right there. He's tilting towards the Lagos State seat. So what are you making of that then, DOG? Alexander Segmon?
Yeah, he has a chance, like I said, because Lagos State right now is shaking and APC has messed up with the NSAS issue. And I think some people are a bit tired of that TINUBU godfatherism hold. And the man in question himself is even focused about his own ambition right now. He's not playing, he's left the kingmaker seat to want to be king himself. So he's not concentrating more on Lagos like he would have if he was just a kingmaker. So I think there is an opportunity, and with all this disarray, they don't want to use Sanwo-Olu. There is a lot of problem in that party right now.
You know, there's a good chance that Tinubu could lose everything. He could lose
exactly.
the presidency and lose Lagos State, which then is just, yeah.
It's just the groundwork you do, especially for that Lagos State. I think is the groundwork. There is a lot of people they could tap into, but I think what will really make the way for them, especially PDP, is to choose their candidate on time and decide who the person is on time so they can start working on time. Because there is a lot of work to do.
Oh, all right, thank you, D. And very briefly on the waiter policeman, it's just a ridiculousness.
It's such a shame. That's how far they've degraded police force, and that profession is so in a mess right now. And the annoying part again in that particular video is
if you look at that buffet, it's not even a buffet you need to serve yourself. There are people serving. So that woman could have actually hold a plate her own self, and she would just request what she wants, and they would just put it. Not like you need 4 hands or 2 hands. You just need to hold your plate and say what you want, and they will put it in your plate. So why do you need an officer?
Do you see how that is playing now? She would not never look at the officer. She would just say, she will not even look at the person serving. She would just say, "Oh, see," and then she'll
No, I
just
think what
carry on
she's doing.
walking.
I think what she's doing is she's just
And then the one
stopping.
will be, oh God,
She's
it's
stopping
terrible.
in front of what she wants, so the guy
Yeah.
take what she wants.
Yeah, she won't
And
even look
she's
back
busy
at him.
chatting with people. Like I think maybe the chief caterer or something was the one gisting with her and all
I
that.
don't even think kings live like that. You know, that's even
Everybody is king
even
in
a king
Nigeria
would
once
not.
you are in a position and you have money. Like I said, I know young guys, very young guys with escorts, police escorts, with police van, with
I don't think
styrene.
somebody like me can live in, unless I go and live in a rural area. I don't think I can handle a place like Lagos. So they'll just finish me. They'll just say, "This at this fool," because they've pace at which they live and the life that they live and what obtains. And I go there based blowing grammar. They'll deal with me seriously.
No, there
I
are
mean,
places for
yeah.
people like you.
Mm.
There are people, there are places, there's a lot of people that are full butter and they live in Lagos. It's just where you go and the kind of crowding where you are. The only places you might have issues is probably in traffic. But in the places you go, I don't think you
Have
will
have
ever.
you ever heard of champagne taste beer budget? Do you
Yeah.
know what happens? This is it now.
Of
It's
course, you have
champagne.
you are capable, woman. You are
Champagne.
capable.
You know how
You are
much they sell
capable.
houses. You know how much they sell houses in Lekki these days.
You know, just go to the Highland,
Look at that.
lodge in a very nice hotel
And
there or something.
I had that opportunity in Lekki all those years ago when it was still. But I just thought there was a time that I wasn't giving consideration to Nigeria at all. That I just thought, yeah, I'm not interested in that space. And that was when a lot of opportunities came my way. But I just thought, no, nonsense. I'm not interested. But but there it is.
It's actually
Lagos.
risky
I don't
too.
know why people are living in Lagos. Why? Lagos
Why
not be
not?
place
Lagos
where
is
you
a
know.
sweet place. If
Ah,
you have money, you can live in Lagos
which
happily.
where? Tell me how? How? I live in Aja for like 10 years. Tell me I was still sweet there. You come up for
Yeah,
VGC,
you
you
don't
jump
have money
traffic.
then. Do you have money then?
Lagos is probably the most
Listen
exciting
now.
city on the planet.
Eh?
Where money people
Ove, when you
live
were
for
living in
Lagos?
Nigeria, do you have money? Were you rich? Can you say you are
Oh
rich?
God, this guy.
That's the thing. If you want to
Seriously,
live on
just
all those
now
places,
let me
island,
tell you what happened. There's only one route for everybody. You know, only one road
you
for
are breaking.
everybody, rich, poor, whatever. You have only one access. Can you hear me? You have just one access to that area, only one road for everybody, both the rich and the poor. So, what's it gonna be different if you're a billionaire
But they
and
ply
you
it
trek?
differently. They ply that
How?
same road differently.
How?
You know how I don't need
Tell
to
me.
say anything. If you're in
Where
Lagos,
from?
let me tell you something. If you're in Lagos, like let me give you some example. If you're in Lagos, if you live like on the mainland and you walk like on the highland and you don't get paid very well, you'll probably bring in your food from home because to go out to even eat lunch, if you work on the island and you just have a petty normal job like all this sales girl job, you can't buy food on the island.
It's not
You can't
even
even go
that.
to supermarkets to
I'm
buy
telling you
things.
about the commute. You have to wake up 5 o'clock in the morning.
And that is
I
the
mean, not wake up
lifestyle.
5 o'clock. You have to
You
be
will
on
get
the
used
road.
to it.
You have to be
You
on
will
the
get
road
used to
5 o'clock.
it.
Not wake up. You have to be on the road 5 o'clock, whether you are rich or poor. And no care who you are.
But
And 10
that's the
minutes
Lagos
after
life.
5.
You will get used to it. You live in Nigeria for 9 years and you're still complaining.
They completely go from Abraham
Let me
Adesoya
tell
to
you something.
Chevron. Listen now.
I work in VI. I work in VI. I live in Beachland Estate in Apapa.
You did. That's not life.
I will finish work at 5, but because of traffic, I go to Grunto. That's when I know I met Daddy Freeze because he used to live in one room down my office. He works in Cool FM then. Grunto is in front of Cool FM. They sell a bottle of beer there, 1,800. That was like maybe 12, 14 years ago. 1,800. I would rather stay there, drink a couple of beer, gist with the manager of Grunto, then drive home quietly. 30 minutes drive. If you leave my work at 5 when you close, 30 minutes drive you will get home at 1 a.m. because of traffic, tanker drivers, all those things from as you are coming out to a hotel roundabout.
All right, thank you. I don't know where we're going with that.
So you just have to adjust to the life. Lagos, you just have to adjust to it.
It's supposed to be 10-minute drive, less than 10 minutes drive. To Chevron, less than 10 minutes drive. We go sit down for car 2-3 hours.
All right, it's the lack of facilities in Lagos. So let's not. We all know this, so we will experience that. But thank you, V. Yeah, thank you, D as well. Let me go on from you, D, to Ife. Let me go to Ife, who hopefully still with us. Ife, are you there? All right, we seem to have lost Ife somehow. So let's go then to Prof, who hopefully is still with us. Prof, are you there? All right, so there it is. So I think we'll start to round off here. We seem to have lost everybody else there. They've just got bored of waiting for their turn. So we'll start to round off. Let me actually. Did you speak on the AREGBESOLA? You spoke on the AREGBESOLA. Let me come to you then again, D, and have you speak on the Muslim Muslim insists next president must be of Southern Islamic extraction. So speak on that, and then we start to round up from there.
Lord Michael says that time, you see, a lot of people will even form, there will be a lot of youth forum, religious groups. This time around, the election is coming. Everybody wants to hit the money. They know they will give them money. Some politician goes as far as buying all these groups, bosses, buying them, giving them money, financing their business, promising them, oh, if I even win, I will do this for you. They'll say, oh, we want a boss. They will print their name, like maybe TINUBU or one man for president. They will put it on the boss, give them the boss, give them money. Oh yeah, go to your Muslim people, go and campaign. They will come back with different stories to get money from those people. I know of a governor that still dish out. Election was Saturday. He still gave some group 500 million naira on Thursday. And that's how they dish this money out. So you can imagine them.
So it's what I was saying now, that people make life-changing amounts of money during this election space.
100%.
Yeah, because they just throw money at it.
They throw money.
Go and deliver me those people, and I don't want to know how you
imagine somebody
deliver.
like TINUBU now.
I'm looking for TINUBU's camp to join.
This Muslim group, they are vying for Muslim. I think I need them. Help me look for them. It doesn't cost him anything to give them millions of naira and give them a boss. They will go to their Muslim group and say, oh, we are voting TINUBU. They will go and choose Ankara, same Ankara type self. They will go sing, go up and down, take picture, go back to Baba and say, we've done this, but we discovered that some of our groups in some area, we still need to tip them. They will get another money. So some people, this is the period they make their money. After election, they go quiet and spend the money or invest it and enjoy themselves. Some people, the way
I have a cousin that built a hotel out of that slot.
Some people, their own politics is they play the politics so they get political appointment. Some people is for contract. So you will hear a lot of things, a lot of group will sprout out from nowhere. They will even have letterheaded print clothes and all that. Is just to get money.
The OG move from our own now. Let's start our own group for TINUBU. There's money in that space.
No, you have to form for Atiku. I think Atiku is more generous and he needs.
No. Yeah, Tinubu is more desperate.
Tinubu
But
is
they
the
are
one
both
that
desperate. They are
sharp
both
money.
desperate.
Tinubu
But
is
I
sharp
think
money.
Tinubu has got the experience.
Can you see
Atiku
this
has
guy?
got
Because
experience.
Atiku he needs southern voices now
Jose,
to
you
No,
know
Atiku
Mr.
don't blow
Jollof.
now. You see
You
the
know
way.
Mr. Jollof is now supporting Tinubu.
Yes, I see that move.
Which one is Mr. Jollof?
He's
I
a
want use as
comedian.
one guy like that.
It's
For
one
He's a
worry.
useless
what?
Delta boy like that that just like going to the internet space to chase clouds. He calls
Yeah,
And
himself
chase
a
clout a
comedian.
lot.
A comedian.
he's getting
The
paid for
way
there now.
Lord Michael, you know what's funny? The way this guy comes out and blast all these guys, you will never believe it's somebody that will come out to support Tinubu ever.
Exactly.
No, not the entrance.
And that's the shame. This guy too that was carrying placard during NSAS, this big brother guy too. Him too, he has gone starting some forum for Tinubu. You know?
There's
So
money in that
that's the
space.
problem.
There's
So
money
that's
in
why
that
I'm even saying
You see, have you noticed this trend of all these big brother type people? Suddenly, they will just put out this thing that they bought a house in Lekki, that they built something, and I'm thinking, is that money in just reality TV for them to be popping houses all over
I think
Lekki?
what I think again lately is I think some of these politicians are using these people.
Yes.
Even all these comedians that does skits,
Yes.
they will say they've bought house, you will see the house, buy Benz of 60 million, 80 million on skits making. I don't know. I think all those politicians are using these guys now.
You
They
know,
are
it's
using
Mr. Macaroni that I'm waiting for now. He's going to come out for Tinubu, you know.
No. It's Atiku. No, Atiku boy. Macaroni is Atiku boy.
You see, DOG said something that I want to elaborate on.
It's already in Atiku's camp.
You see, like what DOG said during these NSAS things, people who carry placard. You know, I just want to say this point. You see, most of those influencers need those things to place clouds, to change clouds. Example, you see this guy AY. After that NSAS, I've disliked him. You know why? I've been seeing him playing around with politicians. So
Which one is AY? Is this Citizen AY?
AY comedy that comes to the UK.
Oh yeah. Okay, I know.
You know what I see him as? Someone who led those kids to the slaughterhouse and abandoned them. I want to believe he knew they were going to shoot. That is why he was not there with them on that day. He left and they shot and killed those kids. And after that, shortly, I started seeing him with politicians, Dino Melaye, Ojus Okalu, and the rest. Even some of these politicians came to his birthday. You know, so Nigerians need to be wise.
What
Most
I've
of these
realized
influencers are not your friends. They use you.
Lord Michael,
These
what I've
so-called
realized
celebrities.
is
They
all
use people
these
to climb up and
celebrities,
throw them
they
away.
are about their belly. All these celebrities, screw all of them. They are all about their home pocket, their life, how they want to make life better for themselves. Because the way everything is turning out with these celebrities now is just funny. People you don't expect, people you would think they will just wait and support the right person. Everybody is just going to support Tinubu. They've wired them money, you know. There is this man, I've forgotten what they call that man, one local guy that lives somewhere in Ekpe. He says vulgar words on the internet like this. I saw his video on YouTube. Eniola Badmus was really abusing Tinubu. So apparently they say police picked him up. His next YouTube video, Eniola Badmus went online with him to say, "Oh, we can sort your life, we can do this." I know he's coming to speak for them, Tinubu. So he's probably gonna tip the guy some money, you know. So all these celebrities, they won't do anybody any good. People need to fight for themselves.
Sorry, who's playing some radio or television something? All right. All right, thank you, DOJ. I think we have Ife now because I can see Ife
He's back
unmuted.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, we did try to come to you earlier on, Ife, but it looks as though you went to
Maybe
raid
that was
the
when I
fridge.
went to ease myself.
No. It's better to say you went to raid the fridge. We don't want to know your habits. But yes, he went to raid the fridge. Didn't go to do whatever. But yes, thank you, Ife. So, Ife, AREGBESOLA, do you have any thoughts on that space? He approached the OONI to help him settle his rift with Tinubu. This is what the newspapers are reporting, even though Lord Michael and Ajanle Koko see it differently. But how do you see it? AREGBESOLA
No,
looking to
I'm
make
saying
peace. Yeah.
I'm seeing it in the light of this analysis and Thomas analysis. So he's still young, and I know he still has some what's it called, aspiration to be or hold some other political offices in the future. So if he does not make that move now and his political career is he's made irrelevant in the political space in the southwest, he will live to bite his finger in the future. So I think that's the right thing for him to do.
Because anybody that is out of political relevance for 8 years is politically dead.
Exactly. So, the worst he will be doing is maybe licking the ass of another political top dog,
Remember who we used to talk about in 2014, 2015? People like Babangida, Aliyu, all these kind of names. Where are they now? They are just dead now, They're just dead now.
They are now
They were
retired.
insisting it was going to be the next president, Babangida Aliyu. Where is it now? We don't even know, So, yes, it's quickly going to the Obas to go and do Idobale. So, the policeman now, errand boy, as they are calling him, they said the IG has requested his presence in Abuja. So, this guy now, they've taken him to Abuja, but to go and do what? If they sack that guy, I would be very upset because that is common practice. Policeman, waiter, what's the difference? The man must stop now.
From the chairman to the councillor to political godfathers, commissioners, this is the way they treat policemen. Political office holders cannot be maltreating them, then we now expect private individuals to treat them more than the office that ought to protect their interests. And when I started the analysis before, earlier when the floor opened, I said there is a culture of servitude inherent in we Africans, such that when we attain some leverage over others, we want to lord it over others. And we see the use of force, unfortunately, which ought to serve everybody as a privilege to be used to send an oppressive statement to others that, oh, I'm bigger than you in this space, or I'm more influential than you. And that was when I brought in the issues of our traditional institution, because the problem will started from the traditional institution in the old times when you have guard of the palace. I'm not saying there should not be what's it called, some form of security. Go and look all the pictures you see in the old times down to this moment. You find that there has not been regard for security architecture before. They are seen as being servitude to a superior person. So the society is still a reflection of itself. And until we remove this mentality away from our brain, and that's why you see a military officer behind the president standing 3 hours, And unfortunately, one man you are saying maybe it's a culture. Even the people we inherited these forces from, they don't treat their forces like that. You can never see. And even if you see them, they are
What
treated.
about those police? What about those guards that stand at attention for hours and don't flinch in Buckingham Palace or wherever?
In Buckingham Palace. So the question is, what is their remuneration?
It's a pittance now.
Wait. Even in the Buckingham Palace, they have what's it called? Would we call them attendees or servants? But do you know that you can go as a graduate to serve in the Buckingham Palace?
You can at the Alafin's Palace too. With
which type of degree?
Whichever one now, it's the pay that will determine,
What I'm trying to say is they have rights which are being protected. People who work with our so-called affluent or political class they are not protected, So it's more like they are seen as rags. And so unfortunate that it is now trickling down to the whole society, such that, like Dee said before, little children are even hiring place. I don't know the type of money I will have that even for me to call somebody who is older or than me in age or as old as my father to come and be a guard for me. I'll be like, no, you have me as a child. Why should I be doing that? So I think there is a moral decadence in the African space that we need to address, unless there will be collapse of the system, where some people see themselves to be elitist, then they have to do some things to show that off. Is very, very wrong. And that's why they are not seeing their remuneration to be something of importance. They are not seeing their welfare to be something of importance, because they want to keep them at that level to be using them in form of a, would I say, security slave or something. Look everywhere, the traditional institution, the political institution, everywhere, these things is happening. So it's a reflection of who we are as a society. So that's the way I see it. Sorry, I'm being critical. Maybe I'm being critical of the traditional institution, but that's the truth.
No, but
that's the way I see it.
If you have to understand that we are Africans, we are by nature a conservative people, by nature people of tradition, and those traditions they have held steady longer than any other culture known. So we have certain ways of doing certain things, and we're a deferential society as well. And that deference is usually to authority, to age, to seniority, So that's how we structure our society. So that police man that was carrying the rice behind the madam, so that's different, that's culture, because he's deferring to her by virtue of her seniority, both in age and in ranking, and also by virtue that he is there to serve her. So you are saying it's a servitude mentality,
yes,
but I'm saying that it's a cultural malaise. It's an African culture now to defer to authority and age.
Yes. I'm not saying we should start trampling or disrespecting older people. What I'm trying to say is this: we should evolve and see some things.
Remove. Okay, sorry. If remove the uniform from that guy and make him then the lady's younger brother. Would you object as much if that was the case? Remove the uniform from him and make him his her younger brother. Would you object if that was the case?
If I removed, if it's his younger brother or they are related, I'll look at it in two ways. Is it that they are sitting on the same table such that she's busy trying to do some things, or she's using her, seeing him in form of, oh, I can just command him to walk, he will walk zombie, the zombie attitude. And unfortunately, that is what we have in our space.
Is that not the hierarchy in a traditional African family, that you just do as you're told? Are we not a do as you're told culture?
Yeah, we are do as you're told culture, but it's not helping us. That's what I'm saying.
How so? You want us to become like these people that will snap their finger to their fathers and say, "Daddy, come here." Is that what you want? Daddy, come here.
Have you seen the culture? No. Have you seen the culture of Eastern Europeans before?
I don't know their culture, but I've seen European culture.
There is a lot of respect. They have lots of respect. Even the French, they have lots of respect.
The French don't have respect for anybody. They're rude.
One man, even if you have house help and you treat them the way that woman has treated that police officer, some people will still frown at it.
No, but yeah, because the house help will be a paid service. But just the example that I gave if that man, that policeman, was this lady's cousin, younger brother, and she is carrying the plate behind her as she picks her choice from the buffet, would anybody even look at it twice? Never mind being
I
so
would
critical.
look at it like that too. The same way I've looked at the way he has treated the police officer. Is degrading.
Okay. I'll tell you what. If I'm at a party with my mom, she's not carrying any plate. I'm carrying her plate, and I've done that severally.
No, that's is your mom.
Well, there you are. So where does it stop?
It's kind of different. It's different.
When you are in uniform, that uniform you have on is a presence of the state. And as such, you should not compromise that uniform, that authority in that uniform for anything.
One man said, remove the uniform.
Did you say that, one man?
Yes,
No, the conversation I was having with the Fair Janle Koko was that, is it the uniform that is offending, the fact that the man is a policeman that people are recoiling from, or is it the act itself? So I was then presenting a scenario where we remove the uniform from that guy and we make the relationship of that guy with the madam that of a sibling or a cousin. So maybe
that's a different thing entirely.
So would people object? Yeah. Would you object if that was the case? It was a younger brother.
No. Without the uniform on, and that's no problem. But if you have the uniform on,
but if I still insist that even that is offensive.
It depends on the context. Have you seen some older people who treat their siblings as if they are slaves to them before? Where because of maybe they are richer than them or they have some form of influence over them. Yes. So in that case, I will object. But if it is mutual in terms of, we are one family, my brother, my sister, I rub your back, you rub my back, I will not object to that. That's what I'm just trying to say.
Sean, if I wants us to jettison our African and become like Westerners, he wants to Yimbo the Nigerian.
No, don't know Yimbo.
That's culture now. Look at that. All these abroad people.
Look, let me tell you a scenario. You know,
and part of a boy is to chance your younger brothers. Now,
one man. You listen to one man.
Let me tell you.
Let me
tell you a scenario. You see, when I was young, I think I was in maybe around 14 and 15 or something like that. So there's this my cousin, we are in Lagos. I mean, we grew up in Lagos. So now we travel home for Ileya. So usually in Lagos now, he is older than me for some few months, maybe like 3 months or 4 months. So usually we don't call ourselves brother or this thing. So I call him by name, he call me by name. No offense, we just do it like that. So when we get home now, we travel to Ijebu. And some baba like that, they were just sitting down. So they know that he is older than me now. So I just call his name, hey, and they call both of us and said, who is older between two of you? Who is older than the other between two of you? And I said, okay. No, that was not the ask. When were you born? I mentioned my own age. I mean, my date of birth. And he mentioned his own date of birth. And they said, oh, he is older than you. And you call him name. It was kind of strange. And then they said, why you are here? Okay? Why you are here? And when you go back to Lagos, never call him by his name again. Always add that title, brother Lagbaja. I was shocked. I didn't understand. I said, what are they saying? Níbi yìí tó wà yìí, títí o máa fi padà lọ sẹ́kọ̀ọ́, o gbọ́dọ̀ pè lórúkọ ọmọ torí kò ń ṣẹgbẹ́ ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ ni, kó dẹ̀ máa pè ní bọ̀dà kínní. Hey! Oh, man, I say, what kind of insult is this? Why should I call him brother? Somebody that, we call ourselves with the job with...
I'm sure he would have enjoyed that very much. He would have enjoyed.
That guy, he enjoyed that brother a little bit before we went back to Lagos. The day we left, I went back to Lagos. I told him, where we go, but that around OONI, but that is who we are. You have to respect somebody that is older than you. That is our tradition. We must not compromise it. So, do you know what? After that day, anytime we travel back home for a layer like that, I will never call him by name. I have to add, because I don't want those Baba to kill me. So that is our tradition.
Also, let me paint you another scenario, Ife. You've seen it play out. So brother comes to the front of the house looking for somebody to go and buy him ewa going around the corner. And little boy is passing by and they say, well, one benye, colora. Is that permissible, Ife? That sort of setup?
Yeah, I think because of insecurity now, this type of thing. Wait, one man. Let's be serious.
So what do you say? He wants to turn us into white people.
Ife is a Briton now.
And I thought Ife was deep tradition.
No, I'm deep tradition. Tradition. But times have changed. We've seen situations where people
are taking over.
People send errands. Wait now, people send people on errands. Foods are being poisoned. I've seen situations where
tell them.
I've seen situations where you send people on errands, then because of the Lagos traffic, what's it called? An Okada hits them. So I cannot just take a food I want to buy or send somebody on errands on a place where I know it could be risky for them. But if it is not a risky place that I know, I know where they are going, I can trace them properly.
Is it still acceptable culturally?
If I find an excuse for this thing.
Yes.
The worst you would do, I think the worst you would do is to like, they've sent me somewhere.
So I think because why I'm interrogating Ife so much is I think Ife is looking at some of our traditions as being somewhat archaic, and he's used words like servitude, and he's even used terms like master slave, and he's even gone to tradition to challenge the space, the customs that we know, where you have a boy just at the ready, so that when the Oba signals, he knows, go and get my slippers, go and get the rukele. So all of that spaces, it seems as though Ife, who once upon a time was the most traditional of us, is now. Are you challenging tradition, Ife? What are you?
One man, let me bring my own scenario that happened to me personally. My elder sister, she's older than me 3 years. My younger ones, I am older than her, almost 8 to 10 years. So the elders in my house, they said I should be calling my sister brother, as Ajali Koko rightly said. I said, how come? How will
you call your sister brother? What are you?
I said, call my sister to call address her as sister. Excuse me. I said, why would I be doing that? We have been calling our self name from ages, and the elder ones told me that my junior one, that I'm older than her, almost 10 years, should be calling me by my name. Then I was furious that how come I'm older than her by 10 years, then you want me to call my sister? And they said that is it. So I have to comply. So I started calling my sister, and my younger one started calling me brother too. So I'm just painting the scenario of we have to just the respect is there for ages.
No. Hello, you're getting me wrong. I have an older brother too, and I call him bros. I don't even call his name bros. Kilo Nshele. What I'm trying to say is this: it's not. There are some things that you can do yourself, but because you have that I'm old or I'm older than he is mentality, like you are in front of him. Exactly.
Yeah, but that is our culture, though. That is exactly it. Now that is who we are.
For me
that's the
personally,
sacrifice you have to pay now.
Did they overchance you? Did they overchance you when you were younger? Did they overchance you?
No, I'm the second in the family.
It sounds like you're bearing a grudge somewhere.
Okay.
Are you bearing a
One man, I have a question. One man.
Yeah.
I have nieces and nephews who are way older than me. They're in their 50s. And from time to time, I'll tell when they call me by my name, I say, bros, call me Uncle OVA. So yeah, is that culture? I mean, everybody go laugh.
People that are older than you, you're asking them to call you bros or uncle.
They should call me. I'm their uncle now. They are my brother's kids, even though they are older than me.
Oh, right. Okay. I see what you mean.
So they are way older than me, but I'm their uncle. So if I ask them to call me uncle, is that disrespectful?
You see, in Yoruba culture, it's a very complex, and I think this permeates African culture. Let's say, for instance, you're those older. Okay, let's use myself for instance. Or if my wife sees my younger brother, who she will be our last born, for instance, who she is older than, she will still use which is the differential term in Yoruba, and call him uncle, which is a mark of seniority and respect, even though there's a decent enough of an age gap between them, and she has seniority over him. So these things that Ife is wanting to challenge.
No.
The respect
You are
is going
getting me wrong.
She's respecting him because of you. She's actually according.
No. It's not really me. It's the tradition. It's the tradition.
Hello, one man. You guys, yeah. I think I need to conceptualize what I'm trying to say properly now. At times, you go to some families, they have an uncle's, maybe they have a niece, that maybe their older, a brother and sister, they have a niece, and they turn, because he's young, instead of according him some form of dignity and respect, they don't treat him well. To the extent of some families don't even see the need of that person having a good education, because they feel...
No, that one is not good. If that is wickedness.
That's bad.
Woman, boy, sorry, Adanle Koko, but it happens, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, it happens. That is wickedness. Some of our people are wicked, and somebody that is not their own child, they want to maltreat that person and, deny him or her the same education like their own child and stuff like that. All the right that, that is just wickedness, and that is very bad.
Yeah, so Adanle Koko, I'm trying to see. Do you think that I think? Don't let me paraphrase what I say. I think part of why this type of attitude happens is somebody is feeling, because I'm older or because I can wait some form of influence, you should not have the same right that I should have, such that it now inflicts the fundamental rights of those people. And that's what I'm saying with the case of that policeman. If I have an innate, intuition that this man, irrespective of what he's doing for me, I should not use him to be carrying my food about, I will not, in the first place, it will not even come, because at first I've thought I have some influence over him as per what right I can accord to him. I think that's the way I'm trying to put it now. And that's why I was attacking some space of our traditional rulers, where you go to their palace, you see somebody who ought to be in the university or who ought to be in the secondary school, be in the palace, having the palace there. But because these people were some form of influence, you hardly have nothing or no say to change the course of action of those people. And that's what I'm saying. Even here, it's not as if they don't have servants in their palaces, but these servants, even if they don't work in the palace again, they can still have meaningful and, if not careful, better opportunities than
what do you think about that culture of maid in Nigeria, the house girl culture? What do you think about that?
Yeah, it has to be, for me, it has to be regulated, and that's one problem causing this. You see, the way we've been wired, there are some things we now, when we leave the shore of the country, it affects us before we quickly adjust. I'll give you an example. Nigeria has a problem of human trafficking. The idea that you go to a community and tell people they want to go and work as maid in another country to what's it called, to make ends meet, tells me there's a problem with the system. If you're telling me that I'm leaving Nigeria, I should be leaving Nigeria either to study like I came to do here and have a better life, not for you to come. I cannot even fathom, because the way I was brought up, I cannot even fathom you coming to my side to tell me that there is another work in a country, let us go and work as a maid and you make more money. It means there is a problem with a system that we have to sit down and talk together that this is wrong. That's why you have some people.
Do you concede that we live in an inequitable world, that there will always be people disadvantaged? Because I think I'm getting some tonality of like some human rights sort of, rights for all sort of narrative
Some
from
form
you.
Of, there should be some form of equity.
Yes, but it's an inequitable world. That is the ugly. Is that the ugly reality? But you don't want to surrender to it.
Okay, if you say so.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
Yeah. I agree that there is a form of the equity can never be achieved. Let's be sincere with ourselves. But
yeah, you're right. You're correct. It can never be achieved. But you see, I want to tell you something.
Sorry, can I just cite a personal example as well? Because people have cited personal examples.
Lord Michael, please, before one man, please.
Yeah.
That we should have that consciousness to strive and see some things that are bad to be bad, irrespective of how influential we are in the society. That's so. Lord Michael and Mom, I want to hear.
I was just going to say, well, growing up, we used to have maids in my house, and thinking back now, they used to mainly come from like Togo, Lome, that kind of place, and they used to be somewhat relatively young, in their late teens, thereabout. They were not abused or anything. They were paid a fair wage, and they were holidayed home regularly, but circumstances would have led to them being there, having to make that trip, and it's just a complex space. It's a complex space. But Lord Michael, you wanted to
see in the South, or let me just say Port Harcourt to be precise, they have an agency where you can go get maids from. You don't just go to the street or get maid. You have a signed document. But you see, sometimes it's like slavery.
Lord Michael.
Yes, please.
I know the area you are talking about. You're talking about Ogoja people.
No. I'm talking of River State, Port Harcourt. I want to share some experience.
It's Ogoja, not from that area.
My sister.
From Calabar.
Okay, no, those ones, we know those ones. But you see
Okay,
what
because
really happened there is, my sister got this maid from an agent, and the agent said my sister will be paying certain amount to her. My sister said no, that whoever is going to work for her is the one who's going to be taking the money. Whatever the person wants to do with the money, because the agent said he will take this percentage, he will give the remaining percentage to the girl's parents. My sister refused. He said that is slavery, that somebody cannot be working in a house while somebody else will be reaping the salary. That what she's going to do is she's going to pay the maid. She opened an account for the maid and said, however the maid wants to spend her money, that is her business. Because my sister, I saw this born again. So she is not going to be part of the slave. But you know what happened? My sister now went to the embassy, made passport, got visa for all herself and her kids and the maid. And they were going to come visit in America. And for my sister to tell this maid, you have to go to your parents, tell them that you are traveling with us and show them the visa. Do you know that the agent came back with the passport and said the parents said the girl is not going anywhere, that my sister wants to go sell their daughter?
Look at that.
That was how that maid lost out.
Lord Mike, I have a question. How can you give me a range of this maid or of your
the maid was 19 years old.
Okay, if that's 19 years old, I agree. But do you know that some families, I think these things, we have to be conscious now and start talking about these things. When a family has somebody who is under 16 working for them as a maid, 15, 13, 12, in the name of their family don't have the, I understand. It's just something we cannot erase off from our space now. But I'm of this opinion that these things just need to be frowned against, That's what I'm trying to say.
You are very right.
See,
And for the one of Lord
let me
Michael,
just
that one you said, your sister, I think is the agent. She's pained with the process because your sister changed her whole process, so she's not
Yes.
earning what she's meant to earn. They are like that. We used to have maid in my house. My mom will never take a maid that is less than 20 years old. Then every maid that has worked in my house, you will rather learn. You won't sit down in the house when everybody's gone to school. It's either you choose to go to school or you learn a handiwork.
A trade, yeah. That was
that's good.
So that's why I said individual. Some people are very wicked. If you are made in their house, you'll be treated like
I
a
have
maid.
another experience again. When my mom was alive, my mom would go get one of her nephew or one of her nieces from the village, who the parents were not well to do. Those ones were a little age, to come and stay with her. Sometimes they're like 3 or 4. Even when we come back from school, we'll not even have spaces to sleep because they've taken everywhere. I was sleeping in the living room in the couch. But you know what my mom does? She makes sure she trains them in school. Then when they get to a certain age, maybe when some of them start having boyfriends or start stealing, my mom will just find a package during one Christmas period and just buy some stuff and tell them, say, you can go to your parents.
That's why I said individual differences.
We
had one maid that got pregnant from some guy in the neighborhood. Do you know my mom raised the kid and sent the kids to school too?
Wow.
But some people will chase the maid away in that situation too. So it's individual differences. That's why I understand what you're first trying to say. Some people, you go to their house, you see maid of 11 years old. Little people, and you'll be thinking, oh my God, why would you take somebody like this as a maid? They might be suffering. If you can take them as a maid, I think you can better their life rather than just keep them in the house to just be washing dishes, washing clothes, doing this, doing that, when you can send them to school, even if they assist you in the house.
And there's a dark undertone to that space as well, because the flip side is, in often instances, because when you're talking, it's usually young girls, and they're usually just so badly abused. the work that they undertake is just too much sometimes. And then they get beaten regularly. And then woe betide if a guy has like some teenage, early 20 son, you know how that plays out. So there's a sort of a lot of abuse that goes on in that space. Yeah.
Sad.
All right. So if you've taken us to this space now, but
let me crack you guys up. There was one news I saw. A maid in Lagos in Festac has been working for 3 months. He's been employed. They found out the guy is a man, not a guy.
Look at that. Look at that.
So
you made that one up. You made it up.
Madam need to answer some questions.
Seriously, it was in the news. It was on Instagram. It was in the news. The picture, everything. He was dressing like a woman. He wears wig, lipstick, packaging.
And then he's talking in that funny voice. You know, that's a typical.
Yeah, exactly. After 3
something.
months, that's desperation for job too. After 3 months was when they figured out he's just a man.
No, Madam need to answer some questions. The wife need to answer some questions.
Yes. There's no way you won't know now.
That is her boyfriend, though. The guy is
I didn't even think that. Only you, Lord Michael, will go to. How did they suddenly become Lord Michael?
One man.
Where that madam go carry that one come? Madam, they play game.
No. We go judge the matter reach village,
because there's no way. There's these people. There's no way they can hide it that you won't know. You will figure out something, maybe by their voice, maybe by their act. You know, something will click to you that no, this something is not right.
Keep them out.
That's why they nabbed the guy now. But it was after 3 months. They must have seen something. But you know that kind of thing. If somebody has come to you, then at some point you start thinking, this person looks like a boy. This person looks like a boy. It will take time for you to confirm it. I'm trying to look for it so I can send it to woman. It was funny when I saw it. I was like, oh my God, that's desperation for job. Maybe they want a film.
Yeah.
Let me
one man. One man, do you know another people I respect in terms of how they treat their mates? Some people only get mates
I've just sent it to you, woman.
Just to take care of the dad, maybe the father and the mother's chores. The children themselves has to do their chores themselves. I've seen that before.
That one is good.
That one is good.
Yeah,
they should not be watching.
Adult clothes. Yeah.
No, they shouldn't. You know, some of these people, they treat this. Okay, like you have like, let's put age into it now. You know, in a lot of instances, these mates, they usually run about the age of, let's say, 15 to 17, thereabout. So then you have a daughter that is around about 18, and she would present the clothes, even to clothes, items, underwear, even to wear. No, you can't. No, now, come on now. They fear God now. There's no fear of God in Nigeria.
Nigerian.
Yeah.
So I think what Lord Michael said, if there can be a bill to mandate everybody.
Look at you have to take it too far. What's the bill? We are talking.
Where is the Britain?
No, if he is a human rights activist, this is
no. To protest.
That's quite impressive, though. Honestly,
to protect this type of abuse is good. Seriously.
I don't think. But I agree that there should be a bill. But You know the most potent thing that changes society. It is shame. I think they should start shaming that space, that abuse space. So if it's a thing of shame, then people will start to recoil from it. If they can't legislate it, we have to walk back that culture which we're so used to. And I think it's being walked back. Because now people don't treat the mates in the way that is very unusual now. I know in some deep, hardcore places, they still maltreat them. But they treat them somewhat like members of their family. And as you said, they'll make sure that they are learning a trade or something, so that by the time they leave that space, they have something.
For themselves.
Yes. So yeah. So, but I think shame. We don't use shame enough in Nigeria. I don't think, because I think shame is the most potent thing. If you make something a shameful thing, then people will stop doing it almost immediately.
One man, Nigerians are shameless people now. Nigerian people are very shameless. Shame, not the
That's another thing. True. Because I was just going to say,
a lot of them are very shameless, man.
Nigerians are shameless.
If you see the way they act on Instagram, and oh Lord, sometimes when my wife is just showing me, showing me all this, I just say, oh Lord,
there's a lost generation. Those Instagram generation downward, they're like there's a lost gen. There's a world unto themselves. So we're talking round about 25 downwards. You just forget. They're just don't even try and understand or anything. Just leave them. If you go on that Instagram,
you've lost it.
They are creating a different world, because that is their world.
It's idleness. You go to Instagram, one comment will have 4,000 likes. And I'm thinking, how do you even...
And it's nonsense, nonsense.
And it's nonsense. Then you see another post. My surprise, you now see another post. Maybe a senator, a honorable is raising something that really makes sense in the House of Assembly that is trending online. You will see 600 5 comments.
And the comment will be abuse,
I will now look at the hours and compare to the hours, the one that has one comment has 3,000
but
17 hours.
It's the girls that even that I wouldn't say importance me.
One was talking about
from 25 downwards, all the girls on Instagram, they are more or less like naked. That's just it. That's just it. And then they are like that, and then they're like that, and then I'm saying, wow, and then
95% of them
from
use
25
drugs,
downwards, so they're just
Wow.
But that's an industrial. So that's just a new world.
Shaming would have been the way, honestly, because
those ones they don't know about shame.
Look at what one man said now. Say they are all almost naked.
Island, I got on Genzi and Channel Island, I got a mortgage there. I discovered that if anything happens, if you do anything, if they catch you, your picture and your name goes in the paper. And it's a small island. So everybody knows you, they see you, that person that threw something, that person that did this. So that shame.
Are black people living in Channel Islands now?
Yeah. Most people say are coming from Nigeria.
Because you are like the third person. Now somebody was advising me to move there.
It's a nice place, just a bit expensive.
Yes, and quite isolated somewhat. It's quite boring. But
it's good to raise kids. Very good to raise kids.
Yes, but your kids will be English. You understand? They will be real English. Because
they will be. Then again, they have decorum. Like the mainland, you go in the bus, kids are coming from school. The things they are talking about, even you'll be thinking, oh my God. But here, the way they will talk to you, so calm, so decent. And most kids, even in high school, it's either you are into art or some music things. They
play violin and things like that.
And all those kind of things. And
that's real England, not.
And it's very secure too. You can leave your buggy and your baby.
But it's very cold. It's very cold there.
It's not very cold. It's not.
Is it not?
It's just always windy.
But there you are.
It's just a bit windy, yeah.
All right. How did we get from if we're defending human rights to we talking about Channel Islands?
Yeah, no, I'm just talking about shaming. They shame a lot here. So if you commit any offense, your name goes in the dailies, their dailies, your picture, everything goes there to say what you have done.
And it could be something as little as littering.
As littering, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And the
I wouldn't want to live in a place like that. That sounds like Big Brother, you know.
And so when they put your name and they put you into very big shame, that could even what you are going to lose after that could be more than what the stupidity that you did.
Exhibit.
Yes, but in Nigeria, nobody is responsible for anything. Nobody will hold you responsible.
That's why you can
even when you commit crime, that is when people will even like you more. You can even boast about it, and
be popular.
You'll be popular. They will even give you cheaper society.
All right. Let Ife round off his thoughts on that space, and then we start to round off. Ife, back to you.
Yeah. So that's just so the issue of the policeman. For me, I look at it as it's now becoming a pandemic that we just need to have self-reflection of if we want to treat people the way we are treating them, can we allow another person to treat us that way? So I think when we have that sober reflection individually, we will start treating everybody with dignity. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Ife. So it looks as though you've opened up a place of interest, at least to Mickey Bo, who feels that this is something that we should talk about a bit more. So we don't talk culture. We only talk politics all the time, but we don't tackle culture as much as we could. So maybe we'll try to start to introduce that a little bit as time goes on. So thank you all, gentlemen. So we start to round off now. We're going to hit 6 hours on it in about 15 minutes. So please just condense as we start to round off, and we kick off with Mazi Thomas, who is for One Nigeria. So Mazi from Australia, to you.
Thank you, one man. Thank you, everyone. The politics has started again. Sheikh Gumi that everybody is batching. Dele Momodu visit the guy. So the politics has started. I wish Nigeria good election come 2023. God bless Nigeria. God bless everyone. Thank you, one man. Thank you for having me. God bless.
All right. Thank you, Tom.
How can you live without a laugh?
What do you say?
I say, how can you live without a laugh?
Does he always laugh?
Yes. So,
thank you. Don't live without your pidgin language as well.
No, that's guaranteed now. You can. So, DOJ has sent in that thing he was talking about, the guy that disguised himself as a woman. Man disguising himself as female house help nabbed in Festac. And it looks as though there's a video clip of it as well. So, but that may well be too much for YouTube. But yes, DOJ has sent it in. So thank you, Thomas. So from Thomas, we go on to DOG. DOG, your words.
Yeah, thanks everyone. It was a nice one. And one man, kudos to you. You're doing a great job. And yeah, the space if has open. I think we should delve more into other stuffs and spice it up a bit than focus mainly on politics. Yeah, so yeah, everybody please like, share, and catch you guys again later tomorrow.
So D, are you even changing nappies? I don't get the impression that I don't get the impression that are you doing your fair share of nappy changing?
Yeah, I am.
Look at that. That's not a convincing yeah. Are you sure?
No, it's not my first now. If it's my first, you will see convincing yeah. So it's
you know how to change a nappy now.
Look at that. And I did my niece, I did my nephews.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well done. Keep up the good work. So that's D. Who's expanding his family. So thank you, D. So from D, we go on to Ovie. Ovie, to you.
I just want to appeal to my Yoruba nation and the Biafrans. may they allow us elect our president in peace. They should not come there with their own solicitation. They say they know what Nigeria. At this point, we want to elect our president. They should give us enough time for us to interrogate their policies, rather than to say, bring the presidency here, bring the presidency here. It's too late for all that. We tell you that before, and no one listen. I just did remind you now. On that note, I say good night.
All right, Ovie. Thank you, Ovie. Thank you. Have a good evening. So that's Ovie. You all know him. You all love him. So that's Ovie. So from Ovie, we go on to Ife to you.
Yes. Thank you everybody for the opportunity today. Although I've opened a very controversial space, I really believe that the way the woman is treating or treated the policeman is actually a reflection of what we have over the years seen as some form of privileges due to our status in the country, which is which transcends all the culture we have in the country. And what should be the threshold for this type of treatment? I think the people who are talking against this type of treatment are the young ones, because there is a paradigm shift in what is permissible or what is not permissible. As to AREGBESOLA and TINUBU issue, what we should learn from there is we should know that words are like egg. When it fall down, it is very hard to pack together. So for whatever ambition we have, we should be careful what we say. Either we are right or we are wrong. We can say some things which are right at the wrong time, and we can say some things which are wrong at the right time. So we should understand the space into where we are speaking, and we should tread carefully. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night's rest. See you tomorrow.
All right. Thank you, Ife. Ife has now transmuted from a Yorubaist, a traditionalist, to a human rights activist. So there you are. Ife transformed me right before. Ife transformed me right before your very eyes. So from Ife, we go on to Lord Michael. Lord Michael, the only titled man on the platform. Lord Michael, to you.
My dear people, una don't see us to work out today. Una humble boy, Lord Michael, don't come again today. So continue to the nakuna the tori how it be. You know, say now we the talk and we not the talk and not the look person face. Not be say we the talk and make we sweet. Now the truth be that. As it dey for our mind, and so we the talk and for here. I want to start today by thanking everybody. We don't follow us, put mouth for the tori where we knock today. Una see and say the things done the day interesting by the day. As we dey talk am now, so it dey happen. I want beg everybody, may they continue to dey put pepper for these people eye, so that things go well. You see, this place where they call Nigeria, so if it better na for all of us, if it bad na for all of us. So anyone where anybody feel say you go feel they do, make it they do and well. As for me, so in fact, as I did like this, so I dey find house girl, oh. So who get house girl, make it tell me. But Mona, no worry. Now play, I just dey play. Then get what thing I want to tell you now. One man, I would like make you now go look about this name, George Soros. You know, I watch for Punchline Africa TV with Dr. Masanga, where they talk say now George Soros now caused this Ukraine Russia war. So I go like make una look into that, Mamona, look what that thing be. Maybe we feel learn something out of that place. But other than that, I just say make I just put my small for now today. God bless you now. We'll go see tomorrow. I hail everybody. Oh, normal level now. One leg tomorrow.
All right, thank you, Lord Michael, Tori get Bele and all that. So that's Lord Michael doing his usual signing off. So that's Lord Michael. So from Lord Michael, we go to the majesty that is himself, the one of one, Eyemejo Njasha, Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, just a short summary.
Majesty of Baboni. Majesty of London. I thank everybody that came on the platform this evening. Your contribution quite meaningful. And I believe our listeners around the world really enjoyed this session. On the issue of the police officer that was carrying jollof rice, I would like to thank Sahara Reporter for bringing out and exposing all this kind of bad state of our country to us. If all the media in Nigeria can emulate Sahara Reporter, I think that could change the thinking and the habit of voting of our people. That will influence the voting of our people. That will educate our people to vote for the right candidate that can transform our country. On the other side, the story tells us that the police officer, has been invited to Abuja. I don't want to believe that the man is invited to Abuja because he is not responsible to Abuja. He is responsible to maybe some officers in the state where he served. But I hope we will hear more details on this story. Other than that, I would like to thank those of you guys behind the scene that have been chatting throughout the session. You are the strength of the platform. Keep doing what you know to do best. And I will thank one man, the eagle, the only man that we know as the eagle. And I believe the eagle will land again tomorrow, surely, and we will continue the struggle from there. Thank you, woman.
All right. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. A real delight. It's been a funny session. We've been up and down and everywhere, and we landed on human rights as ever. We'll just have all these talking points, but really the session usually takes on a life of its own, and that is the magic of it. So this is why we all gather every day. So or if it opens up that space then of just how people are treated in Nigeria, but it wasn't really fair that opened it up. Is the narrative of the policeman that they turned into a waiter. You could see how sheepish the man looked. He was somewhat embarrassed. If you look at him again, let me see if I can let me see if I can play it as a I may well have gotten rid of it. But let me just bring it up because I want you to pay particular attention to the look on the policeman's face. You see him looking so. So let me just get rid of the let me get rid of the voice. Pay particular attention to the look on the policeman's face. You'll see that he looks somewhat sheepish, somewhat embarrassed, somewhat knowing that what he's doing is not really right. So look at him now. So look at that look on his face. Can you see that is a man that knows that this is not really what I should be doing? You see? Can you see? Can you see the look on his face? So you can see that that is somebody that is captured by circumstances, now going to be weighed upon by his organs now, who have put him in that situation just because he has been caught in a viral video. So that opened up that space where then led us to just a greater problem within the Nigerian space. So all of that was discussed, but we did not conclude. But if you have any thoughts on anything that has been discussed, then come share them in the comment section where the conversation usually carries on. So I'll leave you here. Carry the conversation with you in the comment section, but here I say peace.